Volume 2. Chapter 101, The Furious Chen Feng. Chapter 101, The Furious Chen Feng. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Kill.
Chen Feng was filled with killing intent. Myriad illusionary wind blade erupted instantly and a succession of wind blades shot forth. Ice and fire interwove together as they charged toward Wang Yu. However, all of them were blocked by a blossoming plum blossom.
The plum blossom spun as it radiated brightly.
The petals drifted in the air. A faint layer of light enveloped Wang Yu. The instant Chen Feng's wind blades touched those petals, they were crushed immediately.
Very strong. Everyone's heart jolted. Is there a need for this?
The old man's faint voice traveled forth. This child here, I originally did not want to kill you.
Why would you provoke this old man here? Whoosh.
On the plum blossom, one petal after another hovered midair and charged forth, with Chen Feng as their target.
Be careful.
The expressions of Wang Chun and the rest changed greatly. Goddamn old chrysanthemum freak who refuses to die. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes.
Don't intend to kill me? F***CKU. Since he had already gotten involved in the affair between Chen Feng and Wang Yu, they can only end this with death. Moreover, for him to say that he wanted to kill Chen Feng merely because he was provoked? He. Who was he lying to? He was simply looking for an excuse to kill someone.
Although Chen Feng did not know what this petal was, however, it was merely an ability imprinted on Wang Yu's body.
He refused to believe that this flower here would be truly strong. Killing me? Chen Feng raged. Let's see if you have this capability, then. Gulp. Chen Feng gulped the aurora reagent down. Bang. A noiseless undulation quietly spread in his body. Whoosh.
The genes in his body burned furiously. Surprisingly, this time, he did not feel any pain caused by the permanent decrease of his strength attribute. Along with the myriad illusionary gene he'd fused with were also a small amount of trash genes that were just nice to meet the requirements for the aurora reagent, granting him the ability to truly use the aurora reagent in a flawless manner.
Bang! Gene ignition completed.
The world before him instantly appeared like a brand new world. The whole world seemed to have become lively.
This was his virus mode. An extremely powerful mode unique to Chen Feng. Whoosh! With a dense killing intent, the pink petals charged toward Chen Feng. Hum!
Chen Feng slightly raised his hand.
Multiple wind blades were formed in succession. These wind blades proceeded to hover above his hands in a bizarre way.
Blades were constantly being formed before they fused together, turning into a flower formed from wind blades.
In the virus mode, he felt like he was a god. This was an extremely peculiar feeling.
40 wind blades with different attributes were like 40 petals which had assembled together in a bizarre manner, condensing at a single point to form a blossoming flower. Under the extreme spiritual control of Chen Feng, they did not clash and explode. Instead, they maintained their shape as they hovered in the air and charged toward Wang Yu.
Hum!
The flower collided with the petal.
Bang!
At the instant of the collision, a terrifying power erupted from it immediately.
Wang Yu's petal was incredibly terrifying. However, would the wind blade formed by Chen Feng with 40 different attributes be simple?
The moment Chen Feng retracted his control over it, those 40 attributes started violently conflicting with each other and exploded immediately.
Bang!
A terrifying power erupted. The sky and the ground, everything before one's eyes was covered by a vast expanse of white. When the light finally faded, a huge pit had appeared on the ground.
This. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. What power was this? It was fine for that old man to be so strong, but Chen Feng? Wasn't Chen Feng only beginner E-class? But the ability he used earlier, its power. Everyone looked at Chen Feng.
Only now did someone start to keenly notice that Chen Feng felt somewhat different now.
A different feeling was being emitted by him. Currently, 3 seconds had passed.
Worthy of being the chrysanthemum freak.
A cruel smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Then, how many times can you block this? Hum. One bizarre flower after another started blossoming around him.
Every single one of those flowers was formed by around 40 to 50 wind blades.
There were no repeat attributes in any of the flowers.
Just like that, all of them were forcefully assembled together by Chen Feng.
Go. Chen Feng waved his hand. Whoosh.
3 flowers drifted around in the air as they reached Wang Yu.
Bang! 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 Once again, a terrifying power erupted.
The earth quaked and the mountains shook.
Wang Chun and the rest could feel the ground swaying. Ka! Ka!
A crisp sound spread from Wang Yu's body. Everyone raised their heads to take a look, and they were immediately horrified. The faintly radiating plum blossom beside Wang Yu had been forcefully smashed apart by Chen Feng as it dimmed.
It disappeared.
You? The old man's voice was full of anger. He had never expected that he would suffer failure facing these juniors. He saw the faint teasing expression in Chen Feng's eyes.
Not good. An ominous feeling rose in the old man's heart.
Although he was not afraid of Chen Feng, if this continued, Wang Yu would definitely die.
Go! Old man shouted. Form!
The plum blossom shone as it blossomed with its final radiance. A layer of dazzling light formed. The remaining petals of the plum blossom surrounded Wang Yu and dragged him as they escaped toward the camp.
He had actually chosen to escape. Senior, escape faster. Wang Yu was extremely horrified as well.
Once again, he found that this fellow that he looked down on was actually so terrifying.
Too dreadful. Even the senior almost failed to protect him. Shut up. The old man's angry voice traveled out from the plum blossom.
That bizarre flower of his might be powerful.
However, it is too slow and can't catch up to us.
You only need to obediently hide within the plum blossom's aura.
All right. Wang Yu was still feeling anxious. This aura. Can it truly obstruct Chen Feng?
His body was being dragged as he soared up. As he looked down at Chen Feng below him, an indescribable fear rose within him.
Escaping? Chen Feng's eyes were ice cold. Aurora's power was disappearing soon. Only 2 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. Sufficient. Wind blades once again formed in his hands while his luck aura was fully activated. Whoosh! Whoosh!
A succession of wind blades shot out from Chen Feng's hand.
On every single one of these blades were formed of dreadful-looking electric currents that were flickering without stop. This was the blade formed of wind and thunder. Their specialty being speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Over 100 blades were formed instantly. A flash of thunder. Before Su Fei and the rest that all had a shocked expression on their faces, in front of Chen Feng, a huge crescent-shaped wind blade appeared. Its size reached a terrifying 3 meters, with dreadful lightning bolts coiled around it. Was this thing here still a wind blade? Wang Chun inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Go! Chen Feng pointed. Bang!
The wind and thunder-formed blade streaked forth, accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder.
In a split second, this huge wind and thunder blade traveled over 100 meters.
Under the extremely formidable power of wind and the extremely terrifying power of thunder, it demonstrated a limit-surpassing speed.
Currently, Wang Yu was already over 300 meters away from them.
In the oasis, with a distance of 300 meters between them, Chen Feng's group wasn't even visible anymore. However, before he could even rejoice in his escape, he saw that the trees behind him had started collapsing for no apparent reason. What he saw next was that incredibly huge and terrifying wind blade.
Senior, save me!
Wang Yu screeched.
Chen Feng, the old man shouted. If it is possible, spare one's life. Do not court death. Scram! Chen Feng had a bad temper. Merely killing someone. Why spout so much nonsense?
Since you all wanted to kill others, then you all should be ready to get killed as well.
Bang! At the final moment, the effect of the Aurora reagent was finally used up.
All the power he could muster was pushed to unleash the powerful wind and thunder blade. That huge wind and thunder blade slashed at Wang Yu.
You dare! The old man was furious. The plum blossom shone. However, not many petals were left on the plum blossom. Even the final light it radiated could only block a portion of the power of the wind and thunder blade. Bang! A loud sound.
On Wang Yu's forehead, the plum blossom shattered with a loud sound. Currently, the wind and thunder blade still had half its power remaining.
I don't want to die.
Horrified, Wang Yu looked at the immense wind and thunder blade in front of him.
He waved his hands furiously as, one after another, rays of light formed in his hands before finally forming a bizarre symbol in front of him. However, bang! The wind and thunder blade exploded.
The symbol formed by light shattered instantly.
The terrifying power of wind and thunder covered Wang Yu and exploded in the air.
From high up in the air, a black silhouette could be seen smashing toward the ground with a loud sound. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 102, Green Dragon Gene. Chapter 102, Green Dragon Gene. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Bang! A bright radiance blossomed like fireworks. Wang Yu died just like that? Everyone remained in a stupor for a long time.
That mysterious person that had acted to help Wang Yu was astonishing enough.
However, Chen Feng's hegemonic way of counterattacking was even more shocking.
So this was Chen Feng's true strength. At that instant, the power displayed by Chen Feng had even reached the level of intermediate D-class warriors.
Abominable.
This word formed in everyone's head. Nowadays, due to how diversified the combat power everyone had was, skipping a class and fighting someone of a higher class was still something accomplishable by a number of people despite it being hard. However, someone who skipped as many classes as Chen Feng was absolutely rare. A person like this was simply an abominable existence. Furthermore, Chen Feng was still so young? Deal with them, Chen Feng said calmly.
Don't worry. Su Fei and the rest exchanged glances before slightly nodding. Wang Yu was dead. The remaining people here were simply clowns.
They were the ambushing party and had prepared sufficiently. Hence, they would not give these people any chance to escape.
As for Chen Feng,
he was planning to look for Wang Yu's corpse. The Wind and Thunder Blade possessed an extremely terrifying power. This was something unleashed by Chen Feng with the combination of Aurora Reagent's power and Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade, an attack unleashed when he was under his strongest condition, and could be considered as the strongest attack among all the trump cards he had. Despite being obstructed by the petals several times, it still possessed D-class power.
Wang Yu. He couldn't defend against this. Wang Yu, whose main attribute was spirit, was similar to Chen Feng. They possessed low physique with a physical body of ordinary quality. When attacked by such powerful attacks, they would not survive at all. Chen Feng guessed that the moment the Wind and Thunder Blade exploded midair, Wang Yu had died. However, if he survived, his actual person needed to be seen, and if he was dead, the corpse must be seen. Let's find him first. Chen Feng was calm.
If Wang Yu still had a breath in him, Chen Feng would deliver the final blow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chen Feng headed toward the direction where Wang Yu had fallen. However, when he reached, he was surprised to find that on the ground, apart from a huge pit, there was no corpse.
Nothing? Chen Feng was bewildered. He inspected the ground and saw bloodstains, fragments of clothes. All these were Wang Yu's. Has the corpse been eaten? Chen Feng's eyes flickered. Ground.
Chen Feng traveled forth quickly and noted a row of irregular footprints and also bloodstains that indicated constant blood loss. Hence, he quickly chased after it. Even if Wang Yu was still alive, he only had his final breath remaining. How far could a heavily injured Wang Yu travel? Furthermore, his agility was not high. Chase. Chen Feng pursued decisively. However, beyond his expectations, he pursued for no less than 5 minutes but did not see Wang Yu at all. If it wasn't for the footprints on the ground that were becoming more distinct, he would almost believe that he had gone the wrong way. The bloodstains on the ground were in higher amounts. Chen Feng could even smell the lingering bloody smell and concluded that this was something freshly left here.
Wang Yu was right ahead of him.
Chen Feng abruptly dashed out of the woods and there, his heart jolted.
Wang Yu. He saw him.
The fleeing silhouette was in front of him, 10 meters away. Wang Yu staggered and fell on the ground just like that, with river of blood flowing out of him.
Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This guy was too fast.
The location where Wang Yu had fallen after the attack earlier was merely 300 meters away from Chen Feng. He had used a short time to reach there. And from there to here, he had used 5 minutes to arrive.
He had failed to catch up to Wang Yu even after 5 minutes? What damnable speed was this? Especially under this heavily injured condition of his? Wang Yu was on the ground.
However, Chen Feng had not made his move. It wasn't that he did not want to make his move on Wang Yu.
Instead, it was because he couldn't. This place was already the zone within the Genetic Union's camp. Around them were at least 10 robots patrolling around. Pity.
Chen Feng shook his head slightly.
D. A heavily injured person detected, begin rescue. One of the robots flickered with red light as it started rescuing Wang Yu.
One recovery reagent after another was used on him and some color returned to the skin of Wang Yu that was dying a moment ago.
Chen Feng walked over calmly.
Around him, a patrolling robot's eyes flickered with red light. It had evidently felt the unusual aura on Chen Feng and had immediately locked onto him. Chen Feng was aware that as long as he made his move, the one to die first would certainly be him. Currently, Wang Yu had woken up slowly. He felt his body temperature and the robot that was supporting him and was immediately in ecstasy. He knew that he was saved. He survived. Ha ha ha. What did it matter that Chen Feng was so strong? He had still survived. Wang Yu was in ecstasy. However, before he could even bask in his happiness for long, just as his eyes were opened, he was almost scared to death. In front of him was a familiar silhouette, silently staring at him, with calm eyes.
Chen Feng? Wang Yu was alarmed and frantically retreated.
What are you afraid of? Chen Feng smiled faintly.
Don't come over.
Wang Yu retreated in panic despite the robot being beside him.
Ah. Chen Feng walked forth one step at a time.
Soon, Wang Yu had retreated to the corner of the camp and was unable to retreat anymore.
D. Red light flickered in the eyes of the robot.
It could sense that the killing intent in Chen Feng had disappeared and confirmed that he would not kill anyone. Hence, it did not understand why was Wang Yu still retreating in fear.
MHM? The game of humans? The robots did not understand. However, the robots still paid attention to them. This is the camp. Wang Yu was collapsing emotionally. You can't kill me.
He knew that Chen Feng did not dare to kill him here. However, he did not dare to gamble on that fact. One needed to know that Chen Feng was someone who had, in front of that senior, crushed the plum blossom imprint and almost killed him.
If it wasn't for that gene.
Don't kill me, Wang Yu recited as he shuddered.
Be obedient. Why would I kill you?
Chen Feng said as he smiled.
You really won't kill me? Wang Yu asked meekly. If I really wanted to kill you, could you escape?
Chen Feng, who was beaming, placed his mouth right beside Wang Yu's ear and whispered, this time, I'm giving Wang Yao face.
What I owe her, I have repaid. Next time, don't blame me for not holding back. There won't be a next time,
Wang Yu shook his head frantically.
So it was due to sister?
He knew that someone like Chen Feng had no emotions. He had survived.
Wang Yu was drenched all over.
For a long time, that smiling face of Chen Feng's would probably remain imprinted in his mind.
Act intelligently.
Chen Feng looked at him while beaming before standing up and leaving. Only when he reached the entrance did the smile on his face gradually vanish. Truly unfortunate, to not be able to kill Wang Yu. Despite him lying that he had let Wang Yu off due to Wang Yao, despite him leaving behind a deep mental shadow in Wang Yu's heart, these kind of incidents, if he couldn't eliminate his enemies thoroughly, there would be endless trouble.
Wang family. Chen Feng sneered.
One day, he would thoroughly clean up the whole Wang family. He believed the opportunity for him to do this would not be too far away in the future. Leaving the camp, Chen Feng once again returned to the location where they ambushed Wang Yu.
Su Fei and the rest had completed their tasks.
Everyone from the Wang family that was with Wang Yu had been killed. 46 E-class and 4 D-class genetic warriors, all dead. This time, the Wang family had suffered a disastrous loss. Naturally, the most astonishing thing for Chen Feng was the gene production-related gains he got that Wang Yu had left behind. He originally thought that this mission was a total failure. However, he did not expect that Wang Yu had made extremely ample preparations here. Apart from a huge amount of materials, there was also an unused 4-star E-class gene formula. Chen Feng calculated the expenses of this mission and found that he had actually made a profit. Robbing is indeed something profitable with low cost.
Chen Feng shook his head. No wonder there were so many crimes in the wilderness.
Let's return to the camp first, Chen Feng said in a low voice. Since Wang Yu has returned, the people from the Wang family would probably be here soon.
MHM. Chen Feng nodded slightly.
When they reached the camp, Wang Yu was no longer there. It seemed like the moment his body recovered somewhat, he had escaped, as he was afraid that Chen Feng would suddenly go crazy and recklessly ignore all costs to try to kill him.
Chen Feng was not bothered about this either. However, among their spoils of war was Wang Yu's gene data. He finally knew how Wang Yu had escaped from him. Green Dragon Gene. Ability, swapping gene attributes.
Summary, able to choose a single gene attribute within one's body and swap it with another gene attribute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 103, Unexpected Gains? Chapter 103, Unexpected Gains? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng's eyes widened abruptly.
The others came over to take a look and inhaled a mouthful of cold air as well.
There existed such a heaven-defying gene ability in this world? Gene attribute swapping? This was too much of a bug-like existence, right?
No wonder the Wang family called this gene the super strong gene.
No wonder. Chen Feng suddenly understood.
Due to the passive growth during F class, despite having a low combat power, Wang Yu's spiritual energy was still excessively high.
Now that he was nearing D class, it was even higher.
Before he was hit by the wind and thunderblade, he had quickly swapped his spirit attribute with his physique attribute. With this, he was able to survive Chen Feng's attack.
Next,
the heavily injured Wang Yu swapped his spirit to agility and escaped quickly. Despite the heavy injuries he had sustained, he was still able to reach the genetic union's camp.
This ability. Heaven-defying indeed. Too shameless. Su Fei was too tired to berate Wang Yu.
I swear on the scar on my head, this grandson had certainly saved the world in his previous life.
Otherwise, how could he obtain this kind of gene? 1. Swapping as one wished? Too frightening.
With this gene ability, not only he could become the strongest warrior, he could also be the strongest mage, strongest meat shield, and the fastest scout.
2.
He did not even need anything else, merely improving a single attribute would be sufficient.
Su Fei looked at the data with envy.
With advantages, there are definitely disadvantages as well, Chen Feng said, analyzing it. First, regardless of how strong Wang Yu will be at the later stages, he is still trash presently. Zero combat power, needing others to look after him.
Next, although this kind of gene seems omnipotent, without suitable secret arts, the true combat power he can display will not necessarily be strong.
True.
Everyone agreed.
What if suitable secret arts are available?
Shinny asked meekly.
Then it will be a truly shameless existence, Chen Feng lamented.
This was indeed an era where everything was possible. Even such a gene had appeared? Wang Chun nodded. Shameless indeed.
Everyone instinctively looked at him.
Ah. Wang Chun was confused. I remember that, initially, this gene should have belonged to you, right? You actually didn't know about it? Chen Feng was amazed. Please.
Wang Chun rolled his eyes.
Do you think that those old farts would tell me the truth about this gene after they failed to control me? Everyone agreed after thinking about it.
Chen Feng smiled faintly.
Do you not regret it?
Nope.
Wang Chun shook his head.
After fusing with such a gene, at the very least, I would require the Wang family's care during D, E, and F classes.
It indeed seems incredibly majestic, however, in actuality, it's simply an existence akin to the Wang family's dog. This kind of strength, I do not want. Furthermore, I have something better.
He looked at the Shinny siblings, his face full of emotions.
Chen Feng. He felt like he had accidentally eaten a mouthful of dog shit.
Ignoring this guy, Chen Feng started to conclude their gains this time for real. One set of 4-star E-class formula, this was probably something Wang Yu had prepared for himself to use when he formally became an intermediate gene producer. He had never expected that Chen Feng would be the one to end up profiting from this. Apart from this, there was also a huge pile of materials. The total value of their gains, 65 million yuan.
Profit. As for the operation itself,
despite failing to kill Wang Yu, they had achieved their goal.
From today onward, he definitely wouldn't dare to easily make any move against Chen Feng.
This single lesson learned with blood would definitely cause him fear, even during his sleep. As a whole, this mission had ended perfectly. Suddenly, a group of people entered the camp and eyed Chen Feng viciously.
They were people of the Wang family.
Evidently, they had received news about this and were coming over to suppress Chen Feng's group.
However, would Chen Feng give them this chance? Goodbye.
Chen Feng smiled as he greeted them before leaving in an aloof manner. Those from the Wang family watched on with their eyes wide open as Chen Feng's group got on the Ironcloud and left. However, there was nothing they could do. This was the Genetic Union's camp, none dared to do anything here. You need to be careful for now, Su Fei told Chen Feng.
Don't worry.
Chen Feng stretched his body. There's one more month before the Gene Rookie competition begins.
It's about time for me to prepare for it. During this month, I have no plans of going anywhere at all. Su Fei. He had indeed been overly worried. Wanting to kill Chen Feng? One needed to be at least intermediate D class or stronger.
Otherwise, the killer would get killed instead. Apart from this, they had to avoid detection from the city's monitoring system as well, in addition to avoiding the Gene Production Association's detection. Now that he thought of this, he had indeed been overly worried.
Su Fei sighed endlessly. At times, no matter how I look at you, you don't seem like a freshly graduated student.
At this, Chen Feng merely smiled. Since he dared to make his move, he had naturally prepared thoroughly.
The Wang family? Even that old man did not scare him. He wanted to see, between that chrysanthemum freak and Wang Yao, who was stronger. Gold City. The Wang family.
When Wang Yu returned covered in injuries, the whole Wang family was stunned.
Wang Tianhao was nervous. You encountered an influential family from another city? Although the Wang family was powerful, their power was only limited at Gold City.
If they encountered some top influential family from a major city, they would still need to restrain themselves. However, the place they went to was only the Purple Woods continent, a backwater region. How would they?
It was Chen Feng, Wang Yu said in a dazed manner while the whole Wang family was furious. Chen Feng? Wang Tianhao was furious.
He had never thought that the kid that had been protected by Wang Yao would possess such terrifying power.
Able to defeat the Plum Blossom imprint and almost kill his own son? He was only 18 years old. That kid.
A cold glint flickered in Wang Tianhao's eyes. Chen Feng was too talented, to the point that he was extremely uncomfortable with it.
Find several D-class warriors to get rid of him, Wang Tianhao said coldly.
I refuse to believe that he can contend against advanced D-class warriors. Get some advanced or peak D-class warriors to get rid of him.
Father.
Wang Yu stopped him.
I think we shouldn't do this? Shouldn't?
Wang Tianhao looked at him unbelievably, but when he saw the fear in Wang Yu's eyes, he had an ominous feeling.
Your main attribute is spirit, yet you allowed your state of mind to be influenced by Chen Feng? Wang Yu was timid and uneasy. Wang Tianhao berated him. Trash.
Now that his son had turned out this way, it had instead become their new priority. Get several people to accompany him to train his willpower.
Wang Tianhao felt hatred for the iron for not becoming steel, 3, and said to several members of Wang family, there's only 1 month left for the Gene Rookie competition. He must become an intermediate-level producer, and he must step into D-class as well. The spread of the Wang family's name is on the line.
Finished talking, he glared at his son viciously.
Train properly.
I don't care whether your willpower is powerful or not, Chen Feng's shadow must be erased from your mind.
With a shadow in your mind, how are you supposed to produce genes? Wang Tianhao rebuked angrily. I understand. Wang Yu lowered his head.
Looking at the meek appearance of Wang Yu, the more Wang Tianhao looked at it, the angrier he became. After thinking about it, he decided to still tell the people of Wang family, this Chen Feng incident, we are not the proper party to deal with it.
Who else can do it then? That person's eyes lit up. Could it be? Go and arrange it. Wang Tianhao sneered. I refuse to believe that Chen Feng can grow 3 heads and 6 arms and kill that senior instead. All right. That person left. Wang Tianhao looked at his son. Scram and start your training. All right.
Wang Yu was anxious, yet he was still thinking about Chen Feng.
With that senior making a move personally, Chen Feng wouldn't be able to escape, right?
At this time, beside a certain clear lake that was surrounded by plum blossoms, an old man sneered after receiving a message.
He did not care about the Wang family.
However, for Chen Feng to actually dare to provoke his authority, he had to deal with this.
Otherwise, who would look for him for transformation, in the future, It seems like I will be taking another trip to Gold City. The old man stood up loftily. The next day, he reached Gold City. Chen Feng.
Following the information provided by the Wang family, he was able to find Chen Feng in a short time.
Chen Feng's daily activities were the same.
Basically, he would only appear in monitored locations, not giving the old man any chance to act at all.
The old man pondered. Seems like I have to spoil a few of those monitoring systems then.
However, before he even made his move, he received a message.
This is...
The old man instinctively looked at the screen. His heart thumped as he looked at it before he ultimately sighed.
Seemed like getting rid of Chen Feng was no longer possible. Gene Rookie competition. It has entered the preparatory stage? Chen Feng has clearly not registered for the competition and has not met the qualifications for it. How could he? Footnotes. 1. He's talking about karma.
Someone who did kind deeds in their previous life would be blessed with good fortune in their subsequent life. 2. Here, warrior, mage, meat shield and scout respectively correspond to strength, spirit, physique and agility as their main attribute. The mage here simply refers to one who has the spirit attribute as their main attribute, not the mage in the traditional sense who uses spells. 3. Hatred for the iron for not becoming steel, to feel resentful towards someone for failing to meet expectations. For transformation, this refers to the process where he tapped Wang Yu's forehead previously, unlocking his potential.
Not much is known about this for now, though. We will see if the author will say more about this in the future.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 104, War Preparations. Chapter 104, War Preparations. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Gold City.
In the central public square hovered a huge screen. The advertisements that it had been broadcasting daily had suddenly disappeared, turning into a bright red-colored countdown timer. 30 days before the Gene Rookie competition begin.
It's counting down?
A lot of people raised their head to look at the screen. If one were to say that the final examinations were the turning point in the life of high school students, then the Gene Rookie competition was the path all producers threaded on their way to the apex. It was a grander, more authoritative event. Gene Production Association.
Zhang Wei was arranging the data they had. Have the invitations been sent out? MHM. A staff member nodded.
Invitations have been sent to all intermediate gene producers that met the requirements in Gold City or those beginner gene producers with great potential.
Well done. Zhang Wei nodded slightly. However,
It seems like Chen Feng has yet to register himself. The staff member was somewhat worried.
Not registered yet?
Zhang Wei blinked momentarily before recalling that, despite being an outstandingly gifted person, due to Chen Feng not becoming a producer early enough, he had yet to reach the minimum requirement of a 20 stars.
Qualifications to register. Zhang Wei pondered shortly before ultimately shaking his head. Let everything take its course naturally. Chen Feng is still young.
Even if he missed the competition this year, it doesn't matter.
However, you must continue paying attention to him.
In the next few years, Chen Feng will definitely become one of the tyrants of the Gene Rookie competition.
Zhang Wei was very confident that Chen Feng absolutely had the potential to achieve this. Has the protection plan begun? Zhang Wei asked suddenly.
It started. The staff member nodded. Chen Feng, Wang Yu, at least 30 producers from Gold City have been included under the protection program before the Gene Rookie competition.
That's good to hear. Zhang Wei breathed out in relief. Protection prior to the competition was a necessity.
During the initial Gene Rookie competitions, this hadn't been considered. As such, a lot of people were assassinating their opponents before the competition, erasing a huge number of geniuses. There was even a particular city where a person had, in order to attain the championship, assassinated everyone who proclaimed themselves to be a person of talent.
Too hateful. Subsequently, the protection program was activated.
From a certain period of time before the competition up till the end of the competition, those who registered for the competition would receive the joint protection of the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association. Those nominated by Gene Production Association to join the competition would receive an even higher level of attention, becoming someone none dared to provoke.
However,
the staff member paused slightly.
Some problems still occurred with the protection plan.
Before the protection plan started, Wang Yu was attacked and suffered a disastrous injury, and he has yet to recover from his injuries.
Zhang Wei was furious. Who did it? There were people who dared to challenge the authority of the Gene Production Association?
Despite it being before the protection plan, despite the fact that this behavior wouldn't be penalized, doing so would still give the evaluation committee a bad impression. The staff member smiled bitterly.
Chen Feng. What? Zhang Wei had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Chen Feng? Why had Chen Feng gone to assassinate Wang Yu? Not only that.
The staff member had an expression suggesting an extreme headache. At the same time that we activated our protection plan, we also intercepted an out-of-town expert sent by the Wang family to assassinate Chen Feng.
Zhang Wei was confused. What the heck was happening? Explain the whole thing to me. All right. The staff member explained in detail.
The affairs between Chen Feng and Wang Yu weren't something major for them. They only needed to casually investigate it and they would find out the truth. However, regardless of the process or the result of their conflicts, both were equally melodramatic.
Let it be. We won't be bothered about this.
With the resources of the Wang family, I doubt anything major will happen to Wang Yu.
Zhang Wei waved his hand.
Tell the both of them to stop. It's fine to let what happened before the protection plan be bygones. Now that the protection plan has started, none of them are allowed to make any more moves.
Understood. The staff member nodded. Remember, we can't lose any of the people included in our protection plan. Jiang Wei's expression was solemn.
It has been a very long time since Gold City managed to be placed in the top 100.
The few fellows of this generation could be considered as somewhat talented individuals.
Even if they can't get into the top 10, at the very least, they must get into the top 100. Wang Yu has the assistance of the Wang family behind him, he might be able to fight for the placing of our Gold City.
Understood, the staff member answered seriously.
Internal competitions existed within the Gene Production Association, especially between each major city.
Top 100. Top 10. Top 3.
Every single one of these rankings was something they fought after. The Gene Rookie Competition was the most authoritative grand event for the young gene producers of the current era. Those capable of getting into the top 100 would definitely be the top 100 producers in terms of ability among the young producers of the current generation. These were the 100 most outstanding producers in the whole world. If our Gold City branch wants more resources allocated to us next year, it will depend on the rankings of these people.
Jiang Wei was filled with expectations. This time, they could no longer be stuck in the last position.
At this time, Feng was also checking out the information pertaining to the Gene Rookie Competition. The champion would be unconditionally accepted into the Gene Production Association. What this meant was acceptance into the headquarters. Not some regional branch, rather, it was the true headquarters of the association. The place that countless people regarded as the Holy Land. Apart from this, the most important thing was also the reputation gained from this. First of all, one's achievements in the Gene Rookie Competition would be input into their individual information, ranked XX at the XXTH Gene Rookie Competition.
This would become one's defining trademark.
Next, due to the existence of virtual streaming, the whole competition would be streamed virtually and all the viewers would feel like they were physically at the location of the competition.
Obscure and unknown person? Didn't know how to generate fame for themselves?
Here, as long as one possessed ability, one would be able to make one's name soar with a single attempt. There were some who did not even need to get ranked in the competition. As long as one's ability was sufficiently displayed, countless missions would come knocking, helping one to win both success and recognition. This was not just a competition, this was also a grand stage where stars were created.
Gene Rookie Competition. Feng was shocked.
This was his first target here in this world. Back then, he had only entered this world. It was something he chose to simply give himself a goal to chase after. Subsequently, as his power increased, he had even believed that it wouldn't matter if he did not participate in the competition. However, after he gained further understanding of it, he found that the Gene Rookie Competition was much grander than he had ever imagined.
No wonder even Wang Yu wanted to participate in it. Feng contemplated. Due to the existence of the Green Dragon gene, Wang Yu was not a normal person at all.
If he were to attract the attention of super experts during the competition, the Wang family might be able to abruptly rise in power from this.
Feng sneered. What a good plan. Wang Yu? A mere puppet. Even if he killed Wang Yu, the Wang family could still get a new puppet. Since that was the case, might as well keep Wang Yu alive. At the very least, the current Wang Yu was extremely afraid of him. Moreover, even if there was no Wang family, various other powers and factions might still appear in the competition, making the whole situation messy nevertheless. Could everyone be killed? Nope.
Hence, if one wanted to stand tall in this world, one had to grow stronger. Hence, he had to build up his own fame. At least, with that, regardless of circumstances, he would be able to make his voice heard.
This was his bottom line. He did not have any backers, nor did he have any background.
However, through this competition, he could fight his way out to create a brand new world for himself, creating his very own backer.
Champion. Feng's eyes shone. Since he wanted to fight, he should certainly fight to be the champion. He had gained understanding on the scale of the competition. Every year, there would be several tens of thousands of participants. However, a vast majority of them would be intermediate gene producers. This fact remained true even in the top 100.
These were the outstanding ones among the intermediate producers.
However,
they were still mere intermediate producers. As long as no advanced producers appear, I will have a chance.
Feng was confident.
Despite him being only a beginner producer presently. It's time to prepare myself.
Feng was overwhelmed by emotions.
The countdown period of the competition had begun. It was about time for him to do a final sprint.
For example,
he had yet to qualify himself to register for the competition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 105, Never Before Seen Registration Details. Chapter 105, Never Before Seen Registration Details. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Light swirled. Chen Feng was currently fully concentrated on gene production.
Pa. A loud sound. Gene production failed. Another failure. Chen Feng inhaled deeply.
Although Xiaoying was able to eat the worthless genes for him, when Chen Feng practiced, he would still do everything himself. He would first go through the gene search stage before letting Xiaoying eat all the remaining genes. With this, he was able to both satisfy its appetite and improve himself. However, the gene fusion stage still proved troublesome for him. The rate of failure was excessively high despite the fact that he'd had a lot of successes previously when he'd used Luck Aura.
I'm even finding it difficult to produce E-class genes. Chen Feng inhaled deeply.
Under the circumstances where luck values were not used, he possessed quite a low skill level in regards to gene production. Even the vast amount of successes he had in E-class formula production would not grant many improvements to his skill.
I'm probably a high-level beginner gene producer? Chen Feng guessed.
To produce E-class formulas at this stage, the rate of failure would be extremely high.
Now, Chen Feng was grinding the Aurora reagent formula.
Chen Feng cheered himself on.
I must succeed. Mastering an E-class formula would greatly improve his true skill level in production.
It was something regular 1-star F-class formulas couldn't compare with. Hence, he had to master this formula.
1 time. 2 times. 3 times.
Chen Feng started producing without stop. During this period, all his luck values were saved. In order to have a sufficient amount of luck value during the competition, apart from the occasional mutated gold ant genes that he produced for money, all the luck values were saved despite his current high rate of failure. I succeeded several times previously and am extremely familiar with the Aurora reagent.
My current success rate should be around 20%. Not too low, Chen Feng analyzed. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Success. A huge amount of materials. A crazy amount of training.
Using 10 days' time, Chen Feng had finally mastered this 4-star E-class formula. His production level had once again improved greatly. So this was the Aurora reagent. Chen Feng closed his eyes. Everything that he did not understand about this formula in the past, he now understood. Up until now, in Chen Feng's individual data, his production level had reached 16 stars.
Among them were F-class formulas, Lumber Bear formula, 1 star, Thunder Snake formula, 4 stars, Gold Ant formula, 5 stars. E-class formulas, Illusionary Snake scale, 2 stars, Aurora formula, 4 stars. The Illusionary Snake scale was something he had mastered using the huge volume of materials provided by Wang Chun. Apart from increasing his production level, it was something useless for him in itself. Apart from this,
he only had one unmastered formula, the Illusionary Snake formula. This was the formula for his own fusion. After producing the fusion reagent, it had become useless. Hence, Chen Feng did not plan to waste his time practicing this formula.
I still lack a 4-star formula. Chen Feng took out a chip.
This was his spoils of war from when he had attempted to assassinate Wang Yu. Being a 4-star E-class formula and something treated by Wang Yu as his #1 formula, it was definitely an unordinary formula.
Whoosh! Chen Feng directly inserted the chip into his wristband. Bang! A huge amount of data rushed into his wristband. Direfox gene formula. Difficulty, 4-star. Class, E.
Function, activating the Direfox gene in a short period of time, reduces the agility attribute by 100 points, reduces the physique attribute by 100 points, reduces the strength attribute by 100 points, and increases the spirit attribute by 300 points.
Attribute changer? Chen Feng's heart jolted. A consumable reagent?
If this gene reagent was used together with the Green Dragon gene.
Hiss. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This had to be a top-notch formula prepared by the Wang family for Wang Yu.
Unfortunately, it was now in his hands. Chen Feng smiled calmly.
Let me be the one to display its power, then.
This gene was incredibly powerful, especially for people like Chen Feng and Wang Yu whose main attribute was spirit. It was able to unleash a terrifying power to a certain extent.
Come.
Chen Feng started his research. In 2 days, Chen Feng grasped this formula. In 3 days, under the assistance of Xiaoying and luck values, Chen Feng had gained an initial mastery over this formula. His success rate had, with difficulty, increased from 0% to a range of 15% to 20%.
Next. Chen Feng started rushing it. Fail. 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 Success. Countless failures with occasional successes in between. Not leaving his house, Chen Feng sunk into a crazy production mode. Time passed quietly. There were only 3 days left on the countdown screen. At this time, Chen Feng had finally left his room for the first time. During this half-month, he had finally mastered this formula. On his status window, his production level had finally reached the qualification to register 20 stars. Naturally, his true level had far exceeded this level. I can now sign up for it. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotion. Whoosh! He turned his screen on, entered the sign-up interface, and entered his personal details. Ding! Registration successful. Currently, at the Gene Production Association. A staff member was arranging the registration details when a warning window popped out. Warning, irregular data detected, requesting human judgment. Irregular data? The staff member blanked momentarily. Whoosh! He refreshed the data in front of him. Next, he saw a peculiar data that he had never seen before. A fresh 20-star production level, fulfilling the requirements. However, 10 stars were from F-class formulas, while the remaining 10 stars were from E-class formulas? Wait. The staff member nearly thought he had seen wrongly. What bizarre circumstances was this? E-class formula. This was something only intermediate or peak beginner producers were qualified to touch. Now, it had actually been mastered by a beginner producer with only a 10-star production level? One needed to know that, among the producers studying E-class formulas, there were people who had at least an 80-star production level. No wonder the system had failed to judge this. Something feels wrong. The staff member had a bitter expression on his face. Chen Feng. He checked Chen Feng's details in the system. Whoosh! Detailed information pertaining to Chen Feng popped out. Mutated lumber bear gene, mutated thunder snake gene, mutated gold ant gene, obtained the praise of the deputy president. So it's a genius. The staff member was enlightened. He remembered that there indeed existed geniuses that would study all sorts of bizarre formulas yet would only study those they believed they needed to study and would not waste any time rushing their mastery over it. Hence, despite these people being incredibly powerful, their data would say otherwise. In his eyes, Chen Feng was one such person. A genius like this. The staff member shook his head slightly. So what if he was talented? Too many such geniuses had been disqualified at the very first round due to these geniuses only being suitable for doing research. However, those who participated in the rookie competition were those with true practical strength. Chen Feng? I don't know how far you can go. Pa! The staff member approved Chen Feng's registration. At the same time, in the Wang family, Wang Yu was fusing the final gene in his training regime. Pa! The reagent bottle in front of him exploded suddenly. Production failed. Damn it, dot. Wang Yu ferociously punched the table. Another failure. How many times had he failed? He couldn't even remember them anymore. Chen Feng. He clenched his teeth. Originally, he would have broken through to intermediate gene producer at the Purple Woods continent. Furthermore, he would continue improving, becoming a person of outstanding talent. However, now? It had been a month, yet he was still stuck here. Often, when he was on the verge of success, he would suddenly recall the soft whispers of Chen Feng by his ear. He felt both hatred and fear. Wang Tianhao glared at him viciously. Calm down. There are 3 more days. You must become an intermediate gene producer. Your spirit attribute is much higher than Chen Feng. What are you afraid of? Regardless of how strong his combat power is, he will still be surpassed by you. Understand? Wang Tianhao said coldly. Yes. Wang Yu lowered his head. This idiot. Wang Tianhao felt hatred for the iron for not becoming steel. 1. Continue practicing. Wang Tianhao suddenly said, if you can't even surpass Chen Feng, how are you supposed to lead the Wang family to greatness? I forgot to tell you, just earlier, we received information that Chen Feng has already registered for the rookie competition. What? Wang Yu was viciously shaken. He'd thought that he would be the only participant that was a high school graduate. After all, this was a rookie competition for those 25 years old or younger. He believed that the excellent special gene that caused his initial combat power to be almost zero was what had improved his gene production to the point where he was now nearly an intermediate gene producer. But Chen Feng? What was he relying on? He had lucked out to encounter several mutated F-class formulas? What good would that bottom-tier trash do?
Son, Wang Tianhao earnestly advised, I know that you do not have the courage to contend against Chen Feng. However, this is the Jin rookie competition.
This is supposed to be your home ground. Don't you want to prove yourself?
If you want to, then defeat him fair and square,
Wang Tianhao said passionately.
All right.
Wang Yu's blood boiled. He figured it out. Chen Feng possessed strong combat power, but so what? As long as he did not fight Chen Feng, wouldn't it be fine?
In the Jin rookie competition, one would compete in gene production, not combat power.
In this aspect, he was not afraid at all. Chen Feng. Oomph.
Finally, Wang Yu regained some of his confidence.
He was someone destined to lead the Wang family out of Gold City, establishing themselves internationally. How could he stop his steps for a mere, insignificant Chen Feng?
During this rookie competition, he had to get into the top 10.
Footnotes. 1.
Hatred for the iron for not becoming steel, to feel resentful towards someone for failing to meet expectations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 106, must obtain one of them. Chapter 106, must obtain one of them. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Gold City.
In the central square, the countdown had finally turned 0. The new Jin rookie competition had finally begun.
First round, city audition.
Picking the strongest producers among all the participants from each city to join the second round. Due to the difference in the size, number of people, culture, and difference in levels of each city, the quota of passable participants of each city was assigned in accordance with their previous competition results. Gold City only had 3 spots, while the number of participants of this city was 632 people. From the very start, the competition was already very cruel. In the virtual community, all virtual broadcast courses were halted, turning into personal streams of producers who participated in this competition. Everyone else could directly view this competition from the virtual streams. With the virtual stream technology, the viewers were almost like they were personally at the venue of the competition. This was also the grandest occasion at Gold City. At 9:30 a.m., all the participants reached the Gene Production Association punctually.
Whoosh! Identity verification. Chen Feng. Verification complete. Chen Feng entered the competition area assigned to him.
It was an area with a size of 9 square meters, surrounded by glass. Around him were all sorts of materials and virtual equipment. All of the equipment was set in predetermined locations and every single action of his would be streamed for the live broadcast. These are the materials used for the competition. Chen Feng looked through all the materials, trying to guess the materials that might be used. Soon, the others had entered one after another as well. Chen Feng was surprised to find that Mu Yuan and Wang Yu were not far away from him.
Chen Feng's heart jolted. What's the matter? There were over 600 participants, how could there be such a coincidence?
Hold on, he recalled that Mu Yuan was not someone from Gold City.
Why the heck was this guy here? I transferred my account here to this city earlier.
Mu Yuan walked over inside as he said, there's only a quota of 2 at my clear city.
Both have already been occupied. Seems like I can only come over here to see how I do here. Chen Feng.
Where's your face? Chen Feng felt doubtful.
Why are all of you in the same arena as me?
Focused individuals, Mu Yuan said in a low voice. Everyone included in the focused protection plan was placed here. Although there are a lot of participants, those able to make it to the final 3 are probably all right here.
So that's the case. Chen Feng understood. Focused individuals, eh? Chen Feng contemplated.
At this time, Wang Yu's gaze landed on Chen Feng. Both their gazes started crossing swords midair, and intense sparks resulted from it.
Ah!
Chen Feng looked at him as he lightly crossed his neck with his right hand, filled with killing intent.
You?
Wang Yu instinctively trembled, almost peeing himself from the scare. Shortly after, he realized that Chen Feng was trying to scare him. When he finally summoned his courage to once again raise his head, he noticed the faint smile in Chen Feng's eyes.
Damn it! Wang Yu's heart jolted.
Despite pretending that he wasn't bothered by it, in truth, he was extremely afraid of Chen Feng, even if they were now at the Gene Production Association. Chen Feng's extreme combat power, his unending trump cards, and his terrifying strength capable of killing D-class warriors were still causing him nightmares.
Chen Feng.
Wang Yu clenched his teeth.
Even if I can't defeat you, I will definitely surpass you in regard to gene production.
As he thought of his improvements these days, he felt somewhat confident.
Ah.
Chen Feng smiled faintly, no longer bothered with Wang Yu.
Soon. Chen Feng looked at the time.
At 10 sharp, the staff members of Gold City's Gene Production Association entered the arena.
The one standing in front was Zhang Wei. He's the one in charge of this arena? No wonder. Chen Feng contemplated.
Everyone, Zhang Wei said as he smiled, there are too many participants for this first round.
Hence, we won't be conducting individual tests.
Let me explain the rules and regulations of the competition.
The first round is somewhat special. The chosen representative of each branch will be the one to decide the content of the competition. We won't bother telling you all how cruel a competition the Gene Rookie competition is. In order to ensure that you all survive this competition alive, we at Gold City will be focusing on one's foundation in production. This competition will be divided into 5 stages. Each of the stages will have their own points. The top 3 with the highest scores will be eligible to participate in the second round of the Gene Rookie competition.
Oh yeah. Zhang Wei suddenly smiled. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with the bucket principle. 1. The Gene Rookie competition is the same. Your weakness will be a deciding factor in your final results in this competition. Hence, those failing to reach 60 points in each stage will be directly eliminated from the competition. Now, we will begin the first stage, production theory. This stage will cover all the theoretical foundation you have built in your career as a gene producer, containing the problems you might encounter in each formula or course of your gene production. The full score is 100 points, with 0.2 points per question.
The time limit is half an hour. Those failing will be eliminated from the competition. What? Everyone's expression changed greatly. Half an hour? 1,800 seconds. Full score of 100 points with 0.2 per question, which meant there were 500 questions? In other words, one needed to answer a question every 3 seconds on average? Regardless of the question one faced, one must finish reading the question and answer it in 3 seconds. No time given to one to think. Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This was only the first stage, yet it had already shocked everyone. Then, a smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face. Competition begins. Whoosh. Light swirled before their eyes. In front of everyone, an illusory light window appeared. On it were the questions. One needed to choose their answers from the window in front of them. Chen Feng took a look. Somewhat simple. Whoosh. He picked his answer quickly and started seriously answering the questions. Regarding his foundation, Chen Feng was still somewhat confident. The rich theoretical knowledge the body's original owner had and the bitter studies Chen Feng had done recently gave him this confidence. Despite the high amount of questions, all of them were multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. This was something devised not only for the competition, it was also here to consolidate the producer's knowledge. From this, one could see how much thought Gold City had put into this. Whoosh. Whoosh. Everyone was frantically answering the questions. This was the first time they had encountered such competition. Hence, they did not have a clear idea on the height of achievements of themselves or others in this aspect. Therefore, all of them were seriously answering the questions. Currently, at the live stream area of Gold City in the virtual community, the order of the participants who had previously been arranged in accordance to their popularity had been instantly messed up and started being rearranged in accordance to their individual scores in this competition. In 20 minutes, the top scorer had already accumulated a score of 80. Everyone entered his virtual stream and, like they were physically there, started looking at him with their own eyes not far away from him. As they watched him, they found that he had only used 1 second for each question. Too powerful. This guy seems like someone from the Wang family? Damn, these rich kids have indeed prepared themselves well. This person was indeed Wang Yu. His strong spiritual energy gave him a much better memory. Those vague or fleeting thoughts that flashed through in his mind could be easily grasped, helping him to greatly surpass an ordinary person. At the same time, the second-ranked person was relentlessly pursuing his score as well. Whoosh. Whoosh. The competition was still progressing. Chen Feng frowned slightly. It's getting somewhat hard. The initial questions were somewhat simple. However, toward the end, the questions were becoming more and more difficult. Up until now, there were even some questions that Chen Feng could not understand. What was vexing was the fact that there were too many fill-in-the-blank questions. As for multiple-choice questions? This was not a problem at all for Chen Feng.
Chen Feng was sure that, if he had been transmigrated to this world earlier to participate in the high school final examinations, he might even have become a top scorer or something, releasing a book on the secrets of scoring in examinations or something. With his luck aura, he could simply guess his way to become a top scorer.
Pity. Chen Feng sighed endlessly. He looked at his score, 58 points. Chen Feng sighed. I have still overestimated myself.
He had truly worked hard recently. However, he had not expected that his level would only barely be sufficient to pass this. From the time when he was still an aspiring gene producer till now, less than 3 months had passed. His path had been too fast and rushed. Despite his production level being sufficient, his knowledge in regard to gene production was still somewhat lacking compared to these youths participating in this competition. Most of the producers were between 23 and 25 years old. Chen Feng was only 18 years old. And he had only been in this profession for less than 3 months. Whoosh! Another multiple-choice question that he did not know the answer to appeared. After thinking about it, Chen Feng decided to give up on it instead of wasting his luck values. Since he had a sufficient score to pass this stage, there was no need to waste his luck values here.
Catching the attention of others with a high score? He wasn't in a hurry to do that.
The Gene Rookie competition was a production competition through and through. However, the first round audition done by the branches had actually decided to let them compete in their foundations.
For Chen Feng, this was extremely unfavorable.
Despite his ability, if his foundations were not sufficient, he would get eliminated during this round, losing the opportunity to participate in the actual Gene Rookie competition. Hence, he had to save his luck values.
Saving them for the crucial moments. 500 points.
Chen Feng looked at his luck value. After 1 whole month, he had only managed to save 500 points of luck value.
Hopefully, this would be sufficient to support him until the end of the competition.
This was his only trump card capable of helping him make a comeback.
Time passed. The 30 minutes ended quickly and the results of the first stage were announced.
Number 1, Zhang Lin with 96 points.
Number 2, Wang Yu with 92 points.
Chen Feng had a score of 60 points with a rank in the 200s. Mu Yuan, on the other hand, had 90 marks yet was only ranked 13, failing to enter the top 10.
Wang Yu actually got number 2?
Chen Feng was astonished. It was inevitable for Wang Yu to have better foundations than him. After all, he had only been a producer for less than 3 months, while Wang Yu had become a producer 2 years ago. They were simply in a different league. For Wang Yu to get the number 2 ranking, he found this interesting.
Your improvement is quite fast, eh?
Chen Feng had a toying smile on his face. Foundation was still a foundation, in the end, especially the theoretical part of it. Regardless of the methods used for the competition, ultimately, they would still need to start producing genes.
This was what Chen Feng was waiting for.
From the available 3 quotas, he had to get his hands on one of them.
Footnotes.
1. Bucket principle. The capacity of a bucket is determined by its shortest plank. Therefore, the overall capacity of the whole bucket will be impacted if there is one short plank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 107, Succeeding Forcefully. Chapter 107, Succeeding Forcefully. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Where did all these freaks come out from? Mu Yuan had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He was already a beginner producer with 80 stars, yet he couldn't even enter the top 10. What a scam!
One needed to know that only 3 spots were available for Gold City. If this continued, he would not even get a single one of the available spots.
Mu Yuan wept tearlessly. Is there any need for this to be so hard?
When he entered the Gene Rookie competition the previous year, this was what happened.
This year, it was still the same.
He looked at the information for the top 2 rankers. Wang Yu, 18 years old, and Zhang Lin, 22 years old. Both were younger than him.
The youngsters nowadays were so terrifying?
The geniuses of Gold City were even more terrifying than those at Clear City.
Damn it. If he had known earlier, would he have bothered with transferring his account over here?
Currently, the number of people in the livestream area of Gold City's virtual community numbered in the millions. The citizens of Gold City were looking at the 2 who ranked high above with a stunned expression. Compared to Zhang Lin, Wang Yu appeared to be the one who had truly shown. That was because he was only 18 years old. 4 years younger than Zhang Lin.
So young.
Nowadays, even 18-year-olds dare to join the competition. Oh, right, I heard that recently. There was something called the strongest gene that was rather popular.
Chen Feng. Oh, yes. Is he in this competition?
Instinctively, everyone searched for Chen Feng's name.
Surprisingly, they found it.
However, when they opened his information with excitement, they found that Chen Feng was ranked in the 200s.
This? 60 points? Barely passing. He is, after all, a commoner. Compared to someone from an influential family like Wang Yu, it's not the same. True. Everyone sighed. With this result, Chen Feng might be eliminated in the next stage, right?
This extinguished the flame in the hearts of those commoners that hoped for a commoner to make a comeback against the wealthy. They had indeed been too wishful. Currently, at the Gene Production Association, with the announcement of the results, the elimination began. Out of 632 participants, only 310 remained. 322 participants were eliminated. Looking at the empty arena, everyone felt a chilling cold in their heart. Then, let's begin the second stage, Zhang Wei said indifferently.
Dealing with unexpected incidents. The first stage was on theoretical foundations. However, there were things that couldn't be theorized. If one were to encounter an unexpected incident with a low probability of appearance, how would they deal with it? Whoosh! Light swirled. The scene before everyone's eyes changed as they entered the virtual world. The lights surrounding them flickered. A fully equipped production environment appeared before them. All sorts of materials and incubator liquid were fully prepared. Even the production process was half done. At this time, bang! One of the reagents exploded abruptly. Time froze. In this situation, how should one deal with it? Zhang Wei's cold voice resounded in their ears. In half an hour, 10 unexpected scenarios will be simulated. Solving one scenario will grant 10 points. Those failing will be eliminated.
As the participants heard this, they immediately started anxiously solving the problem presented to them. Some of them had had similar previous experiences, so they were able to easily solve the problem presented to them. As for Chen Feng, he stood there with a dumbfounded expression.
What was this? In a normal production, such a scenario could happen? He was totally unaware of it.
Despite only having less than 3 months' experience, Chen Feng's success rate was so terrifying that it caused one's hair to stand up in anger. Even when he was grinding his formulas, he would use his luck value to reach a certain mastery over the formula before starting his grind. The various problems one might encounter when they first started with a certain formula were something that he had never encountered.
How should he deal with this?
Chen Feng tried solving the problem with his own methods.
Bang! The whole thing exploded. First unexpected scenario, fail. Chen Feng. Damnable unexpected scenario. Was he in the wrong for having too high of a success rate? Chen Feng was too tired to even berate this method of competition. However, he was aware that it was normal for an average person to encounter these scenarios. Dealing with such scenarios was something a producer had to learn. He had to pass this stage. Let's give it another try. Chen Feng tried again. Bang! Second unexpected scenario, fail. Attempting once again. Bang! Third unexpected scenario, fail. Is it really so hard?
Chen Feng felt his head aching.
Another attempt. Bang! Fourth unexpected scenario, fail. Chen Feng. 4 attempts. 0 successes. He was now certain that his production methods were simply an exotic existence in itself. However, if this continued, he would be eliminated. Currently, Zhang Wei and some other people were paying attention to Chen Feng as well. After all, the name of the strongest gene in Chen Feng was too popular nowadays. However, they did not expect that Chen Feng actually lacked experience in this aspect. He's going to get eliminated. Zhang Wei shook his head. He believed that Chen Feng had better talent and accomplishments compared to Wang Yu. However, he required time. Let's watch Wang Yu instead. Zhang Wei switched his stream and started watching Wang Yu's stream. A lot of the people here thought the same thing and left one after another. None noticed the gold glint that had flickered in Chen Feng's pupils before disappearing. Luck aura, activate. It begins. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. In front of him was another unexpected scenario. Due to a certain newbie's mistake, 2 different genes had reacted erroneously. Now, Chen Feng had to use his knowledge to remedy this. How should he remedy this? In all honesty, Chen Feng had no idea. Anyway, he simply needed to ensure the success of this production for this question to be considered solved, right? If so, let's begin, then.
Based on his understanding, an erroneous gene reaction during this step would cause the production success rate to greatly decrease, affecting the production greatly such that it was near impossible for it to be successful.
However, there was still a chance of success, right?
Whoosh! Chen Feng forcefully fused these genes.
Production successful. 1 point of luck value used. Done.
Chen Feng calmly submitted the completed reagent.
Whoosh!
Light swirled before his eyes.
The 5th unexpected scenario, complete. Next. The 6th unexpected scenario appeared. In an experimental production, due to the unsuitable environment, some particles that couldn't be seen with the naked eye had fallen into the incubator liquid. This was also the only conditioner available for the producer. Hence, one needed to look for a way to destroy these unwanted particles so that they couldn't affect the gene breeding process. Chen Feng thought of it. The regular method seemed to be something like in accordance to the parameter of the incubator liquid, create something that would not cause any harm to the incubator liquid yet be able to destroy those particles? Or there was other method? Chen Feng lacked understanding on such unexpected scenarios. However, when the gene was undergoing the fusion process, as long as the particles obediently hide themselves at the corner of the incubator liquid so that they wouldn't affect the gene breeding process, wouldn't everything be fine? Feasible. Whoosh!
Once again, Chen Feng forced the fusion.
6th unexpected scenario, complete. Done. Chen Feng was calm.
The 7th time, 8th time, 9th time.
Chen Feng was going full throttle.
Soon, the second stage of the competition ended. Number 1, Zhang Lin, 10 successes.
Number 2, Wang Yu, 10 successes. Results announced. Out of the remaining 310 participants, 157 were eliminated. Only 153 remaining.
Less than half of the original participants remained. Another round of cruel elimination. However, at this time, before Zhang Wei and the rest had the opportunity to lament the cruelty of the competition, with a dumbfounded expression, they stared at the name that appeared on the last place, Chen Feng.
He had not been eliminated? Zhang Wei's face was filled with question marks. Chen Feng? Didn't he fail 4 times in a row right off the bat? What's happening?
A lot of viewers watching the livestream were confused as well. They remembered that Chen Feng had encountered 4 failures in a row right off the bat, causing a lot of people to lose hope. How was he still the person in the last place? This was illogical.
Check what happened. Some couldn't understand and took out Chen Feng's records.
What they saw next was the most ridiculous method of handling unexpected incidents they had ever seen in their life.
The method being, not handling the incident. Fusing forcefully and succeeding forcefully. What's happening? The viewers had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. This should be his genetic ability, a staff member said calmly. Nowadays, everyone possessed genetic abilities.
A lot of people possessed genetic abilities capable of assisting in gene production. Some were abilities used in the digitized world, while some were abilities used during the fusion process.
This Chen Feng clearly possessed a similar genetic ability. So that's the case. Everyone felt enlightened. However, this was only the second stage and he was already forced to the point where his genetic ability needed to be used. This proved that the level of this Chen Feng guy wasn't particularly high. He will probably fail to get through the 3rd stage. That's for sure. Barely passing every single time. Everyone shook their head. And now, the 3rd stage, begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Where is the problem? Chapter 108, Where is the problem? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
This stage will be about spiritual control. In the Gene Rookie competition, spiritual control is extremely important. One could even increase one's spiritual control at the last minute to improve one's production skills.
This stage will be very simple. There are only 100 points and 0 points. After 3 minutes, the surviving ones will pass. Schwa!
Just as Zhang Wei said those words, the scene before everyone's eyes changed once again.
The virtual world took shape. Their surroundings become a vast ocean. Over 100 producers floated on the sea, standing only on a lonesome plank. What situation is this? Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. Surviving? What does that mean? Hua! Suddenly, the seawater became lively.
Drops of seawater splashed around, a dreadful sound coming from them. Something seemed to be seriously wrong with the water here. Once one fell into it, one would certainly die.
One only needs to survive the sea waves? However, how does this relate to spiritual control? Just as Chen Feng was feeling doubtful. Ka!
A crack appeared on the plank below him, slowly spreading.
Not good. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Spiritual energy spread out.
The plank that was going to break into pieces was forced together again under the control of spiritual energy, appearing like a brand new plank. So this is how it works. Chen Feng felt enlightened.
Using spiritual energy to control the plank so that it wouldn't break into pieces.
When under such an extreme control of spiritual energy, along with the unending sea waves, the pressure on one's spiritual control would increase with time.
The moment one couldn't hold on any longer, one would fall into the sea and die. This would also eliminate those producers whose spirit attribute was too low in an indirect manner. An act of killing two birds with one stone. Bang! The seawater became violent. Splash! One producer after another started falling into the sea. Elimination. This was what true elimination looked like. The seawater was still increasing in violence. On the sea surface, Wang Yu was seated cross-legged.
The plank below him was still and unmoving. His extremely powerful spiritual energy ensured his dominance over everyone else, becoming someone none could surpass. At around the 2-minute mark, once again, a group of people started falling into the sea. Some used their genetic ability to forcefully enhance their spiritual control. However, some of them still ended up eliminated due to the duration of their spiritual control enhancement being too short. Out of 153 participants, only 82 remained. The elimination continued.
Ka!
A crisp sound could be heard. Chen Feng cursed inwardly as he couldn't keep the plank below him together any longer. Despite his bitter training during this period of time that had increased his spirit attribute to 250 points, the rapid speed of increase had also caused him to be somewhat lacking in terms of spiritual control. He was even worse off than Mu Yuan.
I can't hold on any longer? Chen Feng's heart jolted. The Aurora reagent would increase his spiritual control to the limits.
However, in the first round, usage of gene reagents was prohibited. Furthermore, the Aurora reagent only had a duration of 10 seconds anyway.
Currently, Zhang Wei and the rest had also noticed the broken plank below Chen Feng.
It was broken, and the crack was still spreading without stop. After a few more seconds, the cracks would definitely turn the plank into countless fragments, causing Chen Feng to fall into the sea, closing the curtain of the current competition on him.
Chen Feng.
Mu Yuan was somewhat anxious. He was aware of how powerful Chen Feng was. However, Chen Feng was, after all, still too new a producer. Hence, his foundations were somewhat lacking. If he failed this stage, he would be in trouble.
Ka! Another crisp sound.
The single plank below Chen Feng had broken into around 7 or 8 pieces, and could break off totally at any time.
This won't do.
A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. The seawater was too violent. If this continued, he would only die. What should he do?
Luck value? Useless.
In this situation where only pure force was required, luck value wouldn't have too much of an impact. If he used them to affect the reality instead, his 500 points of luck value might be exhausted instantly. That would truly be a dishonest amount of exhaustion.
Spiritual control. Plank.
Chen Feng suddenly thought of something.
Why must he insist on using spiritual control? As long as the plank didn't break, wouldn't it be fine? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Shwa.
Chen Feng squatted down and pressed his right palm on the plank. One wind blade after another was shot out of his hand. The wind blades were in liquid form that clung onto the plank.
Next, ice blades shot out, freezing the whole plank. The wooden plank instantly transformed into something as firm as an iron plank. Seawater? He. Bang! Bang! The sea waves become even fiercer.
The plank with countless cracks below Chen Feng attracted a lot of attention. A lot of viewers were waiting for the disintegration of Chen Feng's plank.
However, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Right until the last seconds, Chen Feng still remained. Finally, the 3 minutes ended.
Chen Feng had smoothly survived till the end.
Everyone had a dumbfounded expression on their face. Even with that, the plank did not break off? Are you joking?
One needed to know that, despite the plank being something specially created for this competition, the seawater was also something specially created for this competition. Based on what they observed from those who had fallen into the sea, as long as cracks started appearing on the plank, a chain effect would be created, resulting in the plank breaking into pieces. It was something one couldn't stop unless one used their spiritual energy to control it and hold them together forcefully. However, Chen Feng's plank, which had already split into 7 or 8 pieces, still lasted till the end.
What on earth was going on? Everyone was confused. I keep having a feeling that something is wrong, some people muttered.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the whole thing being streamed live, I would have thought that he cheated, some muttered.
However, no matter what, Chen Feng had survived till the end.
The third stage ended. Out of 153 participants, only 42 remained.
Another round of dreadful rate of elimination. All right, everyone.
I congratulate you all for passing the third stage.
Next will be the fourth stage, power of observation.
It is very normal for problems to arise when one is in process of producing genes.
Some errors can be remedied.
You have all encountered these situations in the second stage.
However, some errors simply can't be remedied.
As long as one encounters such errors, they will fail their production. Hence, this will depend on your power of observation, to notice the problem in advance and deal with it in advance, destroying the error in its infancy.
Understand?
Jiang Wei smiled as he looked at them in front of him.
Then, the fourth stage will begin. 10 incidents will be simulated. Each successful incident will grant 10 points. Those failing will be eliminated. Schwa.
The scene before everyone changed and the stage begun.
Hum. Light swirled around Chen Feng.
The virtual scene formed. It was a scene where a production was in progress.
MHM. Lumber Bear Gene. A gene that Chen Feng was extremely familiar with.
Seemed like the gene used for this stage was the easier genes among those the participants had mastered.
First step, gene search. No problems found. Second step, gene reaction. No problems found. Third step, gene fusion. No problems found.
Sealing the gene reagent.
Bang! The gene reagent exploded. Fail. Chen Feng was lost. This production failed? It did not make any sense.
It was reasonable to say that this was a gene that he was extremely familiar with.
How would it fail? Unless the hidden problem was located in the environment?
The lumber bear gene had no problems in itself. However, due to a problem that existed in the environment around them, it had caused a certain problem on the gene.
Next, Chen Feng entered the second virtual scenario.
It was still the lumber bear gene. However, this time, the environment was different. Chen Feng's guesses were indeed correct.
This so-called hidden problem was something occurring due to the environment. Let me take a good look. What is the problem here? Chen Feng sneered. Production. Observation. Carefully, Chen Feng did everything step by step. However, he still failed to find any problems. Production complete, sealing the reagent. Bang! Gene exploded. Fail. Chen Feng. What damnable situation was it actually?
The third scenario, fourth scenario, every single time, the environment would be different. Chen Feng had also finally found some situations that would probably cause problems, however.
It was pointless.
He had no idea how those problems could be solved. Based on his guesses, each of the simulated environment would have different effects on the gene produced. If one wanted to produce successfully, one had to locate the particles in the environment capable of affecting the production before eliminating the particles.
However, all of this was something Chen Feng did not know how to do. A same situation again.
Chen Feng felt his head aching.
Encountering such problems, even if he were to use the luck aura, he would still need to think of how the luck aura should be used, as his luck aura's usage required his guidance. His next failure would result in his elimination. I need to think of something.
Chen Feng sank into contemplation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 109, Ending the Problem in its Infancy. Chapter 109, Ending the Problem in its Infancy. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Far away from him, Mu Yuan was encountering the same issue as Chen Feng.
However, light swirled in both his eyes as he activated his genetic ability, Quick Eyes, which greatly increased his power of observation, helping him to instantly discover the problem.
Here. He easily found the particle. Production success. Increased difficulty? Mu Yuan sneered.
Nothing could hide before his quick eyes. At the same time, in the area, everyone displayed their abilities. Facing these problems that were almost untraceable, only by depending on extremely powerful observation and one's rich production experiences could one solve the problems.
Schwa. Some considered the problem from all possible angles. Some rushed rapidly. Wang Yu. Zhang Lin.
Each and every single one of the participants pushed their limits. At this time, Zhang Wei's gaze landed on Chen Feng once again.
4 fails. MHM.
Exactly the same as the previous stages. He did not find this surprising, as Chen Feng traveled a completely different path than Wang Yu. If one insisted on analyzing it, Wang Yu was akin to someone meeting all the official standards, while Chen Feng was an unorthodox existence. However, regardless of how unorthodox one was, one's foundations had to reach a certain level, or else it would be too easy for one to fail unexpectedly on the verge of success. This was the true purpose of this round of competition.
One who only knew how to produce. That was unacceptable.
Those who had not experienced the Gene Rookie competition would have no idea how cruel the competition was.
In the competition, one might even die.
Comparatively, the round of competition these people were going through currently was too simple. The reason one's foundation was used as the criteria for elimination during this round was to protect this bunch of producers who were still not particularly powerful.
Chen Feng. Zhang Wei concentrated his gaze. In the virtual community, a lot of viewers noticed Chen Feng's current plight. Just like the previous times, he met 4 failures. This time, a lot of those who had left earlier during the previous stages refused to leave no matter what. I refuse to believe that he will still succeed with this. Yeah. Let's sit and wait for his next failure. Countless people spectated him. What was there to watch with Wang Yu?
Succeeding every single time had instead made it something boring to watch. Instead, it was the Chen Feng who had managed to survive the elimination that had become the highlight.
What was interesting was that, due to this bizarre situation, the live stream of Chen Feng, a person who was at the bottom rankings in the competition, had actually increased in popularity, exceeding Wang Yu. At the same time, Schwa. Chen Feng's 5th scenario began. It's starting. Everyone was excited.
As viewers, they possessed a field of vision akin to a god and were able to clearly see the hidden problems of the simulated environment. Furthermore, they could even know when the problematic particles would sneak into the genes. They found the bitter expression on the face of the producers who failed to discover the problems amusing to watch. In the simulated scenario, Chen Feng walked to the center of the area. He took out the materials and started his production. At this moment, everyone could clearly see some shiny particles sneaking into the lumber bear blood essence.
Here it comes. Everyone was excited.
This was exactly the same situation as the first scenario Chen Feng had encountered here.
These particles would sneak into the blood essence, altering the lumber bear gene.
If one failed to discover these particles at this point, the subsequent production would simply fail.
Schwa. Chen Feng continued his production.
He did not discover it.
666666661. Seems like there's no escaping getting eliminated this time. I'm fainting.
I was expecting him to discover the problem.
Everyone was speechless.
Subsequently, they saw Chen Feng complete the production as usual.
He's going to fail. Seems like Chen Feng is going to get eliminated for real.
Sigh, continuous failures like this.
Why hasn't he improved at all?
Everyone had a feeling of hating the iron for not becoming steel, too.
Schwa.
Chen Feng started sealing the produced gene.
Production successful.
The virtual scenario started its adjustment. Everyone widened their eyes abruptly.
What was going on? It succeeded? Shit. How was that possible?
This.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
They could vividly remember that Chen Feng had not done anything to that particle. They had clearly seen those particles sneaking into the blood essence.
What was going on?
Those particles are capable of altering a certain part of the lumber bear gene's formula.
The production shouldn't have remained fine. Everyone muttered. Too mystical.
Everyone started spreading the news and Chen Feng's livestream become even more popular.
I refuse to believe he can still do it. Pay more attention during the next scenario. Everyone opened their eyes wide. 6th scenario began.
This time, the particles sneaked into the gene during the gene reaction stage. These particles were supposed to react with the gene, altering them once more.
However, it was ineffective. Chen Feng completed his production calmly and succeeded. Another success? Everyone was stupefied. What damnable situation was this? 7th scenario. 8th scenario. 9th scenario. Different environments, different particles. Desert. Cold environment. All sorts of bizarre environments appeared. However, they were all ineffective.
Chen Feng seemed to be immune to those particles. Whatever particles entered his world would be rendered ineffective, allowing all his productions to be successful.
How is this possible? None could understand what's happening. Look at Mu Yuan.
When he eliminated the particles, it was clear for everyone to see. He had utilized quick eyes, letting the viewers know that the particles couldn't hide from him, and they ended up getting destroyed by him. The others were using their own different methods, depending on either their ability or experiences. Chen Feng, however, was the only one who solved the problem without a trace or clue as to how he did it. One could also say that he hadn't discovered the particles at all.
Genetic ability? How is it possible for him to have so many genetic abilities? Don't forget he is only E-class, alright? Everyone was speechless.
At the same time, in the Gold City's branch of Gene Production Association, the staff member responsible for the virtual programs of the competition noticed this. The chain of reports caused him to believe that a bug had appeared in his programs.
What's the situation?
Somewhat dazed, the staff member finished reading all the reports.
Ineffective? He checked the data. There's nothing wrong. At least, the data shown on the display window was correct.
These particles were specially prepared gene particles, hence, they could react with genes easily. Furthermore, they possess tracking abilities as well.
For example,
the special particles in the scenarios generated for Chen Feng. The staff member checked and found that almost all of these particles possessed a certain level of tracking and identifying ability. They would automatically avoid other genes, looking for the lumberbear's AO gene before reacting with that gene to alter its nature.
This was one of the most common interference programs of the simulation program.
It was impossible to generate such scenarios in the real world.
However, in the virtual world, simulating a scenario was something easily accomplishable.
These special particles were extremely lively and intelligent.
As long as they entered the simulated digitized world, they would absolutely succeed. Ineffective? Impossible. There was some problem with Chen Feng.
The staff member's expression became solemn.
Some people indeed possess genetic abilities suitable for cheating.
However, due to the sheer size of the Gene Production Association, none dare to do this so as to avoid provoking them.
The staff member sneered. Interesting. There's one more scenario? He looked at it.
Chen Feng had finished 9 of his scenarios.
There was still one final scenario.
Activate tracer particle, the staff member said calmly. Tracer particle activated, a cold, mechanical sound replied.
Schwa, dot. A special particle activated its tracing mode.
Trailing behind the particles in the environment, they entered Chen Feng's digitized world. With the tracer particle, every single particle there was incomparably distinct.
The staff member sneered. Let me see clearly, how are you cheating? 10 environmental particles, 1 tracer particle.
On the huge screen in the office, every single movement of these particles was being recorded. The staff member did not even blink. The particles entered the blood essence smoothly.
Seeking the gene. Schwa. Schwa. The environmental particles were searching for their target gene non-stop. Ding. A light sound. Found it.
The environmental particles found a certain gene particle of the lumberbear gene and streaked over in excitement. However, right at this moment, an astonishing thing happened.
The initial solemn expression of the staff member was replaced with a blank expression. Shit? This, dot.
The staff member's mouth was open so wide a goose egg could be stuffed into it, and his mouth remained so for a long time.
God! What had he seen? Those environmental particles with a specific mission had actually been intercepted by other genes, resulting in a forced reaction with the other genes, causing them to fail their mission?
The staff member was stupefied.
He was truly stupefied.
He had been employed here for several decades, yet he had never seen something so astonishing. This was how his program was set. The target gene in the lumberbear gene would be set as a beautiful woman, while the environmental particles would be set as a handsome guy. These handsome guys would be in charge of dealing with these beautiful women, causing her to lose her effectiveness. However, before the handsome guy had managed to approach the beautiful woman, the handsome guy was dragged away forcefully and ravaged. The staff member remained in a stupor for a long time.
What damnable situation was this? An ordinary person would deal with the problem when they encountered one.
There were also some who destroyed the problem in its cradle in a mechanical fashion.
As for Chen Feng, he had crushed the problem in its infancy. Footnotes.
1. As mentioned in previous chapters, this is equivalent to GG/well played.
2. To feel resentful for someone for not meeting expectations. Translator's thoughts. Limaston.
Bonus chapter as a token of thanks for the Power Stones. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 110, Digital Battle. Chapter 110, Digital Battle. Translator, Limaston Editor, Tenish. The fourth stage ended.
The originally 42 remaining participants had been reduced to the sad amount of 12 participants. What everyone felt curious about was the fact that Chen Feng was still among these survivors. And he still maintained his borderline passing score.
What's the situation? Chen Feng is still in it?
I heard he succeeded 6 times in a row.
Everyone exclaimed in admiration.
There were some who were unsatisfied and reported him for cheating. However, in a short time, the staff members replied that no problems were found on how Chen Feng worked.
Chen Feng entered the 5th stage successfully. This guy. Everyone was shocked.
All right, everyone, Zhang Wei said indifferently.
My congratulations for entering the final stage.
You have all passed the foundational examinations.
Everyone here is quite the capable individual.
For the final stage, it will be a true gene production. We will provide the formulas and materials and you all will be producing it. I don't care whether you are beginner producers or intermediate producers. You must all guarantee 100% success rate for F-class formula.
Hence, this time, the formula we provide will be an ordinary F-class formula.
60 points for successful production. Subsequently, an evaluation committee of 10 gene producers will be in charge of grading you all, deciding your final scores. The full score available, 100 points.
Zhang Wei finished saying the rules. Schwa. Almost everyone instinctively looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was finished. Everyone had an odd expression.
What's up? There were some who had yet to realize what's going on. Take a look at the scores yourself, one of them said softly.
Ah. He instinctively looked at the total scores and his expression changed greatly. Total scores. First place, Zhang Lin, 346 points. Second place, Wang Yu, 342 points. Third place, Mu Yuan, 330 points. Fourth place, Li Si, 320 points. The main point was Chen Feng's score being 280 points. 3 times with 60 points and the 100 points of the 3-minute plank stage, a total of 280 points. A grand total of 50 points less than the third place holder, Mu Yuan. This data. In other words, Mu Yuan only needs 50 points and Chen Feng will be out of here? Some realized the crux. Indeed. Even if 50 points was a failing score, ultimately, however, the rankings would be decided by the total scores. Regardless of the results of other participants, Chen Feng was too far away from Mu Yuan. What was the concept of 50 points? Mu Yuan only needed to produce his gene successfully to get 60 points. As for Chen Feng? Even if he get the full score of 100 points, it would still be pointless for him. Unless Mu Yuan failed his production. However, even if Mu Yuan were to be so incredibly unlucky as to fail his production, the fourth place holder's score of 320 points was also something Chen Feng couldn't catch up to even if he were to get full scores for this round. There were also those at the 5th place, 6th place. As long as one of them succeeded in their production, Chen Feng would not be placed into the top 3 even if he got the full 100 points. This. Everyone finally understood. Chen Feng had actually gotten himself eliminated in such a manner? Despite passing every stage to reach the final stage, due to their total scores being too low, they did not even have the qualifications to try challenging the top 3 ranks. In all honesty, those qualified to fight for the top 3 positions were only the current top 6 rankers. The remaining 6, Chen Feng included, were merely cannon fodder. To get eliminated in such a manner. Nothing can be done about it, he's too young. He is, after all, different than Wang Yu. Everyone sighed with regret. Currently, Chen Feng had an odd expression on his face as well. That was because the Wang Yu who had been terrified for a long time, to the point where he did not have the courage to look face to face with Chen Feng, had actually taken the initiative to walk to him and start comforting him. That's right, comfort. Giving up just like this? I'm looking forward to you grabbing 3rd place. After finishing, Wang Yu turned around and left. Chen Feng. Comfort? Indeed, Wang Yu had comforted him. Despite Chen Feng appeared to be someone whose elimination was sure, there was still a chance. The 100 available points were assigned based on the parameters set by the result of the produced reagent. Reagents with full effectiveness would be given a score of 100. If so, what about those that exceeded this effectiveness? He would receive extra points. For example, mutation. This was Chen Feng's chance. Hence, Chen Feng believed that he only needed to produce a mutated reagent. It wouldn't be any problem for him to get the third place. However, what caused him to worry was Wang Yu's behavior. Something is fishy. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Wang Yu's previous horror did not appear to be something fake. However, he had suddenly manned up? Had he overdosed on Viagra? Wang Yu had actually comforted him? It probably wasn't as simple as overdosing on Viagra. He had probably taken the wrong medicine. This won't do. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Too passive. He did not have the resources of the Wang family. He did not have any influence either. He had always been a lone ranger. However, the lack of information caused him to feel extremely passive. He needed to think of something. Luck value? Nope, his current luck values were too low. The moment it was applied to affect reality, 500 points of luck value were simply akin to a drizzle, fully exhausted within minutes. What to do, then? Chen Feng suddenly recalled Qin Jie's ability. Sky Symphony. Naturally, he did not have this ability. However, was there such an ability within the illusionary snake gene? Let's try. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Myriad illusions. Luck aura, activate. Chen Feng instinctively released a translucent wind blade. The wind blade blended into his body instantly. At this instant, Chen Feng felt that countless voices and sounds could be heard. Everything within 100 meters was akin to something right beside his ear. Done. Chen Feng steadied his heart. Indeed. A scouting-related gene indeed existed within myriad illusions. It was somewhat weak, though. Chen Feng's current spiritual energy was too weak. The genes he was able to utilize would be the genes with spirit requirements that were lower than his current spiritual energy. Furthermore, the ability was fused into Windblade. As such, it had an extremely weak effect. A 2-star secret art in Chen Feng's hand only possessed a hearing distance of a short 100 meters. Too weak. This won't do. Chen Feng started thinking. What if another one was added on top of it? Shwa! A second same wind blade appeared. As it blended into his body, his original hearing distance of 100 meters increased to 200 meters. Extremely formidable. Feasible. Chen Feng was excited. Did this not signify that, in the future, he would possess scouting abilities? He, as a lone person, was equivalent to a genetic squad. Then, let me try and see how powerful you are. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. Shwa! A succession of wind blades were unleashed within his body. Luck aura was fully activated. In a split second, 100 wind blades blended with his body. Chen Feng had the sensation that, at this instant, he had come into possession of a god's vision. Everything within 10,000 meters was akin to something right beside his ear. So powerful. Chen Feng's heart trembled. Wang family. Wang Yu's behavior caused him to instinctively focus on the Wang family. Vaguely, he could hear some indistinct voices. Chen Feng, too abnormal, must die, digital attack. This was Wang Tianhao's voice. I can't, however, Wang Yu can. This was the voice of that chrysanthemum freak he met previously. Who was it? An abrupt shout. Chen Feng's listening in was forcefully ended. Gold City. Wang family. Oomph. Wang Tianhao had an unsightly expression. There is actually someone spying in this place? No worries. Old Mei sneered. With the barrier I placed, there are less than 3 in Gold City capable of listening in to our conversation. And among them, none are able to hide it from me. This is true indeed. Wang Tianhao's expression eased. Wang Yu will still be counting on your guidance. Don't worry. Old Mei sneered. That brat shattered one of my plum blossom imprint. This time, I must take care of him. As long as he dares to start producing gene, I will assure his death. Currently, at the competition. An odd smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Due to his opponent's barrier, he couldn't hear much. Due to his opponent being too strong, his listening was even interrupted forcefully. However, what he had heard was sufficient. Digital attack?
When reading the information related to the competitions, he came across this. This was the scariest battle during the practical part of the Gene Rookie competition. Simply put, this was simply an act of attacking and defending in the digitized world. In the cruel Gene Rookie competition, the producers might not be allowed to fight each other.
However, spiritual interference was permitted. Could one imagine that, when one was gene searching, the gene fragments suddenly raged, or even started attacking the digitized world? What would happen in this situation? Death. Or turning into a vegetative state. A battle happening within the digitized world could even be much crueler than a battle in reality. The digitized world was simply one spiritual world. The gene fragments within were one's weapons. One could use spiritual energy to control these gene fragments to attack and defend. When facing such an attack, if one couldn't defeat their opponent, one had to decisively give up on the fight. This way, even if one failed, one's real body would not be affected. However, the moment one's gene fragments were destroyed and one's digitized world collapsed, one would collapse spiritually as well. One might die from this. The numbers of producers dying yearly under such circumstances during the Gene Rookie competition was so high it was uncountable. Furthermore, each year, there were people requesting for the cancellation of digital battles in the competition. However, this was an inherent part of gene production. It could be prohibited in a competition. However, in real life, who would be bothered with any prohibitions? If one couldn't even master such basic abilities, one might really die. Fortunately, such situations were not too common. Digital battles were normally a domain exclusive to advanced producers. Only very few among intermediate producers were able to perform such a feat. These people were those who had mastered such a feat by relying on the special genetic abilities they had. These kinds of people would be weak in all other aspects despite possessing the ability to engage in digital battle. In other words, those only good at only a certain aspect would not be the ones surviving till the end in this competition. However, Feng had never expected Wang Yu to be one of those who learned of ways to engage in digital battle. On top of that, Wang Yu was actually planning to make a move on him. Where did this courage and confidence come from? Or maybe the old chrysanthemum would be the one making the move? Feng smiled suddenly. Digital battle? He truly looked forward to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, This is My World. Chapter 111, This is My World. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Gene Production Association. The fifth stage began. Zhang Wei provided a brand new 3-star F-class gene formula and the materials for it. Earthworm's body gene. Difficulty, 3-star. Class, F. Function, using earthworm gene as the core, able to link two same F-class gene reagents together, enabling the reagents to display better effects. This was a very interesting gene. Despite having all sorts of limitations with low practicality, its research value was unquestionable. After everyone familiarized themselves with the formula, they started their production. Those capable of reaching this stage were basically those who were incredibly well practiced in F-class formulas. Ordinary F-class formulas wouldn't pose these people any problems. Everyone seriously started their production while millions of Gold City citizens viewed the competition, waiting for the 3 representatives of Gold City to emerge from this round of competition. Feng, on the other hand, was somewhat half-hearted in his production. Has he given up? Sigh, nothing can be done about it. His elimination is already a sure fact. What else can he do? Everyone sighed. Feng was observing Wang Yu with the corner of his eyes. Indeed. Wang Yu seemed busy, but in truth, he had yet to truly start his production either. He was waiting for Feng. Interesting. Feng smiled. So you comforted me because you were afraid that I wouldn't bother with starting my production? If that's the case, I will do as you wish. Schwa. Feng took the blood essence out. Bang. Light swirled before his eyes and Feng entered the digitized world. His digitized world was currently in a chaotic state. The freshly extracted blood essence genes filled every nook of the vast world, wandering around unceasingly. This was an unconstructed digitized world. There was no sky. There was no earth. A vast expanse of primal chaos. Schwa. Feng waved his hand. He started the gene search step. However, at this very moment, bang! Crack appeared midair. A huge hole appeared in the chaotic digitized world. A lofty silhouette split his own digitized world and entered here with a plum blossom below his foot. This person was precisely Wang Yu. Currently, at the competition venue, Zhang Wei was suddenly startled awake. Digital battle? Zhang Wei's expression changed greatly. He had never expected someone would dare to engage in digital battle in the very first round of competition. This was an act of putting one's life on the line. It was still the very first round. Are they going insane?
Zhang Wei checked carefully and found with shock that it was actually Wang Yu making a move against Chen Feng.
Damn it! Zhang Wei's first reaction was to stop it. However, he was stopped by the producer beside him.
It's improper, the producer said in a low voice.
They haven't violated any rules, we can't get involved in it. But Zhang Wei was burning with anxiety. Chen Feng was an incredibly talented person.
Despite not having any achievements in this year's competition, in the next few years, he would definitely have some accomplishments in the competition.
If something happened to him now, he couldn't imagine it. Don't be reckless. The producer stopped Zhang Wei.
Both are rookies that graduated from high school.
What are you afraid of? I hope you're right. Zhang Wei was anxious. Rookie? Chen Feng was definitely one. However, Wang Yu.
As he recalled the conflict between Chen Feng and Wang Yu his underlings had reported previously, he could feel that something troublesome was going to happen this time.
Chen Feng, I hope you can hold on.
Zhang Wei quickly submitted the report to the higher authorities, hoping that this battle could be stopped as soon as possible. Currently, in the digitized world, Wang Yu stood on the plum blossom, akin to God's child.
Chen Feng.
When Wang Yu felt the formidable power flowing within himself, he almost moaned these words out.
Do you know? I have waited for this moment for a long time. Waiting to come here to kill you. He had suffered too crushing a defeat in Chen Feng's hand. One time after another. Never a single victory.
Hence, when Old Mei had agreed to accompany him as he made his move, he agreed without hesitation. He knew that this was the best chance to kill Chen Feng.
Is that so? Chen Feng sighed. Wang Yao should be very disappointed, right? How does this have anything to do with her? Killing intent was spilling out from Wang Yu.
If it wasn't for her help, you would have been dead a long time ago.
Oomph. In the real world, I can't kill you. However, we are now in the digitized world. Here is my home ground. Bang!
The empty space started collapsing while Wang Yu's digitized world descended. Instantly, both digitized worlds overlapped with each other. Different from Chen Feng's chaotic digitized world, Wang Yu's digitized world was something that already had a basic foundational structure, despite the structures being rather crude.
Bang! Earth formed under their feet.
In the sky, the doubled amount of genes mixed together, wandering around the air. Due to the appearance of unfamiliar auras around them, the original genes of both digitized worlds started becoming irritated and unstable.
Gene mix. This was the collision of two digitized worlds. Condense. Wang Yu pointed midair. Schwa.
Gene fragments started condensing and formed a light sword in Wang Yu's hand. The sword flashed. A huge amount of gene fragments were crushed. This was an attacking method used in the digitized world, and also an aspect where Wang Yu was superior to Chen Feng. He was sure that Chen Feng had definitely not learned something regarding to this aspect.
First, destroying your genes. Next, killing you. Wang Yu sneered. Schwa.
The plum blossom below his foot shone brightly, illuminating the whole digitized world.
This is... Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Ha ha.
Wang Yu laughed heartily. The whole digitized world has been locked by me.
You won't be able to escape. Here, I will destroy everything you have, destroying you forever. So this was the case. Chen Feng looked at the plum blossom below Wang Yu. Interesting. Is this something that belonged to that old man? Schwa. Another group of genes were destroyed by Wang Yu. He looked at Chen Feng with an odd expression. Are you not afraid? He had an odd feeling. Chen Feng was too calm. From the very beginning, Chen Feng was not flustered at all at his act of stepping into the digitized world or him using the plum blossom's power to lock both their digitized world. Why should I be afraid? Chen Feng smiled as he said, You are here to deliver your death. What should I be afraid of? Deliver my death? Wang Yu sneered. You indeed have a deep understanding of the digitized world. Hence, you are not startled by all this. You believe that you have a trump card, so there is no need to be afraid of me, right? I guessed correctly, Wang Yu said indifferently. However, do you truly believe that I'm the only one here?
The plum blossom started spinning. Light flickered, and the light shining from the plum blossom transformed into the silhouette of that old man.
It's you! Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. No wonder Wang Yu was so confident.
Little friend, old Mei said indifferently.
You destroyed one of my plum blossom imprints. Today, I'm here to repay you. Shwa!
He raised his hand. The whole digitized world rocked. Despite this being a mere projection, old Mei said arrogantly, despite me being able to only unleash a small part of my power through Wang Yu, it is enough to kill you.
Bang!
Old Mei's body shined brightly. Around him, countless gene fragments condensed and targeted Chen Feng.
Shwa!
A sword slashed down with an overwhelming might. Half the digitized world seemed to collapse under the might of this slash. This was the power of old Mei. He was far better in digital battles compared to Chen Feng and Wang Yu.
Die!
The huge sword descended loudly.
Ka! Ka! The air trembled.
The whole digitized world trembled.
Excitement was plastered all over Wang Yu's face. This Chen Feng that had been stepping on him for so long was going to finally die? However, as he looked at him, he was immediately stupefied. The huge sword slashed downward. However, it did not land.
The impressive-looking huge genetic sword had stopped right in front of Chen Feng. Countless gene fragments floated in front of Chen Feng and blocked the huge sword.
Akin to a group of gene midgets, they blocked old Mei's attack. How is that possible?
Old Mei's expression changed slightly.
How could a beginner producer like Chen Feng possess such powerful control?
There were several tens of thousands of genes in a digitized world. Even he would only be able to control several thousands of these genes.
As for Chen Feng, the amount of genes used during this defense alone was no less than the maximum amount he could control. Is there anything that is truly impossible?
Chen Feng smiled faintly.
I have been waiting for you all for a long time. Control? He did not need control. He had not learned any digital battle techniques. However, so what?
The genes itself were something that would wander around randomly. He only needed to activate his luck aura and those genes would coincidentally wander to where he needed them to be. Chen Feng might need to hold back due to various reasons in real life.
He did not have sufficient luck value anyway. But here? In the digitized world? Sorry, but he was undefeated here. Goodbye.
Chen Feng smiled calmly.
Bang!
A sea of gene fragments flooded old Mei and Wang Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 112, Total Annihilation. Chapter 112, Total Annihilation. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Not good. Wang Yu's expression changed greatly. Bang! A countless amount of genes pierced through his body.
This was a digitized world. Despite being pierced by genes, he was still alive.
However, he could acutely feel that his spirit body had become extremely weak. Save me. Old Mei, save me. Wang Yu looked at old Mei.
However, when he turned his head around, he was alarmed to find that the old Mei that he regarded as someone omnipotent was unexpectedly fleeing as well, cutting a sorry figure as he escaped.
How is this possible? He almost lost his voice. That was old Mei. Damn it! Old Mei's expression was unsightly. He had indeed noticed Wang Yu's predicament. However, what could he do?
Due to the limitations of Wang Yu's body, in order to avoid detection by the Gene Production Association, he could only store a small amount of energy in the plum blossom.
Any extra energy would end up being discovered. However, even this much stored energy was already very powerful. With this, old Mei wouldn't even fear those ordinary advanced producers. However, he never imagined this.
This Chen Feng, who was only a beginner producer, could actually control the whole digitized world. All the genes in the digitized world could be ordered around by him as he wished.
What damnable situation was this? He had no idea. Bang!
Another wave containing a huge amount of genes came crushing down on him. Old Mei could only dodge in a wretched manner, one scar after another appearing on his body.
They wanted to flee.
However, with sorrow, they found that the whole digitized world had already been locked down by the plum blossom previously.
Before the battle ended, there was simply no way of lifting the lockdown. Bang! Bang! 2 more torrents of gene fragments descended upon them. Pooh! Wang Yu became even weaker from this. Chen Feng, don't kill me!
Wang Yu was horrified.
I am wrong. I shouldn't have looked for you.
This old man was the one who looked for my father, persuading my father to agree to this.
I also refused them at that time. Don't kill me.
Wang Yu started speaking incoherently. Chen Feng merely stared at him coldly.
How many times had it been? Too much of my patience has been worn down by you. Chen Feng shook his head.
A current of gene fragments emerged from Chen Feng's hand. Wang Yu retreated in a sorry manner, horror plastered all over his face.
Bang! Chen Feng waved his hand.
A huge volume of gene currents submerged Wang Yu.
Pooh!
Finally, the fleeing figure of Wang Yu stopped. On his chest, a huge hole appeared. Wang Yu rubbed his chest with his hand with an unbelieving expression.
He was punctured?
One needed to know that a spirit body was something that would restore itself automatically.
Now that his spirit body was punctured, it could only mean that. Trembling, Wang Yu raised his head to find that his spirit body was now almost translucent.
His spiritual energy was collapsing.
No, it can't be.
Wang Yu howled in a deranged manner, I can't die.
I am a future expert. I am the one who will lead the Wang family to greatness. How can I die here? Chen Feng sneered. Xiao. Another gene current pierced through Wang Yu.
At that, the body of the deranged Wang Yu stopped its movement eternally.
Thump.
Wang Yu fell to the ground.
Bang. Bang.
Next, the whole digitized world started rocking. This was a world formed through the overlap of both their digitized worlds. With Wang Yu's death, everything in his digitized world was collapsing.
Some of them had also blended into Chen Feng's world permanently. Good chance.
Old Mei was pleasantly surprised. With Wang Yu's death and the removal of the lockdown, he could finally escape.
Shwa! A flash of light. He turned into a plum blossom and escaped frantically.
However, with a wave of Chen Feng's hand, a huge volume of gene currents surrounded him, blocking all the ways out.
Chen Feng!
Old Mei screeched.
You are courting death. Scram!
The glow on the plum blossom flickered unceasingly, destroying one incoming gene current after another. However, the amount of gene currents Chen Feng was capable of controlling were too much, so much that he was horrified. Even those currently masterless X-genes of Wang Yu's had started blocking him as well.
How is this possible? Old Mei paled. Chen Feng could even control Wang Yu's genes? What type of freak was this?
He was aware that things were getting troublesome.
If he remained, he probably wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Chen Feng's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He had to leave.
A cold glint flickered in Old Mei's eyes.
Who? He inhaled. Chen Feng, you forced me.
The plum blossom blossomed abruptly. A peculiar stamen in the core of the plum blossom started shining. It was a purple colored one that was flickering with a terrifying radiance, a bewitching power emitting out of it.
The purple on shone.
A huge amount of gene fragments emerged at this instant.
You like to control them, right?
Old Mei sneered.
Let me see how much you can control. Bang!
Countless amounts of gene fragments charged at Chen Feng. As a response, Chen Feng controlled his gene currents to block them. However, since there were too many genes this time, he nearly failed to block them.
Old Mei took this chance to flee quickly.
However, right at this moment, a flash of red light appeared.
Xiao!
The red light flickered.
What?
Before Old Mei could even react to it, he discovered with horror that the gene fragments released by the purple stamen had instantly and completely disappeared. In the air, a bizarre red light was flickering unceasingly.
What thing is that? Old Mei was shocked. They had disappeared?
Those were the total gene fragments contained in a single drop of blood essence. There were at least several tens of thousands of gene fragments there. That was his trump card in the digitized world, yet that bizarre red light had caused all of them to disappear in an instant?
Xiao!
The red mirage flickered in the air.
Hua!
A familiar gene current appeared and surrounded him.
Seems like you won't be able to escape.
Chen Feng smiled faintly as he walked on the empty air toward Old Mei. Chen Feng, if you dare to kill this plum blossom, I will be hunting you until the end of times. Old Mei shouted with a sharp voice.
This is only a clone I left on Wang Yu's body. Even if you were to kill this body, it's pointless.
If you were to let this clone of mine leave, our grudges end here.
He. Chen Feng sneered. Shwa!
He stretched his hand and grabbed the plum blossom.
Chen Feng.
Old May called ferociously.
Clone, eh?
Chen Feng smiled faintly.
I doubt a clone could follow Wang Yu in here, right? If it is a clone, why would you be so afraid? This thing here, even if it's not your main body, it is definitely something you treasure. I am very curious. If I were to crush it, what would happen?
Chen Feng said toyingly.
Old May was even more horrified now. Don't you know, from the moment you appeared, pretending to be so high and above, trying to kill me, you should have thought of such an ending. Chen Feng was extremely eager to give it a try. Seeing you so afraid, I am even more curious now. You can't.
Old May's voice became rushed.
Chen Feng, I am not joking. This item is my treasured object. The energy contained within is extremely terrifying. If you were to destroy it, something major will happen. So that's the case?
Chen Feng was astonished. There seemed to be some degree of credibility to Old May's words.
It's true.
Old May breathed out in relief. Now that Chen Feng was willing to talk, everything would be fine.
If you let go of me. Ka-cha. A crisp sound.
The plum blossom cracked.
Hey.
Chen Feng had a distracted expression on his face before he looked innocently at Old May.
I'm really sorry. My hand slipped. Chen Feng. Old May's whole body trembled as he looked in horror at the plum blossom he had temporarily resided in.
At this instant, the plum blossom had cracked into pieces and a bizarre energy started leaking out of it.
Bang! Suddenly, a huge amount of energy exploded. At the same time,
Gene Production Association, Gold City Branch. At the competition, under the view of millions of spectators, under the nervous gazes of Zhang Wei and the rest, an expression of pain appeared on Wang Yu's face.
Something happened.
The heart of Zhang Wei and the rest jumped. From the moment Wang Yu had initiated the digital battle, he had guessed that something might happen. However, he did not expect that the one to ultimately have something happen to him would be Wang Yu. Screw it.
Save him. Zhang Wei said urgently. Understood. The medical personnel that had been prepared in advance went over. However, right at this moment, a terrifying gush of energy bloomed in Wang Yu's brain.
That terrifying energy caused everyone there, including Zhang Wei, to have a huge change in their expressions.
This gush of energy. Everyone retreated in alarm. Pooh.
With a loud stuffy sound, Wang Yu's head abruptly exploded, like a crushed watermelon. Blood splattered around.
Translator's thoughts. Limeston. Another bonus, smiley face.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 113, If I don't kill you, I will cease to be a human. Chapter 113, If I don't kill you, I will cease to be a human. Translator, Limeston editor, Tenish. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Dead? Wang Yu had died just like that? To die in the competition at the Gene Production Association's arena on top of it? Everyone's hearts jolted violently. They knew that something major had happened. Damn it! Zhang Wei and the rest were furious. That familiar aura earlier. Plum blossom. It's Old May.
Zhang Wei was filled with killing intent.
That old fool dared to make his move on Chen Feng and Wang Yu?
Although they didn't know the reason for it, for him to dare to make his move at the Gene Production Association, he was provoking them. Request for backup to hunt him down immediately. Understood. How many years had it been since someone had provoked the association? Even if they were only a branch, Old May was still nevertheless courting death. At the same time, Gold City, the Wang family. Old May, who was originally seated cross-legged in slumber, suddenly looked like he had aged more than 10 years and started violently vomiting blood.
Wang Tianhao was startled awake. What happened to you? Scram!
Old May was furious and his killing intent soared to the skies.
Chen Feng scum, you dare? Too hateful. This little bastard actually.
However, after a short instant, he felt a soaring killing intent envelope this area. The people from the Gene Production Association had arrived. Old May's expression changed greatly.
Not good. Flee.
Without hesitation, he turned around and fled, leaving Wang Tianhao there with a dumbfounded expression.
What on earth had happened? Bang! The ground shook. A big group of people started chasing after Old May.
One of the staff members remained.
Wang Tianhao, what relationship do you have with this old fool? Old fool?
Wang Tianhao widened his eyes.
Even if you are from the Gene Production Association, there's no need to be so unrestrained, right? Old May can be considered a person of fame, that's senior. Senior? The staff member's expression became even odder. You are calling him senior? Wang Tianhao sneered. What's the matter? No, nothing.
The staff member praised Wang Tianhao. You truly have a big heart.
Wang Tianhao was confused.
Finally, when Wang Tianhao received the news from his butler and saw the scene of his son's death, he was bursting with rage. Especially when he saw that familiar-looking energy that had exploded out of his son's head.
Old bastard. If I don't kill you, I will cease to be a human.
His rage-filled roar soared to the skies.
Wang Yu was dead.
Dead in Old May's hands. This was what everyone had seen with their own eyes.
What? It was Chen Feng? Who would believe that?
The Old May that escaped with heavy injuries had carried all the blame on behalf of Chen Feng.
Damn it!
Old May rubbed his chest. It was stained with blood. When Chen Feng crushed the Plum Blossom's core, he had suffered grave injuries. Now that he was being hunted by the Genetic Union and the Gene Production Association, things were truly getting dangerous.
Defending himself? Pointless. Telling them his initial target was actually Chen Feng? He was still going to die. Sigh. Bitterness was plastered all over Old May's face.
He had never expected that the him that was still filled with splendor yesterday would end up in such circumstances today.
This Chen Feng was indeed abnormal. Xiao.
A silhouette of light flashed in the distance. The Old May that had not even rested for a minute once again fled frantically.
He couldn't die.
He couldn't die in such manner at such a place.
Currently, at the Gene Production Association, Wang Yu's corpse was already cleaned up.
Death was very normal in the Gene Rookie competition. However, those who died in the first round, and to die in such manner, was something never seen before. Increase our vigilance, Zhang Wei said coldly.
Understood.
The staff members had solemn expressions on their faces. Despite Old May's strength being far above them, now that something had happened, they needed to bear the responsibility for it.
Something similar could never happen again. Zhang Wei looked at the investigator. Has it been investigated clearly? No.
The investigator shook his head. I told my team members to investigate properly.
The recordings have been checked as well. No abnormality is found.
However, Old May's aura appeared at the same time on Chen Feng and Wang Yu's body. Our tentative conclusion is that his targets are Chen Feng and Wang Yu.
Is that so? Killing intent was surging in Zhang Wei's eyes. The geniuses of Gold City are already low in amount. Now, you even want to kill them off? Strengthen the protection.
The competition will continue.
However, it can't be affected in any way, Zhang Wei said in a deep voice.
Understood, the staff member answered solemnly.
Currently,
the virtual streaming room was in an uproar, especially after the results of the investigation were announced.
Old May? Such an expert had actually appeared here. Furthermore, he was trying to kill Chen Feng and Wang Yu? Was he insane? How could it turn out this way? I'm not sure.
It is said that Old May was very close to the Wang family and had just escaped from the Wang family earlier. This was probably due to some inner conflict within the Wang family.
Another internal strife? Probably. Ever since old Wang got seriously ill, the Wang family has been in a mess. 2 days ago, when old Wang finally passed away, the whole Wang family almost erupted in war then and there. So that's the case. Everyone was interested in gossip.
Every year, casualties would appear in the Gene Rookie competition. They had long become accustomed to this. The reason this incident attracted everyone's attention was due to a third party being the one who got involved in it, violating the rules. However, with the hunt initiated on Old May, this incident was put to a stop here.
Wang Yu? He was forgotten in a short time. It's going to end soon, right? The
competition is still in progress, it should end soon, but... As the time passed, everyone started paying attention to the competition again.
Zhang Lin would definitely clutch the first place.
Then the remaining 2 spots, who would these 2 spots land on?
Schwa.
25 minutes into the competition, everyone was gradually done with their gene production as the evaluation committee started giving them their scores.
For example, first place, Zhang Lin, 90 points.
Adding this on top of his original total score of 346, his final score was 436 points, maintaining his first spot, landing ahead of everyone else.
Second place, Mu Yuan, 80 points.
Original total score of 330 points, final total score of 410 points.
Third place, Li Si, 88 points. Original total score of 320 points, final total score of 408 points.
Apart from this, that person whose total score was originally at the 56th place had yet to get into the top 3.
It's over.
Yeah, I originally thought that Mu Yuan and Li Si would be fighting over the third place. However, with Wang Yu's unexpected death, both of them have actually gotten their hands on the available spots.
Yeah. Everyone lamented.
At this time, out of the 12 participants, 10 of them had received their final score. Only Chen Feng remained.
Everyone looked at the time. There were still 3 minutes left. Chen Feng is still not done?
He is, after all, too new. Despite being talented, it should be quite hard to grasp a new formula, some guessed.
I wonder if he can actually complete this.
The crowd's interest was piqued. From the start of the competition until now, Chen Feng had always been very mysterious. Every single time one thought that he would be eliminated, he would, in a mysterious way, barely survive.
One time after another. How about this time?
Everyone was looking forward to seeing if he could actually finish his production successfully.
As for his score, none bothered. Chen Feng's initial total score was 280.
Even if he got a full score from the current stage, his total score would only be 380. However, Li Si, who is currently in third place, had a total score of 408.
My guess is he won't be able to complete this production, some said while laughing. My guess is Chen Feng will be able to complete within the next 2 minutes, said another person who was unsatisfied.
In the live stream room, a lot of people started betting among themselves. At the competition venue, Zhang Wei and the rest were also paying their attention to Chen Feng.
At this time, Shua!
Lights swirled around.
Chen Feng sealed his gene up. Production complete. Good. Zhang Wei was emotional.
Only 3 months in this profession yet able to successfully complete a brand new 3-star F-class formula, this was enough to showcase Chen Feng's talent. Without any support in terms of resources, without background, and new in the profession yet able to reach the same height as Wang Yu, this was proof of the superior talent Chen Feng possessed. As for his results, they were no longer important. Before 25 years old, Chen Feng would definitely become a champion in one of the gene rookie competitions. Let's deliver it to the evaluation committee, Zhang Wei said with a smile.
All right.
Chen Feng walked forth and handed over the gene reagent to the evaluation committee. However, surprising everyone, when the evaluation committee members took the reagent and evaluated it, a shocked and bizarre expression appeared on their faces before they proceed to discuss unceasingly.
What's the situation? Zhang Wei included, everyone was confused. Weren't they supposed to give him a score now? Just give a score individually and balance it out among all of you, won't the final score come out this way? What is there to discuss?
One of the producers among the committee is even arguing until his face is red.
What was going on?
Finally, the committee ended their discussion and Chen Feng's score was released. Base score of 86 points, mutated score of 50 points.
Total score 136 points.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 114, he had become a bald person, however, he had to become stronger as well. Chapter 114, he had become a bald person, however, he had to become stronger as well. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Hua. Everyone was in an uproar. Extra points for mutation? It had actually mutated? I recall this being a new formula for him, right? Everyone was stunned. Mutation. It was actually a mutation, Mutating on its first production. How small and odd was it for that to happen? This. Everyone had dumbfounded expressions on their face. Who would have guessed that a rookie producer like Chen Feng would mutate his reagent at his first production?
Worthy of being someone capable of creating the mutated versions of Gold Ant Gene and Thundersnake Gene indeed.
Wait. With this, doesn't it mean that Chen Feng is now in the top 3? Everyone was abruptly startled awake. That was right. Entering the top 3.
Due to the extra points for mutation, Chen Feng had become the second place holder with a total score of 416 points, obtaining one of the 3 spots available for Gold City.
Li Si, eliminated. This actually happened? Everyone was dumbstruck. This seems to be somewhat unfair, right? Some were unsatisfied. Isn't gene mutation something completely dependent on luck?
However, these words of his attracted a flabbergasted expression from everyone else.
Brother, are you an amateur? Some mocked. Luck? Mutation was a part of gene production in itself.
There were some who had even specifically fused with genetic abilities capable of increasing the odds of mutation in order to produce more powerful genes. This was a topic that, even by its very self, was capable of being studied as a core subject.
The strongest gene. Special formula. Unexpected gains.
At times, all these were gained through mutation. Now, with Chen Feng's entrance into the top 3, his fame increased once again. The popularity of his livestream was surpassing the heavens, with several hundred thousands of viewers, as his livestream room was overflowing with people.
Chen Feng's name became well known.
Previously, Chen Feng had depended on the mutated gold ant gene, mutated thunder snake gene, and a certain newspaper to gain popularity among the commoners of Gold City. In actuality, though, after the initial hype waned, there were still very few people who truly knew about him.
Now, however, he had entered the top 3 fair and square.
Defeating a huge group of peak beginner producers, including Li Si, and soon to become the representative of Gold City in the Gene Rookie competition caused his name to be known throughout Gold City unknown to no one.
A certain location in Gold City. Chen Feng has actually entered the top 3. Su Fei and the rest exclaimed in admiration.
Although they were too busy to watch the competition, with the news delivered to them by the system, they had still found out about the various comebacks Chen Feng made before ultimately entering the top 3.
Seems like you need to put forth more effort. Zhou Ling had a faint smile. Be careful lest you get surpassed. How is that possible?
Inwardly, though, Su Fei had a solemn mood.
Chen Feng's rate of improvement was too fast.
With this speed, it was very probable that the next time they met, he would have already become someone who far surpassed them.
Their relationship was still quite good.
However, the cruel truth was that, if the disparity between their strength was too big, even remaining as friends might be hard.
This won't do.
Su Fei rubbed his bald head. He had become a bald person, however, he had to become stronger as well.
Gold City. The entrance of a certain neighborhood.
Uncle Zhang had just sold a set of gene materials when he heard the news and immediately burst out in laughter.
This Chen Feng kid has actually gotten himself one of the quotas? I know, right? I told you this kid is somewhat talented.
Auntie Zhang, the vegetable seller, was also busy gossiping. Some of those elderly ladies in the neighborhood started gossiping. The whole neighborhood was bursting with noise.
Gold City, Ironcloud's hub. Su Jin and the rest were waiting for their transportation.
From today onward, they were students of seated universities. They would greatly surpass the average person, treading on a path of rapid growth.
Becoming stronger. Becoming more outstanding.
Hey, I heard it's the Gene Rookie competition today, one of the students excitedly said.
It's not related to us, though. Another student shook his head.
Even for students who specialize in gene production, that competition is too grand. At the very least, one needs to have graduated from university and practiced for an extra 2 or 3 years on top of that before participating in it. Even with this, one might only to be qualified to get some rewards out of it.
As for now? Everyone nodded, agreeing with him. Su Jin, what are you thinking about?
Lu Yao saw that Su Jin was somewhat dazed and patted her shoulder.
No, nothing. Su Jin recovered from her stupor. You can't still be thinking about Chen Feng, right?
Lu Yao rolled her eyes and said with disdain, he failed his university entrance examinations and is now hanging around with those wild cultivators. In the future, he might even end up as some random hoodlum.
He won't have anything to do with people like us. Look at those seniors of ours who failed to enter university. How many of them have great achievements? Haven't you seen all this?
I know, Su Jin said in a low voice. In high school, she'd always had a favorable opinion of Chen Feng, the top student. However, who would have guessed that the Chen Feng that had always dominated the top position would actually fail the examinations? Furthermore, in the previous Dragon's Passing Mountain incident, the Chen Feng that appeared before her was a completely different person. Everything had come to an end. She was clear that, from now on, she and Chen Feng were people of 2 different worlds.
Let's go, Lu Yao said. Su Jin nodded. MHM.
However, at this moment, a student raised his head with a shocked expression.
Isn't that Chen Feng? What? Everyone raised their heads instinctively.
On the huge screen in the plaza of the Ironcloud's hub, the news regarding the Gene Rookie competition was being reported. 3 illusionary figures were cycled without stop on the screen: Zhonglin, Chen Feng, and Mu Yuan.
How is this possible? Lu Yao almost cried out in alarm. Chen Feng? That was actually Chen Feng? That must be someone with the same name, right?
However, as she looked at that familiar face and the personal information broadcasted, her heart jolted furiously.
It was truly Chen Feng. Their fellow classmate, the very Chen Feng that had failed his examinations. This fellow student that they still despised a few seconds earlier had now astonishingly emerged out of the competition that they did not even dare to imagine about. Look at Zhang Lin's information. One of the students cried out in alarm.
Everyone looked at it in detail before their expressions changed greatly.
Zhang Lin. 24 years old. The one who graduated with outstanding results from Sea Breeze University.
Becoming an intermediate producer 2 years after graduation with rich experience in gene production, for example. Wait, very detailed information was shown on the screen.
How could this be?
Several students lost their voice at the same time.
Sea Breeze University. It was the university some of them had managed to enter. The fellow student that they despised was actually standing at the same height as an outstanding graduate of their Sea Breeze University, the seeded university. Furthermore, their total scores were very close. As they recalled their earlier words, their faces immediately flushed with embarrassment, while Su Jin blanked as she looked at Chen Feng's figure, not recovering from her daze for a long time. So, you have reached such heights? Currently, at the Gold City branch.
The emergence of Chen Feng had brought great shock to them.
For example, Zhang Wei. Second place?
Zhang Wei felt somewhat lost. No matter what, he had never imagined that Chen Feng would enter the top 3 in such a manner, getting one of the available spots as the second place holder.
This. You are not happy? The producer beside him looked at Zhang Wei with an amazed expression. I don't know. Zhang Wei sighed. I should be happy.
However, when I thought of how Chen Feng needs to now confront the real gene rookie competition, those rounds of cruel competition.
He was too young.
That was what Zhang Wei was worried about.
Chen Feng was indeed talented.
However, similarly talented people were everywhere.
Furthermore, those people were all older than him.
This was a competition of those 25 years old and below.
An 18-year-old compared with a 25-year-old?
How were they supposed to compete?
If it's 2 years later. You are thinking too much.
That producer curled his lips. Even if there are dangers, the actual dangers will be in the later rounds.
Do you think that Chen Feng can get through the second round? Sweat. 1. Zhang Wei was immediately speechless.
True, Chen Feng's achievements seemed impressive, however, that was only in Gold City.
Every single year, out of those who represented Gold City, how many of them were able to get through the second round? To be honest, they were only there to make up the numbers. Since they couldn't even pass the second round, how would there be any danger?
I have indeed been thinking too much. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly, as the reason for there to be no worries on the safety of their representatives were also a sorrowful fact in itself.
Gold City's branch.
First round of the competition ended.
The second round was fixed at 3 days later, venue, Sea City.
After Chen Feng and the other two received the information, they left respectively. They had 2 days to prepare themselves.
3 days. Chen Feng pondered.
The first round was simply an audition done at the branches.
From the second round onward, that was the true production competition. No foundations. No tests. Only production.
Chen Feng tried checking the information regarding previous gene rookie competitions online. However, the rules of the competition were different every single year. The rules would be heavily influenced by the individual in charge of setting the rules, so it was not possible to guess the rules in advance. As for the analysts, the internet only had one conclusion: the stronger one's accumulation was, the further one would go.
I wonder what kind of competition it will be. Chen Feng was somewhat looking forward to it.
As long as there were none of those foundational tests, in a true competition, he never feared anyone.
That was his home ground.
His wristband buzzed.
Chen Feng turned it on. It was actually Wang Chun. Footnotes. 1. Picture the sweat meme.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 115, a big gift for you. Chapter 115, a big gift for you. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. A screen popped up. Wang Chun's image appeared. Congratulations on entering the second round. Chen Feng smiled. I got lucky. Lucky my ass.
Wang Chun rolled his eyes. He would not believe these words of Chen Feng. However, soon, his expression became extremely solemn as he said in a low voice, "Chen Feng, I think you need to be careful for a bit."
Chen Feng's heart jolted. Why? The Wang family, Wang Chun said in a low voice.
Although I have left the Wang family, there are still some inside who listen to me. I received some news, they might be planning to do something major.
Something major? Chen Feng had a bewildered expression. How does that relate to me? Wang Yu?
He had been killed by old Mei.
No problems on that front.
Furthermore, with the protection of the Gene Production Association, he wasn't really afraid of the Wang family. It's still better for you to be careful.
Wang Chun had a solemn expression.
Your current identity is quite special, so you can request 24-hour protection.
Many thanks. Chen Feng expressed his thanks.
After ending the call, Chen Feng sank into contemplation.
Wang family. They were going to do something major soon. It wouldn't really be related to him, right?
However, no matter what, he still needed to take a look.
Light swirled.
Chen Feng's ears moved slightly as 100 wind blades blended into his body,
locking onto the Wang family. Schwa. The sounds of every single footstep in the Wang family were now traveling to his ears. Grandmaster, this will depend on you.
Don't worry, my genetic ability is the killing curse, able to ignore the distance from the target.
How long is required for the preparations?
The essence of the killing curse is the power of desire. Give enough monetary reward to everyone in the Wang family, getting them to sincerely condense a blood essence containing power of desire with killing the target as their goal in their mind. As long the power of desire is sufficient, I will be able to even challenge someone of a higher class.
Even that old Mei guy wouldn't prove much problem for me. Blood essence. Mei Chem, at that time, just let those people stay in the Wang family. I will form the formation.
At the very most, only some spiritual energy of theirs will be exhausted.
There won't be any problems.
Alright, let's use that Chen Feng as target practice, then.
This was Wang Tianhao's voice.
At this, Chen Feng's originally casual expression became odd.
What the heck? How does this relate to me at all?
Although old Mei is the murderer, their initial target is Chen Feng.
I refuse to believe that this incident is not related to Chen Feng.
Since my son is dead, there's no point for this Chen Feng to remain. Now, it's just nice for him to accompany my son in death. When the moment comes, you kill him first. Test out the power of the killing curse.
Wang Tianhao was filled with a grudge. Don't worry.
The Grandmaster was confident. I only need 5 days to prepare. At that time, Chen Feng and the rest will have left Gold City. Even if he were to die, the suspicion wouldn't land on us.
Very well. Then, the reward.
Both their voices became softer. Chen Feng continued listening for a long time, however, nothing useful was heard. After a long time, his ability stopped and he returned to reality.
Killing curse? Chen Feng checked it out. 3-star secret art. This seemed to be a type of genetic ability that was extremely terrifying.
However, one needed to prepare blood essence in advance, extract it in advance, etc. It was an extremely troublesome ability, and the user would normally be extremely weak in close combat.
However, its effect ignored distance.
Once a person was targeted, things would become extremely dangerous. With this type of secret art, the stronger the power of desire, the stronger the power of the curse will be. This so-called power of desire was a term coined by the users of these secret arts, using one's desire to kill a target as the power of desire. The higher the amount of people who wished for the target to die, the stronger the killing curse would be.
The amount of manpower and resources required to accomplish this was astonishingly high. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air.
Such things actually exist. This world was much scarier than he had imagined.
Couldn't guard against it no matter what. What should he do? Chen Feng frowned. Wang Yu was dead.
Furthermore, he had been killed by old Mei. Chen Feng had believed that this matter would come to an end here.
However, the Wang family still insisted on killing him.
Furthermore, they decided to kill him merely because they suspected him to play a hand in Wang Yu's death.
Tyrannical indeed. Defending? Avoiding? Why should he need to be on defense?
Chen Feng looked at the gene reagent in his hand as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Since the Wang family wanted to play, the Wang family should go and die as well.
How simple.
When cutting grass, they still needed to be rooted, after all.
Schwa.
Chen Feng placed the gene reagent on the table. This was the mutated earthworm's body gene reagent.
Mutated earthworm's body gene. Class, F.
Function, using earthworm gene as the core, able to link multiple of the same F-class gene reagents together, enabling the reagents to display better effects. This was a mutated gene reagent. A mutated gene reagent produced by Chen Feng using his luck value. The original function of this gene was, using earthworm gene as the core, able to link two of the same F-class gene reagents together, enabling the reagents to display better effects.
A one-off consumable item.
Under normal circumstances, after the earthworm's body gene was consumed, it would string two gene reagents together, causing a superposition effect on the two gene reagents with the same ability. Despite it being something only able to be used on F-class genes, it was still extremely powerful. Now, the original two in the description turned into multiple. This meant that the gene reagent would now be able to link a large amount of the same gene reagents together.
Chen Feng was very curious. If 3 or 5 or even more of the same gene reagents were to be linked together, how many times greater would the power be? Truly an option one looks forward to. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up in a smile. In the following 2 days, Chen Feng secluded himself in production. No one knew what he was producing. After 2 days, Chen Feng arrived at the Gold City's branch at the appointed time and followed Zhang Wei and the rest to see City to participate in the next round of the competition. The iron cloud started moving slowly and then streaked forward, leaving behind a red dash of light as it disappeared from view. Chen Feng was officially leaving Gold City. Do your best. Enter the top 100. Win honor for Gold City. These were the wishes of the Gold City citizens, shown on the huge screens that hovered midair. The staff member sighed. Hopefully they can obtain a good achievement. Yeah. Other people agreed with the sentiment. Mu Yuan and Chen Feng were probably only there to make up the numbers before returning here after a short while. As for Zhang Lin, there might be a chance. Work hard. Everyone was filled with expectations. At the Iron Cloud's hub, a huge amount of people were cheering for Chen Feng and the rest. The Gene Rookie competition was not something that only affected those individual producers. It affected the whole city as well. On the Iron Cloud, Chen Feng suddenly turned his wristband on. MHM. Contact person, Wang Tianhao.
These were the contact details he had received from Wang Chun.
Chen Feng called him.
After a long time, a voice filled with killing intent appeared.
Chen Feng?
Yes. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up in a smile. To express my gratitude for your recent care, before I leave Gold City, I have a small gift for you all.
Kindly accept them. Chen Feng ended the call.
At the other end, Wang Tianhao was confused.
Gift? Are we even close?
He frowned and couldn't understand the reason for Chen Feng to suddenly contact him no matter what. However, suddenly, he had an ominous feeling.
Bang.
The air trembled suddenly. The sunny and cloudless sky was suddenly covered by clouds.
A gush of terrifying power started converging in the sky. This is... Wang Tianhao's expression changed greatly. Defend. Activate the defensive barrier. Bang.
With a thundering sound, bolts of lightning started descending. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 116, Wang Family's Disaster. Chapter 116, Wang Family's Disaster. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Currently, at the Ironcloud Hub, the employees of the Genetic Union were wandering around.
Due to the previous Old May incident, in order to prevent any sudden attacks on Chen Feng and the other 2 participants, they had prepared a large amount of genetic warriors to protect them.
Before leaving Gold City, they had to ensure absolute safety for the 3. As for Sea City,
the Genetic Union at a place like that was much powerful than what they had here.
Looking at the 3 as they got on the Ironcloud, they finally breathed out in relief.
However, none expected that, 1 short minute later, before they even had the chance to withdraw, a loud explosion would resound.
Bang!
The earth trembled.
What happened? Everyone in Gold City was shaken. Not good.
The heart of everyone in the Genetic Union thumped.
In the end, something still happened.
Instinctively, they looked toward the direction of the sound of the explosion. There, only a vast expanse of darkness could be seen. The sky was covered by black clouds with countless purple-colored lightning descending from the sky.
It was akin to a scene out of purgatory.
A layer of a light blue energy barrier flashed, yet it was destroyed in a split second.
That place was the Wang family's. Bang! Bang!
The earth rumbled.
One miserable scream after another resounded. Not good.
The expression of those from the genetic union changed greatly. They originally believed that if something were to happen, it was going to be at the Ironcloud hub. However, they did not expect it to happen to the Wang family.
Go! Everyone departed for the Wang family. Bang! Bang! The terrifying lightning descended unceasingly. The earth trembled. Block! Block it!
Wang Tianhao howled furiously. He possessed powerful strength, hence, he was able to protect himself.
However, what was scary about this lightning was its area of effect.
When the huge amount of lightning covered the whole Wang family,
he was powerless against it. Bang! With every strike of lightning, there would be people dying and buildings collapsing.
With bloodshot eyes, Wang Tianhao watched as everything he had painstakingly built was destroyed, turning into ruins. Even the so-called grandmaster that was still preparing the materials was killed. His superb ability of killing someone above his class caused his defensive capability to be extremely low.
Finished. Everything is finished, Wang Tianhao muttered. After a long time, the lightning stopped. That terrifying bombardment finally stopped. With a wretched appearance, Wang Tianhao raised his head, a total mess revealed before his eyes.
The whole Wang family had turned into ruins.
Countless deaths. Howls of grief resounded unceasingly.
On their faces were still expressions of disbelief. Evidently, they had never expected the disaster to descend upon them from the sky.
This was the Wang family. In the city district. Someone dared to make a move here? Someone dared? At the same time, the people from Genetic Union had finally arrived. Someone daring to make such a big move in the city district, this incident was too major. They had to deal with it.
The staff member looked at Wang Tianhao.
Any idea who was the one who did this? Chen Feng.
Wang Tianhao said furiously. The staff member had an odd expression on his face.
Chen Feng?
They had just sent Chen Feng off.
How could it be Chen Feng? Are you sure? Yes.
Wang Tianhao was filled with killing intent.
I am certain that it is him. Fine.
The staff member nodded slightly before turning around to look at the scout beside him.
Investigate this and see if we can find anything.
Both his eyes became sharp as lightning. Layers of images appeared before his eyes and a petite silhouette appeared.
A woman was seen. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face.
However, just as he wanted to get a clear look, the scene disappeared abruptly. As long as the place he looked at was the place where that person appeared, the image would become indistinct.
Activate.
That person sneered before activating his secret art.
I refuse to believe I can't find out your identity. Bang!
Light swirled in both his eyes.
However, in a split second, blood started flowing out of his eyes. Pooh!
The scout spat out a mouthful of blood.
What happened? The people around him held him up quickly.
That person. I failed to investigate, the scout said in a low voice.
All I can see is the silhouette of a woman. However, I can't get a more detailed look. It is very possible that our opponent's strength is far above us. Look here. A sudden cry.
A staff member pointed at the killing curse ceremony on the ground and the blood essence that was scattered around the ground. That was something used to prepare the killing curse.
Wang Tianhao's expression changed slightly. Not good. Killing curse?
The staff members suddenly understood what had happened.
Wang Tianhao, you are courting death.
A cold glint appeared in their eyes. What they at the Genetic Union protected was the whole city instead of certain families. When they saw the killing curse ceremony, a lot of things did not require any further explanations. Due to their attempt to curse someone, they had gotten revenge on them instead and got counter-killed.
Hadn't they seen a lot of such cases? That woman earlier
was so strong even a C-class scout had failed to investigate her. How strong was she exactly?
Wang Tianhao. What kind of enemy have you provoked? Wang Tianhao couldn't find an answer for that question. Looking for the person responsible? Damn it.
They hadn't even started their killing curse.
However, nobody believed them. Stop doing stupid things. The Genetic Union left a cold warning before leaving. How could things be this way? A bewildered expression was plastered on Wang Tianhao's face. It ended just like this? Chen Feng.
Wang Tianhao looked at the Wang family that had turned into ruins and finally understood the meaning of Chen Feng's call.
Threat. A bare-naked threat.
Chen Feng was using a cold, hard fact to show Wang Tianhao that he had his own methods as well. Even if he couldn't defeat Wang Tianhao, he was a lone person. Hence, he could flee at any time.
As for those from the Wang family?
This was where their roots were.
Where could they run to? If they continued provoking him, the Wang family might be destroyed for sure. Chen Feng.
Wang Tianhao mumbled this name bitterly. He knew that he no longer had any courage to fight Chen Feng.
Currently, in one of the inns of Gold City. Wang Chun smiled as he looked at what was unfolding. Seems like you earned yourself some merits.
Obviously, Shinny said proudly.
I am originally not of this world.
Furthermore, I'm the most proficient at scouting.
How could I let myself be scouted out by that guy? Naturally.
Wang Chun smiled as he said that, however, he was inwardly in a solemn mood.
Everything had gone smoothly. The mystical reagent
was so powerful it was inconceivable. Despite him clearly seeing that those were mutated Thundersnake reagents that were linked together through some methods, the ultimate power they displayed had still exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, the timing of the explosion was too perfect. While the Genetic Union were busy with their protection plan on Chen Feng and the other two participants, the reagents were suddenly activated.
With this, those from the Genetic Union could not even make it back in time.
Otherwise, regardless of how evil the Wang family was, the Genetic Union would not allow such an incident to happen within the city and would have most certainly stopped the destruction from happening.
And the direction the investigation was going. Killing curse, blood essence.
Everything appeared nicely, leading the direction the investigation headed toward. Everything was executed flawlessly with no mistake anywhere. Everything unfolded exactly as he'd planned.
Too scary.
Toward this producer that was 1 year younger than him, apart from their friendship, he felt a profound admiration. With such methods, in the future, he would definitely be an unordinary person.
The
iron cloud traveled forth at a high speed.
Chen Feng's closed eyes opened suddenly. Within his body, the activated luck aura finally came to a halt. It ended. Chen Feng's lips curled up in a smile. Was that the power resulting from the superposition caused by the mutated earthworm gene?
When it linked a bunch of mutated Thundersnake gene reagents together, it created an extremely powerful gene with inconceivable power. A one-time consumable gene reagent with a huge exhaustion rate. Furthermore, the activation of Luck Aura had also ensured the smooth execution of the whole plan, avoiding any unexpected incidents from happening. Apart from the exhaustion of his luck values, everything was flawless. This was the first time that Chen Feng had felt like a god. Standing on the god's point of view, controlling everything, easily destroying the Wang family, causing countless casualties. Did one think that the killing curse was the only thing capable of killing those from higher classes? Nope. As long there were enough luck values, Chen Feng could also accomplish the same thing.
In a small city like Gold City, the Wang family was very powerful. However, so what? A chain gene had destroyed half the Wang family. These few days, the ones left at the Wang family were those who, in order to gain monetary reward, contributed their blood essence to kill Chen Feng. Toward these people, Chen Feng would not hold back. Far away, the sun shone through the iron cloud's glass. Chen Feng's lips curled up in a smile. Despite the amount of luck value exhaustion being somewhat high, now that he had successfully dealt with the Wang family, he could stop worrying that there would be someone causing troubles for him in dark. Finally, he could place his proper attention to the competition. The champion of the Gene Rookie competition was something he had to get his hands on. What's the matter? Zhang Wei noticed the somewhat off expression of Chen Feng. Somewhat tired. Chen Feng smiled. I will rest for a bit. These 2 days, he was busy producing genes and had not even gotten the chance to rest his mind. Chen Feng entered deep slumber and rested all the way until the sharp sound of the station resounded beside his ears. Sea City, arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, The Gene Reagent with the Strongest Defense. Chapter 117, The Gene Reagent with the Strongest Defense. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Sea City. It was a mystical city, a city that floated above an inner ocean without any foundations supporting the city. Several legendary figures had, with their own hands, built a huge piece of floating ice here, enabling the people to build a city belonging to themselves, resulting in the creation of this mystical city. Chen Feng and the rest got down from the vehicle. It's refreshing and chilly here, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Under the scorching hot summer, this felt so comfortable it seeped into one's bones.
When it's winter, you won't be thinking this way anymore, Mu Yuan said grudgingly.
Chen Feng. Even in winter, this place should be exceptionally comfortable as well, right? It's not as bad as you think. Zhang Wei laughed. This is a place that is warm during winter and cold during summer.
A very habitable place.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be one of the 10 greatest cities worldwide.
A timid voice traveled to them.
Do you require a guide?
They turned around and were astonished to find that it was a young lady with a pair of long and furry bunny ears on her head.
Mutant? Chen Feng's heart jolted.
It's only a weak mutation, Zhang Lin said in a low voice.
There were several categories of genetic mutation.
As long as one's intelligence was not affected and they were able to pass the genetic unions test, they would not be considered a dangerous being. So that's the case, Chen Feng muttered thoughtfully. On the other hand, the eyes of Mu Yuan beside him shone.
This is a bunny ear girl.
Zhang Wei refused her with a smile on his face.
Nope. Then, do you need the information related to the Gene Rookie competition?
The young lady narrowed her eyes until they had become a thin line, looking extremely adorable. Those who arrived for the past 2 days are mostly here for the competition.
We have a lot of information in our hands. For example,
the most promising producers in this year's competition, the young lady said with a smiling face.
How much? I will buy it.
Mu Yuan waved his hand.
Hey! Chen Feng wanted to stop him. Such a marketing method, wasn't it the same as the scammers at those tourist attractions in the earth of his previous life? Schwa. However, Mu Yuan had already made the payment.
A succession of information was transmitted to his wristband.
The fees, 3,000 yuan. This is all insider news.
The young lady left with a beaming smile on her face.
Chen Feng. 3,000 yuan for some information? Even if you are a producer, you don't have to be so stupid, right?
At this time, those from the Gene Production Association of Sea City arrived to receive them.
As they saw the departing young lady, they suddenly asked, "You didn't buy any of her information, right?"
I bought a set, Mu Yuan said honestly.
Is this what you bought?
The staff member turned his wristband on.
Surprisingly, an exact same set of information appeared there.
Next, he looked at Mu Yuan as if he was looking at an idiot.
This is all public information available on the Learning Forum. Everyone. Scammed indeed. What do you know?
Mu Yuan said with contempt. This was my true goal. At that, he pointed at the contact details he'd obtained from the young lady when she transmitted the information to him.
Everyone was speechless. Impressive.
Chen Feng patted his shoulder.
3,000 yuan for contact details. An acceptable amount. Producer is too reclusive a profession. Mu Yuan sighed. Our networking circle is too small.
Furthermore, our rank as beginner producers is nothing glamorous either. I'm already at this age, yet I haven't even met any girls I'm interested in. Before coming here, my grandfather told me that I must use the opportunity of this competition to get a girlfriend.
Chen Feng was speechless. This was the reason this guy joined the competition?
Let's go, I will show you around, the staff member said.
Sea City was a very mystical city. Under the scorching sun, countless ice sculptures could be seen grandiosely arranged on the street. They were cool and refreshing to touch. Beside the street, there was also warm ice for sale, allowing one to experience the winter of Sea City in advance. Chen Feng tried touching them. This ice was indeed warm. A mystical place, a mystical piece of floating ice. However, Chen Feng and the rest were, after all, not here for a holiday. After the initial novelty wore off, they lost their interest. The staff members showed them around randomly for a short time before bringing them back to the pre-arranged hotel to rest before leaving to receive the next batch of participants. In the hotel room, after Zhang Wei explained to them what to take note of, he let them off to rest. The competition would be held early morning the next day. Tonight, everyone had free personal time. Chen Feng had originally planned to have a deep exchange with Mu Yuan on production skills. However, he did not expect that Mu Yuan had actually hooked up with the young lady that sold him the information and was now nowhere to be found. This is truly. Chen Feng shook his head and couldn't help but to laugh. After the meal, Chen Feng started his preparations for the upcoming competition. There was not much point in practicing last minute. Chen Feng did not bother wasting his spiritual energy. Instead, he entered the learning forum and started looking over the information regarding the Gene Rookie competition. The top 100 promising producers. The top 100 beautiful producers. The contents of this particular thread were very thorough and detailed. There were a total of 9,600 participants in the competition.
In this thread, approximately 1,000 of them were included. As long as there was something special about the producer would be included in this thread. Instead, it was those like Mu Yuan who, despite having rather good production skills yet mediocre results, normally weren't included in this thread. What was interesting was that Chen Feng had even found himself in the thread. His name was included in a list called Future Top 100 Candidates. Is it due to my age? Chen Feng contemplated. He started seriously cramming in additional information and only went to rest after he started feeling tired. The night passed quietly. On the next day, Zhang Wei brought the three of them to the competition venue. At a huge compound belonging to the Virtual World Company was one huge 300-story building after another. All of them were rented by the Gene Production Association as the arena for the competition. The 263rd floor of B block was the arena Chen Feng was assigned to. Zhang Wei patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Just try your best. Chen Feng smiled. All right. He is so unconfident with me? No worries. Soon, I will prove my worth. He had to emerge from this Gene rookie competition. As he entered the building, Chen Feng walked to the arena he was assigned to. The arena was extremely huge with all sorts of equipment he never seen before. This equipment appeared much more delicate and fine compared to those at Gold City. Icy blue rays of light filled the sky, causing one to feel relaxed and comfortable. At 10 sharp, the competition officially began. The second round hereby officially begins. The rules being, producers are given free rein to choose their formulas and materials to produce the strongest defensive reagent. The final scores will be decided in accordance to the degree in which the defensive reagent was able to resist the Aurora energy attack. The top 1,000 scorers will pass the first stage. The rest will be eliminated. Schwa! Light swirled before everyone's eyes. The gene bank of the Gene Rookie competition was shown to Chen Feng. Within was an endless amount of gene formulas. From F class to E class, 1 star to 5 star, all sorts of formulas, everything was available. If one wanted to, one could directly choose a 5-star E class formula right now. Is this the reward for passing the first round? Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, at the very start of this round, a major formula was already awarded to them by making this gene bank available to them. A lot of participants who did not intend to pass the second round of the eliminations would choose an expensive formula that suited them before leaving. However, as for Chen Feng, this stage, he had to make his choice carefully. The first stage's requirement was to produce the strongest defensive reagent. However, there were no restrictions on the gene bank. If one were to choose an attacking gene or a fusion reagent, there would be no way for one to pass the stage. The competition had begun. What should he choose? Chen Feng looked on only to feel that the sight before him was extremely dazzling. There were only brief introductions for each gene. Gene name, gene function, and main materials. One needed to be able to make a judgment on its power with a single glance. One needed to choose a defensive gene reagent from among all these attack, support, fusion, and all other types of genes. This was only one of the aspects of this stage. Apart from that, one also needed to choose the level of the difficulty. The difficulty levels ranging from 1-star F class to 5-star E class were all available here. Which should one pick? The strongest defense? Without a doubt, the harder the difficulty of the reagent, the more powerful it would be. However, could one really produce a 5-star E-class gene successfully? Even for intermediate producers. One needed to know that this was the first time they had obtained access to the chosen formula. Only one day was available for them. How many times could they attempt their productions? Higher difficulty also signified a higher amount of materials. If one were to painstakingly work for one whole day to end up with insufficient materials, or only gaining sufficient materials for a single production, could one guarantee success in that single production? Once one failed, one would be eliminated. This stage. Chen Feng had a solemn mood. Despite Gold City's round being on one's foundations, they were still considerably simple. One only needed to follow the rules. Those with solid foundations would be able to easily pass the round. As for this second round of competition, from the very beginning, everyone was faced with a difficult choice. This was only a single production. A single production to determine one's success or failure. Which to choose? Chen Feng's gaze started sweeping through the screen before stopping at the very front of the list, the extremely powerful formula that one would immediately see the moment one entered the gene bank. You, then. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Translator's thoughts. Limeston. A small announcement, in conjunction to Christmas and the New Year, we are releasing bonus chapters as a celebration.
From this Sunday onwards, daily bonus chapters will be released until New Year. Nothing to do when you are traveling during this holiday season? I got your back, my friends, smiley face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 118, Waiting for Failure. Chapter 118, Waiting for Failure. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Aqua Rhino Gene Formula. Difficulty, 5-star. Type, Special. Function, enabling one to use the Aqua Rhino Rampart skill, activation through spiritual energy. Introduction, produced from the blood essence of an Aqua Rhino. Various materials are required to trigger the mysterious power contained within the Aqua Rhino, producing a special gene reagent as a result. This was the gene with the highest defense among the gene bank with no other contenders. This was Chen Feng's choice. Since he wanted to grab the championship, he naturally needed to choose the strongest gene formula. In the first round at Gold City, one's foundations were tested. His results there were quite ordinary. Now that they were producing genes live, regardless of the methods used, he would not be lacking when compared to others. This was his home ground. There should be a lot of people who chose the same formula as me, right? The corner of Chen Feng's lips curled up into a smile. Then, let's see who's the one laughing till the end. Schwa. As he finished choosing the formula, Chen Feng entered the segment where materials were gathered. However, he did not know that with his choice, the whole virtual community was immediately in an uproar. Especially the learning forum. After the several previous incidents, Chen Feng was considered as someone well known within the beginner section of the learning forum. As such, there were people that were paying attention to him in the competition. However, Aqua Rhino Gene? Are you kidding me? One needed to know that among the nearly 10,000 participants, he was the only one to choose the Aqua Rhino Gene. Why? Due to the scam-like material requirements. For the other formulas, those 5-star formulas included, only around 200 to 300 materials were required. However, the materials required by the Aqua Rhino reached a staggering amount of 1,300. An alarming amount. With this, the problem was not the production difficulty. Instead, the problem was the fact that one might not even be able to gather the complete materials. Has Chen Feng given up on the competition? Someone guessed. This was in actuality something quite normal. There were some who believed that they were unable to pass the second round, hence, these people would choose a 5-star formula with the highest value before getting eliminated. This was something very normal. However, do you know what the Aqua Rhino gene represents among the E-class? Someone said suddenly. Another person blanked. What? IQ tester, he said grudgingly. The other person. Despite the Aqua Rhino gene possessing the strongest defense among the E-class, due to the harsh material requirements, its quality-to-price ratio was so low it caused one's hair to stand up in anger. This was simply an abandoned gene. Even if one were to give up on the competition, one could choose other 5-star formulas. There were a lot of well-known yet rare 5-star formulas in the gene bank. Therefore, what was Chen Feng planning? They were unable to make sense of it. At this time, only when they saw Chen Feng entering the virtual materials area and starting to gather the materials were they sure that Chen Feng truly planned to produce this gene. This scam-like Aqua Rhino gene. Ha ha ha. Too funny. Although there are countless materials in the materials gathering area, every single one of the materials needs to be gathered by himself. In 10 hours, how many of them can he gather? This kid must have gone insane. Maybe he hasn't gone insane. Rather, after getting some achievements when he is in F-class, he let it get to his head and is now too arrogant. Some sneered endlessly. The competition was something with a time limit. 10 hours. Despite the fact that blood essence had already been provided by the management and there was no need to hunt the mutated beasts, the hundreds of materials required for the incubator liquid was something one needed to gather by themselves. If one could, for example, gather one material per 3 minutes, in 1 hour, only 20 materials could be gathered. After 10 hours? Only 200. This signified that any formulas that required more than 200 materials would need one to rush their material gathering. Naturally, if one was talented with higher speed, depending on the individual, one could get more. For example, over 200, 300, or 400 materials, these were accomplishable by a lot of people. However, the 1,200 required by the Aqua Rhino gene? You got to be kidding me. Someone actually chose the IQ tester. 666666666. I thought only a novice would make such choice. Ha ha ha, I must go to take a look.
A lot people were taking joy and delight in the calamity of others.
A group of people entered Chen Feng's live stream room, bringing an unexpected growth to Chen Feng's popularity. At this time, a large portion of the participants had already chosen their formulas. With this, the second round of the competition had truly entered the material gathering segment.
Bang!
Light swirled before Chen Feng's eyes.
Chen Feng descended to the ground. Blue sky. White clouds.
And a vast expanse of trees. The smell of the fresh air pervaded his nose. The whole world gave Chen Feng an extremely real feeling. He pinched his hand and the pain could actually be felt.
Fully equipped? Spirit body? Chen Feng had a solemn mood.
He was sure that through some methods, spiritual energy was used to create a spirit body that was completely the same as one's main body. This was a technology more advanced than what the virtual community used. Naturally, such equipment was something an ordinary person unable to use. One's spiritual energy had to reach a certain level to be able to endure the usage of such equipment.
Is this where the materials are gathered? Chen Feng looked at a distant place.
There, some rare production materials could already be seen.
Among the trees, some small-scale mutated beasts could be seen wandering around in their natural habitats.
This was a small-scale virtual world. 30,000 producers were sent here to gather the required materials for their formulas.
Let's begin, then. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. Not far away, a small stalk of grass that was required by his formula was swaying gently among the bush.
In accordance to his knowledge, Chen Feng carefully gathered the stalk of grass while protecting its medical effectiveness.
Time consumed, 2.5 minutes. Second material.
It was behind a mutated beast. These mutated beasts were set up by the management and were not here to be hunted.
As long as one was familiar with its temperament, one could easily avoid it.
Carefully, Chen Feng took a detour around the beast to reach behind it and gathered the material it was protecting.
Time consumption, 3.5 minutes. Third material, 1 minute consumed. Fourth material, 4 minutes consumed.
Chen Feng suddenly stopped.
10 materials, 27 minutes.
This was too slow. 10 hours seemed to be ample time, however, if this continued, he would not be able to gather even half of the required materials.
Sure enough, it's not working.
Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful.
Seems like I can only use that method, then.
At this time, the viewers at his live stream room were finally getting excited.
He has just figured out the problem. 666666666, so he really knew nothing.
Seems like despite his accomplishments in F-class, his foundations are still too weak for him to not be aware of even this knowledge.
How is he supposed to go further? Yeah, and the association actually believed that he was someone capable of grabbing the championship few years down the line? What a joke.
A slew of criticisms were thrown out from those from the Learning Forum. Due to the prominence of his previous accomplishments, there were quite a number of people that liked him. However, those who disliked him were also quite high in amount. At this time, all these people came out to criticize him. They seemed to have already seen Chen Feng's failure. In actuality, the moment Chen Feng chose the Aqua Rhino formula, he had already failed. There were 10,000 participants, yet he was the only one who chose this formula.
If it wasn't due to him having brain damage, what reason could it be? Were those people stupid? No.
Everyone here was incredibly cunning. Regardless of whether it was for one's own benefit or if it was for the competition, Aqua Rhino was the worst choice one could make.
Some sneered.
I will be waiting for the birth of the biggest joke of this year's competition. However, at this very moment, those in the livestream room waiting for Chen Feng to make a joke out of himself suddenly widened their eyes, an unbelievable expression on their face.
Wait, what is he doing? Has he gone crazy?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 119, Too Barbarous. Chapter 119, Too Barbarous. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Materials area. A fluorescent liquid was cupped on a certain piece of leaf.
This was one of the materials Chen Feng needed to gather, the morning dew.
This was also one of the favorite beverages of mutated beasts. Hence, the areas around the fluorescent liquid would always be filled with mutated beasts.
The reason mutated beasts were placed in the materials area was in order to help deepen the participants' understanding of the characteristics of these materials. One only needed to know the temperament of these mutated beasts to easily avoid them.
These mutated beasts would take turns consuming the fluorescent liquid. One only needed to wait for a few minutes for a gap to appear.
Subsequently, one only needed to take advantage of this gap to quickly retrieve the liquid. Perhaps one might have a deeper understanding of these mutated beasts and would be able to use some other materials to temporarily lure these mutated beasts away. With this, one could also easily get the fluorescent liquid. Easy. Naturally, it was also somewhat time-consuming. This was the 11th material required by Chen Feng. The viewers in the live stream room were originally happily witnessing Chen Feng wasting his time. However, outside of everyone's expectations, this time, Chen Feng actually walked straight toward that mutated beast. That's right. He was actually walking straight to that mutated beast. Has he gone insane? Everyone had a dumbfounded expression. This, suicide to get eliminated out of the competition? Chen Feng was actually planning to give up on the competition in such a manner? However, at this moment, Chen Feng reached. An even more astonishing thing happened. Xiao. A shining wind blade shot out of Chen Feng's hand and slashed toward the mutated beast with an astonishing might. That mutated beast was actually wounded by Chen Feng. Xiao. Another wind blade shot out. The mutated beast died. Next, Chen Feng retrieved the fluorescent liquid easily. Time consumed, 10 seconds. Everyone had dumbfounded expressions. K killed? He had actually killed the mutated beast. One needed to know that there were indeed people who tried killing these mutated beasts before. However, these mutated beasts were all peak F class. Hence, for these beginner and intermediate producers, these beasts required a lot of effort to kill. As for Chen Feng, his killing speed was actually so short. His genetic ability. Some quickly realized something. Normal producers would fuse with genes that provided assistance in gene production in order to become the strongest producer. Chen Feng, on the other hand, had fused with a combat gene. What? Some couldn't believe it. The Chen Feng proclaimed as a genius producer had actually fused with a combat gene? He was probably too poor in the past. Some sneered. Everyone was speechless. Must all gene producers have zero combat genes? Not quite so. There were a lot of such producers. This was a very common occurrence among those wild cultivators who had only managed to become producers by fluke. Becoming someone who was a mix between producer and warrior, these people possessed various genetic abilities as they would only decide what to do when they advanced into a new class without planning in advance. These people were quite weak regardless of their combat power or their production level. Double cultivation? It was simply a joke. A lot of people only fell into such predicament due to their life circumstances which forced them into it. However, none of them had ever qualified to participate in the Gene Rookie competition. Chen Feng was the very first one. Wind Blade? What damnable ability was that? For a gene producer, that was simply a trash ability. With this, his gathering speed should have a great increase, right? Some suddenly realized. That's not for sure. Another guy sneered. Only a part of the materials were guarded by mutated beasts. For those materials without mutated beasts that required pure gathering skills, how is he supposed to increase his speed? You need to know, to perfectly gather a material, one needs to be very careful, protecting the material's medicinal effectiveness lest it get damaged. Before he had even finished his sentence, he was stunned as he looked at Chen Feng. Not only him, in Chen Feng's live stream room, everyone that saw Chen Feng's action was equally stunned. As that guy was talking about material gathering, coincidentally, Chen Feng was gathering a spiritual grass that required its medicinal effectiveness be preserved. What happened next was Chen Feng calmly walking to it and directly pulling that grass out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Pulling it out? Was this Chen Feng crazy? A spiritual grass. Its medicinal effectiveness needed preservation. Only by preserving its medicinal effectiveness would the production be successful. Every portion of the medicinal effectiveness lost would influence the success rate and might even cause the production to fail. Hence, when gathering such spiritual grasses, extreme caution had to be exercised as one dug the roots of the grasses out together with the soil it grew in. With this, the medicinal effectiveness would be preserved for production. Chen Feng, though, had directly plucked it out just like that. Everyone had a stupefied expression. Chen Feng's choice of actions had caused them to not even be sure how to continue berating him. This. They were certain that Chen Feng had gone crazy. Maybe, only this one time, some guessed. After all, if it was only done to one of the materials, the effect wouldn't be too big. I think so too. Another person agreed, it might be because this particular spiritual grass was something Chen Feng did not know how to gather, so he directly plucked it out so as to not waste time here. It is a reasonable choice.
True. Everyone thought and agreed.
However, just as they was done convincing themselves that this was the truth, Chen Feng quickly walked toward a bush and cupped some liquid with his bare hands before filling his reagent bottle with it.
Time consumed, 10 seconds. God! That's the wind do.
This is something that must be handled with sterilized tools, otherwise, the success rate will be affected.
Chen Feng actually used his bare hands to directly cup it.
I am going crazy.
Everyone was stupefied. A liquid that needed to be handled with sterilized tools was cupped out with bare hands? God, how ignorant was Chen Feng? Do you not know how much bacteria there is on your hands?
Such wind do, if used, the success rate will be greatly decreased.
He has gone crazy. He must have. Everyone was collapsing emotionally. This was simply the beginning. Every single spiritual grass? Pluck them out. Every single liquid? Retrieve it directly. There were mutated beasts? Kill. Wait. Chen Feng's violent manner of gathering was just beginning.
In the learning forum, in Chen Feng's live stream room, and everywhere else, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. If the actions of other participants could be called the perfect demonstration of textbook-like gathering methods, teaching the viewers how materials were supposed to be gathered, then Chen Feng's methods could be called the perfect demonstration of the opposite of what the textbooks taught.
Every single material gathered by Chen Feng was not perfect. No, I can't take this anymore. If I keep watching this, I will die. This is simply doing everything wrong.
A lot of producers who initially joined the stream room to flame Chen Feng couldn't continue watching this anymore. This was especially true for those virgins with obsessive-compulsive disorder. This felt like a disaster to them.
Soon, some producers couldn't take this anymore and left. After leaving, they started posting threads at the learning forum to berate Chen Feng.
This led to a lot of people joining Chen Feng's live stream room to watch him. Suddenly, Chen Feng's popularity increased greatly. The live stream room was almost filled with nothing but criticism of Chen Feng.
Brute. Unforgivable. This is simply an insult to the act of gathering materials. This is simply an act of destruction. The chat in his room was flooded.
All sorts of bigwig producers came out to denounce this. Despite them knowing that the reason for Chen Feng to do this was to increase his speed, despite them knowing that this method would definitely fail during the production stage, they still found this intolerable.
What was the meaning of having a gathering stage as part of the competition?
As a producer, one had to be familiar with their materials. If one was not even clear with where their required materials came from and what characteristics they had, only concentrating on producing by following the instructions on the formulas, how far could one go?
Could one produce the strongest gene? No.
Hence, material gathering was also a test of one's foundations.
It had a very deep meaning to it. As for Chen Feng, he was simply damaging this competition. Too excessive.
Some old producers found this intolerable.
He is simply here to mess things up.
Unfortunately, Chen Feng was not able to hear all this. If he actually heard this, he would definitely ask, if he was here to mess things up, then what about all those producers that were busy commenting here?
As for their protest? Who do they think they are? As long as no rules were violated, he could do as he wished.
Along with the passing of time, Chen Feng was progressing greatly in his material gathering. In 2 hours, 30% completion. In 4 hours, 50% completion.
In 6 hours, 80% completion. In 8 hours, complete.
Those materials that were originally impossible to be completely gathered had been completed by him with brute force. All the materials only had half their original effectiveness, though. Now, Chen Feng had successfully entered the third stage, gene production. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Come, a wave of reports. Chapter 120, Come, a wave of reports.
Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Will he succeed? Someone asked suddenly.
Schwa.
Almost everyone looked at him with an expression that suggested they were looking at an idiot.
Succeed? Are you kidding me? That was a 5-star E-class formula.
A super difficult formula. Even in the Gene Rookie competition, which was filled with the cream of the crop, those who chose a 5-star formula would not exceed 100 participants. Among them, a vast majority were peak intermediate producers.
Chen Feng? They looked at his information. MHM. 20-star beginner producer? Too laughable.
Without a doubt, The person who asked this question was a true layman who was simply here to watch the show.
Producing successfully?
The success rate for such high-difficulty formulas was extremely low when one first produced them. Something that even a large amount of intermediate producers did not dare to touch.
For a beginner producer like Chen Feng, it was questionable if he could even complete a 1-star E-class formula. As for a 5-star E-class formula,
he simply had zero chance of succeeding.
Furthermore,
the crux was that all the materials he'd gathered were defective materials. Almost none of his materials were in proper condition. Among his 1,200 types of materials, at least 1,000 of them had their effectiveness greatly reduced.
With such defective materials, could he succeed? Ridiculous. Camping for Chen Feng's failure. Above poster +1. Above poster +2.
The chat rooms were getting spammed.
Chen Feng's live stream room was getting extremely hot.
At this moment, the popularity of his room had even surpassed a large number of celebrity producers.
The current popularity of Chen Feng's room was at a totally different level.
These producers had been here enduring their disgust toward Chen Feng all this time just to witness his final failure. A certain professor in a certain classroom had even tuned into Chen Feng's livestream.
Students, come, look at this.
Chen Feng's gathering method is a perfect example of how things shouldn't be done. See, at this moment, the hand should be used like this, instead of the brute force he used. The professor spoke frankly with an air of confidence. Every single action of Chen Feng's was used as an example of how things shouldn't be done.
Now,
all of them were waiting for the result. They needed it to educate those wild cultivators and those who planned to take shortcuts that, after using such brute force, destroying the competition in such a manner, nothing good would result.
Guess which step Chen Feng will fail at?
I think it should be the gene search step. Chen Feng is, after all, still a newbie, yet he dared to choose such a formula. I think that he won't be able to even get through the gene search step. He's only at such a level, he will definitely fail to get through the gene search step.
I think so too.
It is quite a regret to not be able to see the incubator liquid formed by 1,000 types of defective materials.
Everyone was happily gossiping.
They were finally getting to see what they wanted to see most.
At this very moment, gene production began. Shwa! Shwa! Light flashed.
Chen Feng prepared all the materials. This was the virtual world, hence, the system would assist them to complete a lot of mundane works. He did not to waste too much time doing trivial things.
The
Aquarino's blood started hovering. At that instant, Chen Feng entered the digitized mode.
Bang!
In the virtual livestream room, almost all the viewers followed him into the digitized world. This was one of the benefits of a virtual world.
It ensured a full experience to the viewer's spiritual body, digitized world included. Bang!
Several hundreds of thousands of genes flickered around.
So many gene fragments.
Worthy of being the Aquarino blood essence.
Everyone exclaimed in admiration.
Unsurprisingly, they saw Chen Feng standing there dazed in the digitized world without any reaction whatsoever. First step, gene search, 1,000 strains of genes were required. Incredibly frightening. The incredibly high amount of gathering required for the Aquarino gene was not only applicable to its required materials, it was also the same for the genes.
This Chen Feng had probably not thought of this before he came into this digitized world, right? He is most probably terrified now.
Even I had just found out that 1,000 gene fragments are required here.
Even if there are a lot of repetitive genes, it will require a lot of time, right? I wonder if Chen Feng can actually find all the genes. 666666666. Everyone discussed spiritedly.
However, at this moment, Chen Feng moved.
Shwa! Shwa!
Both his eyes were closed. He did not grab toward a certain gene fragment with caution. Instead, he boldly stretched his hand and started grabbing wildly in the digitized world, grabbing a whole bunch of gene fragments every single time. The first time, he grabbed several tens of strains of genes. The second time, he grabbed another several tens of strains of genes.
Shwa! Shwa!
Both his hands started working.
Almost everyone there had a dumbfounded expression. What was this? Gene search? Search my ass. Open your eyes wide. How is this a gene search? This is simply a gene plunder, right?
This is simply the act of plundering the digitized world with brute force.
What on earth was Chen Feng thinking? Everyone had a stupefied expression.
Since they did not have the formula, they were not clear on whether what Chen Feng did was correct or wrong.
However, such a manner. It couldn't be correct, right?
One could say that the correct steps were wrongly executed by him.
Seeking for sensationalism. An old producer sneered.
He had clearly seen the truth. Chen Feng had simply given up on the competition. Instead, he was using such a method to win some fame for himself, marketing himself through this.
Is he considering himself to be an online celebrity? Everyone came to realize the truth. Succeeding? How could this succeed? He was simply doing as he wished. They had also recalled that, nowadays, as the virtual community grew in size, a lot of people started to fake things online in order to attract the attention of the public. There were even some who deliberately stirred up trouble to attract attention. Regardless of whether the viewers were insulting or criticizing these people, as long as attention was paid to these people, they succeeded.
Furthermore, using the fame won by getting criticized by the public, one could still earn a huge amount of money. And now, the same thing seemed to be happening in Chen Feng's live stream room.
Damn it! A lot of people came to realize the truth. Succeeding?
He did not need to produce it successfully. He was deliberately acting dumb in order to attract the attention of others. A lot of people started checking the current popularity of Chen Feng's livestream and found that, inadvertently, Chen Feng's popularity had surpassed a large majority of celebrity producers.
Higher popularity than those genius celebrities.
We were deceived, everyone cried out in alarm.
They knew of the ways one might use to become an online celebrity.
However, they had never expected that even a producer would also use such methods to market himself.
Was he not afraid of getting banned? Shwa! Shwa!
Chen Feng was still grabbing wildly with his eyes closed. A lot of producers saw this as trickery.
Protesting Chen Feng. Scram, Chen Feng. Rejecting online celebrity producer. Seeking sensationalism, deceiving others to gain attention. A group of people started raining their bullets. Thus, more and more people noticed this. However, they did not leave.
Instead, they stayed with an angry feeling of getting deceived, hoping that more would come to realize the truth. Soon, Chen Feng's live stream room was flooded with criticism.
Too hateful.
A lot of people that had realized the truth were now raging. In their heart, producers were a noble existence, low-level producers included. Hence, when they realized that they had been played around like a monkey, they were even angrier. A lot of them started reporting Chen Feng without hesitation, aiming to get him banned. They had to let him learn the consequences of offending the circle of producers.
However, at this moment, a loud echo resounded. Thump!
The blood essence shattered.
Along with the blood essence, a large majority of the genes were destroyed.
Only the gene fragments chosen by Chen Feng remained, flickering with a bizarre radiance in the digitized world.
First step, gene search, completed. What?
In Chen Feng's live stream room. The non-stop criticism stopped abruptly. There was a momentary pause in the live stream room with millions of viewers. Everyone had dumbfounded expressions.
Su succeeded? How was this possible?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 121, so what if they're defective materials? Chapter 121, so what if they're defective materials? Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Success. First step, gene search, completed.
1,000 gene strains had been completely assembled under a situation where Chen Feng had both eyes closed and he was grabbing wildly using both his hands. All the producers in the virtual live stream room were dazed for a long time.
They wanted to know, how had this succeeded? Or, how was this possible?
If it wasn't something they'd witnessed with their own eyes, they would not have believed something like this had happened.
When had gene search become so simple? I must be hallucinating. Me too.
Two people happily exchanged glances, however, grief was plastered all over their faces the next moment.
Hallucination? Together? Were these two idiots?
At this time, a series of bullets were again being fired in the live stream room. Those layman viewers who were only here to watch the show that were reprimanded for their ignorance earlier had came online one after another. These idiots got their faces slapped furiously. Where's your counter?
666666666. Is this the so-called getting played like a monkey? You all enjoyed being a monkey so much?
I, your father, am dying from laughter.
I think you all are the ones jealous of Chen Feng, right?
Everyone was happy to participate in gossiping, while the layman viewers who were only there to watch the show felt refreshingly comfortable after getting their revenge.
What joke was this?
Getting criticized by the so-called experts the moment they entered the room, telling them how much Chen Feng was trash, how the layman viewers that supported him had brain damage, etc.
F***ck, who were the ones with brain damage now?
One producer wanted to explain himself, yet he couldn't find his words.
What could he say?
The truth was laid bare before him. They had never expected that a day would come where a bunch of total layman viewers could actually despise them in such a way in regard to gene production. Furthermore, they had no way of refuting
this damnable Chen Feng.
Currently, Chen Feng had started the second step of his production.
Gene reaction.
In all honesty, the difficulty level of this step was quite high as well. However, after their experience during the first step, gene search, it would be simpler for them to simply watch on as this step progressed. Indeed, Chen Feng easily completed this step as well. A gene that was radiating with a bizarre glow flickered unceasingly in the digitized world.
This was the Aqua Rhino gene. A lone Aqua Rhino gene.
Now, Chen Feng only needed to complete the gene fusion stage and his production would be successful.
Schwa. Chen Feng pressed the power switch.
The materials for the preparation of the incubator liquid were already placed in the equipment in advance. He only needed to press the power switch when it was required and the reaction process would proceed by itself, creating the incubator liquid.
Rumble.
Soon. As the incubator liquid preparation was completed, a liquid with a bizarre color appeared. Chen Feng only needed to drop the Aqua Rhino gene into this liquid in order for it to incubate and the whole production would be completed.
However, this color, why is it giving me a weird feeling?
Yeah,
this seems to be somewhat different from the description in the introduction details, right? Everyone felt doubtful.
Only now did all those producers get the chance to start sneering once again. This is a trash incubator liquid produced by 1,000 defective materials. Finally, the incubator liquid appeared.
Ha ha ha, this is the result of 1,000 types of materials? Too funny. They were happy to see this.
This was also their first time seeing such a unique incubator liquid produced from 1,000 defective materials. The density of the liquid was indeed quite amazing.
How are you all so sure that this thing must be a worse-off version? A group of viewers were not satisfied. Even if the color is somewhat weird and the density seems somewhat diluted, it might be the better version instead, right? Higher density doesn't signify a better quality anyway. Yeah, another person agreed.
Now, they were extremely unsatisfied with these producers.
What the heck do you know? An old man glared at them. This is the incubator for the Aqua Rhino gene.
It is only natural for it to be better the higher the density is.
The higher the density, the higher the success rate.
If the density can reach a percentage of 50% or above, the success rate will be frighteningly high.
The other guy sneered. That is the truth simply because you say so?
This old man here has been researching gene production for many years.
Why would I lie to you all?
The old man angrily rebuked them. From its appearance, the color seems extremely diluted. The density of Chen Feng's liquid is not even 1%. Under such circumstances, the success rate of his gene fusion will not be more than 0.001%. In such a situation, if he can produce it successfully, this old man here will take him as my master.
So scary? Everyone's heart leaped. A success rate of not higher than 0.001%? Then, wasn't the probability of it succeeding 1 in 100,000? This. A scam-like probability indeed. Another guy sneered. Be careful lest what you said actually happens.
Ridiculous, the old man said in contempt.
Do you think that I don't understand this Chen Feng?
I completely understand him.
I once had a student that was just like him.
Back then, how honest were we, the producers? In our eyes, there was only production and nothing else. However, the young producers nowadays, for that stupid virtual community, in order to gain fame, seizing every opportunity to seek sensationalism, using all sort of ways to gain popularity. This is the type of person I hate the most. Simply someone who has lost all the face of us producers, the old man said indignantly.
Yeah. Some other producers started agreeing with him.
The other person sneered. If you all have the guts, wait until Chen Feng is done before saying more.
Did he not complete his first step despite everything anyway? Seizing every opportunity to gain fame? Everyone possessed different genetic abilities. It was quite possible that such a manner of production was a more efficient way of production for Chen Feng. During the first step, gene search, hadn't he succeeded?
Gene search is something that can be enhanced through the digitized world. There are all sorts of abilities capable of providing assistance to this. The old man wasn't bothered with that particular success and analyzed using his personal experience.
However, as for gene fusion?
Even if he can increase the success rate, it wouldn't be by a large margin. Right at this moment, that drop of aqua rhino gene had quietly fallen into the incubator liquid.
Gene fusion began. It's starting. Nobody could take their eyes off it.
Millions of people in the virtual live stream room stared rigidly at Chen Feng's production.
1, 2, 3.
The aqua rhino gene started duplicating. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. However, after only several duplicates, they paused, seemingly encountering something they couldn't overcome, and stopped the fusion process.
It ended? Ha ha ha, too funny. The most comical gene fusion in history.
Impurities are everywhere in such an incubator liquid that was prepared from those defective materials. When the genes were duplicating, as long as they were blocked by the impurities, there was no way out.
Right. Everyone sneered. And yet, after 2 seconds, the genes started duplicating once again.
Furthermore, this time, they were duplicating with a terrifying speed.
10%.
20%, in a short 10 seconds, the duplicated genes filled the liquid. The incubator liquid was transformed into a clear blue-colored liquid.
Gene fusion, complete. Chen Feng poured out 1/10 of the liquid and sealed the rest. The end. Production success.
At this time, those people that had been criticizing him hadn't even recovered from their shock.
It was completed just like that?
They couldn't imagine the reason the gene duplication that had been affected by the impurities earlier suddenly continued smoothly.
Furthermore, how could it be completed instantly?
This was gene fusion. For such a gene formula with a high difficulty level, even if there were no impurities, using a perfect incubator liquid, the success rate would still be pitifully low. There were simply too many aspects of it that required trials before succeeding.
A gene fusion needed perfect evenness for it to succeed.
With the existence of those impurities, evenness became something extremely difficult to achieve. Hence, as long as there was a tiny speck of impurity, the production would be affected.
As for this particular incubator liquid here, it was filled with countless impurities. Furthermore, Chen Feng was a newbie. How could he have succeeded?
All the producers had a dumbfounded expression, while those layman viewers that were criticized earlier started being active, bombarding the opponents with one bullet after another, causing them to be dumbstruck and unable to reply.
Where is that so-called 1 in 100,000 probability?
That old man sounded so legit, I was almost convinced by him. Yeah, he even said that he had been researching for many years.
Go on, continue making up stories. The layman viewers started sneering.
They had been unsatisfied with these producers for way too long. In all honesty, Chen Feng was only here to join the competition. Why on earth were all the producers focusing on Chen Feng as if he'd killed their father?
Damaging the competition? Was the competition something belonging to the producers' families?
Now, all the producers were dumbstruck and unable to retort.
Retort? What could they use as a retort?
Regardless of how they retorted, it would be pointless. Chen Feng had succeeded, striking them down with this cruel fact. Camping for the old man to take Chen Feng as his master.
Above poster +1. Happily watching. Everyone laughed crazily.
Compared to other live stream rooms that were calm and lacked excitement, Chen Feng's live stream room was unbelievingly happening. Due to this incident, Chen Feng's popularity increased once again.
Schwa! Schwa!
The viewers increased without stop. Currently, everyone was paying attention to a single thing. The aqua rhino gene produced by Chen Feng, this gene reagent reputed as the strongest defense among E-class genes, how powerful was it?
Everyone was looking forward to it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 122, The Assembly of Geniuses. Chapter 122, The Assembly of Geniuses. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Not much time was left in the current round.
A large majority of the producers had already successfully produced their gene reagents. This was a gene rookie competition joined by participants worldwide, with viewers reaching over 100 million. There were only millions of people in Chen Feng's virtual live stream room.
As for the other viewers, they were all viewing the production of those genuine celebrity producers.
Layman viewers were not small in amount, however, a lot of them were still here with an attitude to learn, hoping to learn something from this competition. They had learned a lot, ranging from materials gathering to gene production.
For example, Chen Hai with the highest popularity.
He was 23 years old, male, and a superstar producer with 300 million viewers in his virtual livestream room. He was a person possessing a frightening amount of fans. His attractiveness index was extremely high as well, as he was astonishingly handsome. The main reason for his popularity was due to how every single motion of his, and every single production, even material gathering, was textbook-like.
Watching his production was a type of pleasure in itself. One could also learn a lot from watching his material gathering.
Coupled with the terrifying background he had, and this being the first time he joined the competition, it had lent a frightening popularity to his room with 300 million viewers.
This was Chen Hai,
an extremely powerful producer with the highest chance to be the champion of the current competition. At this time, in Chen Hai's livestream room, he was gracefully completing the final step of gene production, gene fusion. Those exceptionally lively genes became docile in his hands and started the fusion process with a smoothness that gave the viewers an incomparably comfortable feeling.
10 seconds later, production complete. The chat in his room exploded. It's so comfortable to watch. This was totally a pleasure.
This is what true gene production looks like. Those who just returned from Chen Feng's room are expressing their grief.
Chen Feng? What do you mean? You all can go to the learning forum to take a look and find out what happened.
Among the praise-filled chat, there were a group of victims that had come from Chen Feng's room. Some felt curious and checked it out, only to return with dumbfounded expressions on their faces.
Simply, what's the matter?
The others were curious.
He failed his production? No, he succeeded. However,
that person had an odd expression on his face, as if they had swallowed shit.
Hard to describe. Better than Chen Hai? How is that possible? What's the point in watching him, then?
That person shook his head as he continued watching Chen Hai, who was winding up the production process. See, even when cleaning up, Chen Hai maintains his gracefulness.
If I was a woman, I would surely be his wife. Another succession of praises in the chat.
Compared to Chen Feng's room, the mood in this room was totally different.
Contempt?
Naturally, there were words of contempt in this room. However, such words would only appear occasionally in the chat, only to be flooded by the endless praises. It was simply something nobody noticed as the chat never stopped its furious movement. This was Chen Hai's popularity.
Incredibly terrifying.
As of now, the production of the 5-star E-class reagent chosen by Chen Hai had been completed. In a different live stream room, there were around 10 million viewers. The mood here was also different from Chen Feng's or Chen Hai's room. Here, it was filled with humor. The producer was a beautiful young girl.
Yun Xiaoduo.
Despite her age being 22 years old, she had the appearance of a 16-year-old. Wearing a blue and white colored navy uniform, she was sitting on top of a shaggy ball with a bored expression as she stared blankly ahead. Beside her was a gray-colored donkey standing on its 2 feet. Currently, the donkey was painstakingly engaging in gene production.
That's right. That was a donkey.
A donkey that knew how to produce genes. Everyone was stupefied when they first entered this room.
This mood.
Why is a donkey producing? Someone asked with a stupefied expression.
Mutant? It shouldn't be. If this furry donkey was a mutant, what was this young girl doing here? Could it be that the competition allowed 2 people to participate together? Someone explained.
This donkey is something little Miss Yun summoned with her ability. Hence, it naturally counts as hers.
Oh.
The other guy felt enlightened.
Wait. Even with this, it still sounds wrong? Which donkey could produce genes? However, when he asked his second question, nobody bothered replying to him anymore.
He looked at the chat and noticed that his question was lost amid a succession of craze-like spams.
Pretty young lady staring blankly every day. Bored every day 2333331. My life is incomparable to a donkey. Donkey? I want to be that shaggy yellow ball, alright? Damn, is the name of Lord Yellowball something you can use casually? My life is incomparable to a ball.
The chat moved with a crazy speed.
Schwa! Schwa!
The hairy donkey flung both its forehooves as the gene went through the final fusion step.
Little fur. The young lady looked at the donkey with a pitiful expression. When are you going to finish? Ao, donkey replied.
Faster. The young lady had a pleading expression on her face. I still need to continue watching the TV series tonight.
Yun Xiaoduo. A special summoner.
Due to one of her summons possessing extremely formidable production ability, she became a gene producer, self-proclaimed super popular pretty young lady. Her hobbies include staring out blankly and watching TV series, and she possessed a popularity only second to Chen Hai's. At this time, 2 clumps of shining gas shot out of both the donkey's ears.
Who? Gene production, complete. Schwa. Final step, sealing it up. 5-star A-class gene, production success. It actually succeeded. This is the first time Xiaoduo challenged a brand new 5-star A-class formula, right?
Worthy of being Xiaoduo indeed.
Such a powerful donkey. Once again, the chat moved furiously.
At this time, a large amount of the participants had also finished their gene production. Apart from Chen Hai and Yun Xiaoduo, there were still a lot of extremely popular producers. There were also several producers with around 8 to 9 million viewers. Each of them was a super genius. As for those mediocre livestream rooms with low popularity, extremely formidable producers might be hidden among them as well. The Gene Rookie competition was such an unordinary competition.
Schwa. The countdown began.
A lot of producers who had yet to complete their production started increasing their speed. As for those who were still a long way off completion, they gave up directly.
After 10 minutes, the competition entered the scoring stage. It's starting. Everyone had a solemn mood. Scoring.
How effective one's gene reagent would be was decided through the final score. Regardless of the star rating or the difficulty of the gene reagent, it was no longer important. Only the gene that resisted the strongest energy attack would receive the highest score.
Schwa.
All the live streams stopped. In the sky, there was nothing else except countless amounts of dazzling auroras. At this moment, regardless of which livestream room one was in, only the same scene could be seen, the gene scoring segment and the effectiveness evaluation segment for the strongest defensive gene.
I wonder who will be the top scorer. Everyone was looking forward to it.
Despite this top scorer position only being for this round, it still contained an unordinary meaning attached to it. In the learning forum, countless people started voting in the forum polls, guessing the final results. In this round, 200 participants had chosen 5-star E-class gene formulas. However, only 30 of them ultimately succeeded in producing them.
The rest were all eliminated.
Only dead end awaited those who rashly selected a formula that surpassed their own capabilities. The 30 who had survived were all listed publicly. Apart from this, those 4-star E-class formulas were also capable of displaying an extremely powerful effect. Among the several hundreds of producers that produced 4-star E-class gene reagents, there was a particular producer who had even unexpectedly produced a mutated 4-star gene. Mutated 4-star, super powerful defense.
Schwa. Everyone voted. Chen Hai. Yun Xiaoduo. Countless people supported their idols.
When the public noticed that there were actually someone voting for Chen Feng, the public blanked momentarily. No one expected that someone would actually vote for Chen Feng.
Despite his chosen formula being the nominally strongest formula.
However, the quality of a gene production was not only related to the strength and difficulty of the formula. It was also related to one's production level and choice of materials.
Had Chen Feng met the standards? Obviously not.
The incubator liquid produced out of 1,000 defective materials was simply an incomparably scam-like existence.
Despite Chen Feng succeeding in his production by a fluke, what about the impurities contained within? That huge amount of impurities. That aqua rhino gene was simply a knockoff product. As for Chen Hai, Yun Xiaoduo, and the others?
They had chosen the most outstanding materials, started their productions in an extremely comfortable condition, and produced a gene in a perfect manner. Compared to the roller coaster unorthodox methods of Chen Feng, they were totally different.
Such genes, how could they be weak? Which of them were superior and which were inferior?
A single glance was sufficient for a lot of people to draw their conclusion.
Naturally, for a large amount of people here, who was Chen Feng? They had no idea.
What was interesting was the fact that in every single virtual livestream room, a goal appeared. In accordance to the votes of the fans, the final goal of the producers would be altered.
This was simply a small event organized by the livestream rooms for fun.
A large majority of the super popular livestream rooms had the goal of either being the champion, the top 3, or even the top 10. Only, in Chen Feng's room, the goal was
entering the top 1,000. The goal was to only survive the elimination. They were really curious. Could that aqua rhino gene filled with impurities produced by Chen Feng resist the aurora attack?
At this moment, the aurora in the sky started flickering.
Everyone was in a solemn mood.
They knew that the evaluation to decide the strongest defensive gene had begun.
Bang! The terrifying Aurora attack descended. Footnotes 1. 233333 is Chinese netspeak, equivalent to LOL.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 123, Final Evaluation. Chapter 123, Final Evaluation. Translator, Limeston Editor, Tenish. Final Evaluation.
Countless people had their heads raised, looking upward. In the sky, a star gleamed as several thousand aurora rays blossomed and shot toward the ground.
Is it coming?
Chen Feng raised his head with a solemn expression. Only he himself knew the power of the Aqua Rhino gene. He knew that there were definitely countless amounts of people that did not believe in him. However, so what if they did not believe in him? This time, he would certainly emerge out of this round of elimination.
Bang!
The resplendent aurora rays descended. Several thousand aurora rays started bombarding every single one of the producers left in the area.
Activate!
Chen Feng activated the gene reagent in his hand.
At this moment, Aqua Rhino's rampart was displayed.
In front of Chen Feng, a faint layer of watery light appeared, blocking the aurora.
Blocked. Chen Feng was overjoyed. This was the power of Aqua Rhino's rampart.
This was the so-called defense evaluation. As was mentioned in the rules, only one standard of measurement was applied in this round.
Everyone only needed to face the strongest energy attack they could.
At the same time, almost all the producers there activated their gene reagent.
Bang! Some had ice shields appearing before them.
Some had earth walls appearing before them. There were even some who had a mutated beast appearing before them. The choice of gene reagents differed from each other. There were even some who had chosen gene reagents that increased the defense of their physical body.
Every one of them had their own choice. Ding!
The evaluation began.
Current energy power, 100 units. Bang! A flash of aurora.
The terrifying energy attack descended from the skies.
The only thing one could do was to defend. Use the gene reagent one produced to defend. Everyone resisted the first wave of attack.
At this time, the aurora started to increase in power.
120 units. 150 units. 200 units.
The terrifying energy increased in power unceasingly.
Bang! Light cracked. An earth wall collapsed. Every single destroyed gene reagent would receive their score in accordance to the intensity of the aurora energy they resisted before being destroyed. The score for this earth wall reagent, 200 points.
The evaluation continued.
Bang! Bang! A never-ending eruption of aurora.
A succession of gene reagents started to fail and collapse. On the other hand, a majority of the producers who had lasted till now had their score greatly increased.
Ice Shield Gene Reagent, 280 points. Copper Transformation Gene Reagent, 282 points. Bang! Bang! One collapse after another, one producer after another departed the arena with a dimmed expression. The aurora energy was still increasing in power. Howl. Someone howled.
After consuming the gene reagent, that person's body was enhanced to the point where he was several times stronger than he had originally been. However, he still ultimately failed to resist the aurora's attack, receiving a final score of 340 points, and left the area with a dimmed expression.
Condense. Someone displayed incredibly powerful defenses.
However, due to poor judgment, the defensive gene chosen was one with an explosive power but a short active duration of only 1 second, and they could only helplessly leave the arena.
The final score for that person was 360 units.
Currently, the evaluation was still continuing.
Xiao.
Under the bombardment of the aurora, a lot of people had left the arena. As time passed, the scores of the people leaving were getting higher as well.
Toward the end, less than 100 participants were left standing.
Among these 100 survivors, the gene reagents they'd produced were at the very least 4-star E-class.
They were the figureheads of this second round.
In the virtual live stream rooms, everyone's emotions surged.
A faint outline of the top 100 could already be seen.
Despite it being a temporary ranking, in a lot of instances, these were the ones who ultimately end up in the top 100 towards the end of the competition. Every single one of these producers was incomparably powerful. Using their own methods, they had blocked all the aurora attacks up until now. At this moment, almost all the viewers shifted their attention from the rooms of the eliminated producers to those who survived, the rooms of the less than 100 remaining producers. What startled everyone was the fact that Chen Feng was still in the competition.
Chen Feng? The knockoff Aqua Rhino gene? Some realized.
When the Aqua Rhino gene was produced, it caused quite a shock. After all, it was the nominally strongest gene in this round. However, when they knew that this was an impurity-filled gene reagent produced by defective materials, they lose their interest in Chen Feng.
However, no one expected Chen Feng to last till now.
It has truly been hard on him. Using such a method to enter the top 100, he has earned my respect.
Countless people entered Chen Feng's room and liked, 1. His stream.
In their eyes, regardless of his strength, the very fact that he dared to choose the Aqua Rhino gene none dared to choose and had successfully produced it was an extremely impressive feat in itself.
However, what they were more curious with was, how long could Chen Feng last? He should get eliminated soon, right? An old producer shook his head.
I produced a lot of Aqua Rhino genes in the past and have also seen what Chen Feng did here.
The amount of impurities is simply too high.
Only 1/3 of the Aqua Rhino gene reagent's power can be displayed. I suppose the only reason Chen Feng lasted till now is due to the Aqua Rhino gene being an originally powerful gene where even 1/3 of its power was still sufficiently powerful to last this long.
True, another producer agreed.
Based on their experience, this gene reagent was indeed filled with impurities.
So that was the case.
Everyone felt enlightened. It was understandable that the Aqua Rhino gene that required 1,000 materials and 1,000 gene fragments to be much stronger than ordinary gene reagents.
Seems like Chen Feng will not be able to last longer.
It is already very difficult for him to reach this point.
Everyone lamented. At this time, Xiao.
The aurora once again increased in power.
Bang! Bang! The defense of a huge amount of people collapsed.
When the number of surviving participants became lower than 100, the aurora increased in power furiously. In a single second, there was a 4 or 5 times increase in power. Several tens of people had their defenses collapse and they left the arena immediately.
Almost all the 4-star reagents end up eliminated.
Even among the 5-star defensive reagents, there were a large amount of eliminations due to their defenses collapsing.
Only 8 remained. What surprised everyone was Chen Feng was still here.
Why is he still there?
Didn't someone say that the Aqua Rhino gene could only display 1/3 of its power? Everyone had a dumbfounded expression. Could it be that the Aqua Rhino gene was powerful to such an extent?
It is indeed only 1/3 of the power. The old producer glanced at Chen Feng without a change in his expression. Hence, Chen Feng survived. Those other producers having their defenses collapse can only show that the genes they chose were not really suited to face such energy attacks. Hence, they deserved their elimination. However, this is where Chen Feng's advance stops.
Look at the remaining survivors, the old producer hinted. What? Everyone instinctively glanced at the survivors and their heart immediately thumped. Xin Hai. Yun Xiaoduo. 5-star. All 5-star genes. They had all chosen 5-star A-class formulas.
Furthermore, regardless of production level or materials gathered, they greatly surpassed Chen Feng. These people, they were figureheads even among those who had chosen 5-star reagents. Apart from Chen Feng, all these were explosively popular celebrity producers.
What was frequently heard could be repeated in detail.
The public could even name every one of these survivors by virtue of their popularity alone.
It's actually them. All the remaining 8 survivors are also so powerful? Everyone was shocked.
Every single one of them was either a high-level or peak intermediate producer. Every single one of them had produced a perfect 5-star E-class defensive gene.
No matter how they looked at it, among these 8, Chen Feng was the weakest. Look at this, the first to be eliminated will definitely be Chen Feng, some said.
At this time, the evaluation continued once again.
Xiao. A flash of aurora. Bang. 2 celebrity producers had their defenses collapse.
However, Chen Feng still remained.
This.
Everyone abruptly widened their eyes.
He was still there? This was illogical. An attack of such a level, how could the Aqua Rhino gene with only 1/3 of its effectiveness resist it? Xiao. Another flash of aurora. Bang. 3 celebrity producers had their defenses collapse, eliminated. Chen Feng remained.
Now, only 3 participants remained.
Chen Feng. Xin Hai. Yun Xiaoduo.
Under the aurora attack, Xin Hai, with an energy-formed umbrella, blocked all the aurora attacks before him with a resolute expression on his face. Yun Xiaoduo, with a shield on her wrist, blocked all the aurora attacks before her in a manner resembling a war goddess.
Chen Feng, with the Aquarino's rampart, blocked all the aurora attacks and stood there loftily. How is this possible? A countless amount of people cried out in surprise.
They had, with their own eyes, watched as the defense of the celebrity producers tottered before collapsing.
Chen Feng's defense, on the other hand, was as firm as a rock, not wavering under the attack. Where was the so-called impurity? Where was the so-called one-third effectiveness? You have got to be kidding me, right? How is it possible for him to remain? Everyone was endlessly amazed.
That old producer opened his mouth once again.
Actually. Shut up. Scram. F***ck off.
A series of curses flooded the chat, shutting him down. The old producer had bitterness plastered all over his face.
His analysis was not supposed to be wrong.
According to his experience, with so many impurities, even one-third effectiveness was already an exaggeration.
But then, why was Chen Feng still there? There was only one possibility for that: genetic ability. He definitely has a purification-type genetic ability, some guessed. Purification. Something able to get rid of impurities. Impossible, someone retorted immediately. I have seen such an ability before. Normally, it could only expel a small amount of impurities.
A huge volume of impurities like what were contained within Chen Feng's reagent are simply impossible to be cleansed through purification.
If so, what on earth is happening, then? No one knew. Just as everyone was bewildered, another aurora descended. Bang! One elimination. Only 2 remained. Footnotes. 1. The like here refers to the like button similar to what we have in Facebook and YouTube. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Who is first place? Chapter 124, Who is first place? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng was eliminated? Everyone instinctively looked at the participants. However, they surprisingly found that the one who was eliminated this time was actually Yun Xiaoduo. Under the reinforced aurora ray, her defensive barrier had collapsed directly. So angry. Yun Xiaoduo raged. Little fur, no dinner for you tonight. Ayo.
The little donkey crouched there, feeling wronged.
Could it be blamed?
It had already displayed its full strength. A brand new 5-star A-class formula was the absolutely highest level of quality he had ever done, yet, who knew that there were 2 other freaks here that were better than him? At this time, in the live stream room, a huge amount of people entered. No one had expected Chen Feng to actually reach this level. It was now the final confrontation between Chen Feng and Qin Hai. The defensive gene chosen by Qin Hai was the second strongest defensive gene after the Aquarino gene. Furthermore, it was a perfectly produced outstanding gene.
As for Chen Feng,
he was using the impurity-filled strongest gene that had been subsequently purified. It seemed like Qin Hai would definitely be the last survivor. However, now, nobody dared to conclude in advance, as this was how Chen Feng had, against everyone's expectations, survived one time after another.
Nobody opened their mouth.
This moment, everyone held their breath as they waited for the arrival of the final ray of light.
Bang! An extremely powerful aurora attack descended. Ka!
A crisp sound of a barrier shattering. Everyone instinctively raised their head to look over.
Next, their hearts jolted furiously. It is actually God!
Everyone felt their hands shaking. Under the dazzling radiance of the aurora, the arena where several thousands of people stood previously, at this moment, had only one person standing.
Chen Feng. He was still there.
Despite the fact that his defensive barrier was currently tottering, despite the fact that his face was currently somewhat pale, he had still survived till the end, becoming the holder of the first place for this second round.
Under the aurora, the lonesome silhouette raised his head and smiled as he said, "Seems like I won?" Schwa. Light swirled. Evaluation ended.
Chen Feng, evaluation score, 960 points, first place without question.
Hua. Everyone was in an uproar.
No one had expected that Chen Feng would be the one to survive till the end in the second round.
This Chen Feng that had been enduring waves of criticism ever since he appeared. A terrifying dark horse. At a certain university, the production professor was using Chen Feng as an example of what one should not do. See, this posture is wrong. This method is also wrong.
Every single spiritual grass he gathered, he committed at least 5 theoretical mistakes.
A production like this, how is it possible for it to be successful? A producer like this, how could he improve?
The old professor earnestly taught his class.
However, right this moment, the news window popped up.
On the huge screen, on the graph used to criticize Chen Feng, a window bearing the news popped up.
Chen Feng became the winner of the second round of the competition. All the teachers and students had stupefied expressions on their face. Chen Feng? Winner? Everyone exchanged glances. This was somewhat awkward.
At this moment, along with the release of the news, Chen Feng was truly popular.
Countless amazed people started checking out the information about him. Gold Ant Gene. Thunder Snake Gene. Dealing with Professor Tao. Chen Feng's information was exposed without stop.
With amazement, they found that compared with Qin Hai, Chen Feng's information appeared like the story of a legend.
Only graduated from high school 3 months ago yet encountered so many incidents already? Only a single look is required to figure out that this is totally a troublemaker. I saw from the information, he seems to have only entered the profession for 3 months? To hell with that.
3 months is merely something he submitted to the Production Association for audit.
Who would believe that is the truth?
The information also stated that he is a 20-star beginner producer.
Do you believe that?
True. Everyone started discussing passionately.
This time, Chen Feng was really getting popular. Known worldwide.
Regardless of those in great streets or small alleys, anyone who was paying attention to the competition would know that Chen Feng was the second-round winner of the competition, temporarily ranked first in the list of participants. Naturally, to maintain this temporary popularity he had gained, it would still depend on Chen Feng's subsequent performance. At this time, light swirled.
Schwa. Evaluation ended, elimination mechanism activated. Hum. In the air. A huge number flickered unendingly. Everyone had a solemn mood.
The evaluation stage was the stage where everyone received a score. Whether one would get eliminated would depend on the passing rate decided after taking into consideration the scores of all the participants.
Everyone knew their own scores. However, what were the top 1,000 scores? The top 1,000 scores were the dividing line deciding the elimination of everyone here.
This method greatly resembled the university entrance examination system.
Schwa. Schwa.
Light swirled. Finally, the flickering number froze at
512 points. Bang! The whole area was in an uproar. Those with a score lower than 512 points would be directly eliminated. Schwa. Announcement.
On the competition rankings, the names of several thousand participants were blacked out, eliminating them directly. Those with a score above 512 points would advance to the third round directly.
The second round officially ended. It ended? A lot of people felt like they had just woken up from a dream. This was especially true for those eliminated participants. They had never expected their scores to be out of the top 1,000 scores. Currently, Zhang Lin was also staring blankly at the darkened screen.
A conspicuous word was on it.
Eliminated. 510 points. He had never expected his score to be only 2 units lower than the passing rate. He had actually been eliminated in the second round. 2 points. Only 2 more points. How did things turn out this way?
Zhang Lin powerlessly lowered his head. He was shouldering the hope of all the citizens of Gold City. He had been too cautious. He had chosen a formula that would have a perfect success rate despite its defensive power being on the lower side. He had not expected that his score would be stuck just below the passing rate.
The round ended. Everyone could leave now. Blankly, Zhang Lin walked out of the building.
The first thing he saw there was Mu Yuan, who was energetically leaping around.
You advanced? Zhang Lin couldn't help but to ask. Nope. Mu Yuan rolled his eyes. I only had a score of 360, how is it possible for me to advance? Ha, I have a virtual movie date with the bunny ear girl tonight. He. Virtual movie. The one where your body feels like you are in the movie scene yourself. If there are some love scenes in the movie, he. Mu Yuan was giggling. Zhang Lin.
This guy here seemed to have lost his intelligence. If he could advance with this brain of his, then something was definitely wrong.
Far away, Zhang Wei walked over to them.
Zhang Lin felt guilty.
I'm sorry. No worries. Zhang Wei patted his shoulder with excitement. Continue working hard for next year. You still have a lot of room for growth. MHM. Zhang Lin was about to say something.
On the sky, the huge screen on the building suddenly soared up, releasing the results of the second round competition.
A huge shining name list appeared in the air. The winner, Feng. Feng?
Zhang Lin was directly stunned.
This little brother that had just entered the profession? This? Zhang Lin couldn't believe it. I told you. He is very talented. Jiang Wei's tone was filled with pride. He knew that a day would come where Feng soared. However, he had never expected the day to arrive so fast. Reaching such a height when he had only entered the profession for 3 months. Incomparably powerful. At this time, Feng also walked out of the building. Congratulations. Jiang Wei held his emotions back and gave Feng a big hug. Feng smiled. This is for all of us. Naturally. Jiang Wei laughed. With Feng grabbing the first place, Gold City could take pride in this. Furthermore, the entirety of Gold City would benefit from this as well. One needed to know that this was a gene rookie competition for the youth of the whole world. They returned back to the hotel. On the way, Zhang Lin had a very bad mood. Everyone comforted him unceasingly. Get over it, man. Mu Yuan comforted him. See, Feng even failed his university entrance examinations. You are an outstanding graduate of a seeded university. In this aspect, he can't compete with you at all. Feng. Zhang Lin. Was this the way to comfort others? Feng rolled his eyes. Jiang Wei had a what the F***ck expression. In other words, this outstanding graduate of a seeded university like him was nowhere near Feng and had ended up getting eliminated? Wasn't this somewhat sorrowful? However, he did not know that Feng was actually someone who'd failed his entrance examinations. You did not manage to get into a university from the entrance examinations? Zhang Lin found this somewhat surprising. My scores were 2 points short from being eligible to enter an ordinary university. Feng felt somewhat regretful. Oh. Zhang Lin understood clearly. So this genius Feng, back in the days, had lacked 2 points to pass as well. 2 points. Exactly the same as his current situation. Indeed, everyone had certain aspects they were good at. Feng had an outstanding talent in terms of production. It was understandable for him to be somewhat lacking when it came to examinations. Zhang Lin comforted himself, feeling somewhat relieved from that. However, Mu Yuan suddenly added a sentence. Don't listen to him. This guy failed because he had something to do at the last minute, and was absent from the test of the final subject. Otherwise, he would have graduated with top score. Feng. He felt like strangling Mu Yuan to death. He finally knew why this guy had failed to get a girlfriend after so many years. Damn. With such a nature, if he were to get a girlfriend, it would be abnormal. Zhang Lin, on the other hand, did not even have the tears to cry. So he was only 2 points short due to him being absent from the final test? The difference between them was as wide as an ocean. So Feng was a top student as well? When comparing against others, it was indeed infuriating. Zhang Lin, with grief all over his face, went to a certain corner and started drawing circles there. I think you should stop dealing him blows, Jiang Wei said in a low voice beside Feng. Feng had an innocent expression. This really had nothing to do with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, The Rise of the Model Student. Chapter 125, The Rise of the Model Student. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Sea City. They returned to the hotel. Due to the third round being set for 3 days later, they had sufficient time to rest and replenish their knowledge. Mu Yuan had progressed greatly in his endeavors on the bunny ear girl, so he did not feel any pressure from the competition. Furthermore, he was going out on dates and out shopping with her every single day. Despite Feng advising Mu Yuan to exercise some control and to get a deeper understanding of the girl first, Mu Yuan was currently thinking with his P***NIS instead of his brain. Spring was plastered all over his face and he probably had not listened to any of Feng's advice. Zhang Lin was putting great effort into training. After the second round had ended, he was even more hardworking than before, gaining Feng's admiration. As for Feng? Resting and recovering. This 3-day rest period was a glory belonging to him alone. In every street and alley, almost everywhere, as long as Feng went out, he could see that information pertaining him was everywhere. Everywhere he went, countless people would pay attention to him.
Only now did he truly realize that he had become a well-known figure.
Seems like I don't have to be afraid of assassination anymore.
Chen Feng smiled calmly. In the future, regardless of who it was that wanted to do something to him, they would need to consider their choices carefully.
This first place he'd won was totally worth it.
However, what Chen Feng wanted was more than this. This was merely the second round of the competition. There might be a third or fourth round after this. He had to be the one to survive till the end. Since it was somewhat inconvenient for him to leave his room these few days, he decided to go to the learning forum instead. These few days, the discussion on the learning forum was focused on the competition and the information related to several other participants and their performance.
Hence, the information here was extremely helpful.
However, Chen Feng did not expect the focus of the learning forum today to actually be him.
The strongest gene series, where did the impurities go? Within the thread was an in-depth discussion on the impurities of the Aquarino gene. Chen Feng's gene was supposed to contain countless impurities. However, in the end, no impurities could be found.
The so-called knockoff Aquarino gene had, in Chen Feng's hands, displayed 100% of its might.
Hence, where did the impurities go? Was it purified? What ability was capable of purifying so many impurities? Could it be accomplished by an E-class? Even D-class couldn't accomplish that, right? What happened, then?
Chen Feng opened the thread and found that it was simply filled with questions.
All sorts of guesses were saying that this was related to Chen Feng's second genetic ability.
Some said that it was due to purification, some said it was due to refining, everyone had different opinions.
The thread also contained a detailed report.
There were even some who had prepared 1,000 defective materials, attempting to reproduce the results.
However, after multiple attempts, none of them succeeded.
They were still searching for the root of the problem.
Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration.
These people are indeed worthy of being scholars. These were the people who would perform detailed investigations on the smallest of questions they found.
As for the question of where the impurities had gone?
Naturally, those impurities had been poured out.
When the Aquarino was completed, didn't Chen Feng pour out 1/10 of it? That was all the impurities.
With the activation of Luck Aura, the countless impure particles that were at every nook of the bottle had gathered together.
Next, they were easily poured out by Chen Feng. It was that simple.
Hence, the Aquarino he used was indeed the completed version.
Do I need to dispel their doubts?
Chen Feng watched on as these scholars answered the questions in the thread seriously, and he couldn't help but want to reply to the thread. However, after thinking about it, if he were to tell the truth, he might get beaten to death.
Whatever. Chen Feng shook his head. No one would believe him even if he told them anyway. 3 days passed quickly.
These few days, Chen Feng had been reading up on all sorts of learning resources regarding the competition. He had a newfound appreciation of the dedication of those scholars, as he had reached great gains from these few days of study. Currently, in the control room of the building of the Virtual World Company, the employees of the Gene Production Association were going through the final tests and improvements for the third round of the competition.
They needed to prevent any problems or loopholes from arising. Test complete. We can use it tomorrow. Very good. The leader, a middle-aged man, nodded his head.
An old man beside him sighed.
Little Gao, is it too strict for the competition to be in such manner? Gao Yunfeng. A top research professor at Sea Breeze University. Nickname, Mad Rule Demon.
It was his belief that everything in this world was governed by rules. Only with the existence of suitable rules could all the living beings of this world be controlled. Also known as a somewhat rigid person, as he was overly serious in everything. However, in regards to scientific researches and rule setup, he had been quite successful. Hence, he was hired to set the rules for the current competition. However, even the old man had never expected the method of competition chosen by him would be so simple and direct.
Don't worry, Gao Yunfeng said calmly. Since you all let me control the competition, I will filter them out and get the strongest top 100. The top 100 in the truest sense. Any sort of flukes are useless before me. The old man had a faint smile. That's what you said during the second round.
At this, Gao Yunfeng felt somewhat awkward. The goal of the second round was to choose the producers with the strongest foundations.
Not only in terms of production, the process of gathering materials was also a part of the round that was heavily reviewed. Several hundreds of production materials. The effectiveness of every gathered material would need to be reviewed. These were all things that would affect the final result. These were the rules he had set up.
As per the rules he'd set, Chen Hai with the strongest foundations or the other two similarly terrifying producers were supposed to be the winner. Even if it was Yun Xiaoduo, he would accept it. After all, that damnable donkey was in existence even he couldn't wrap his head around. However, ultimately, Chen Feng was the winner. A fish that had escaped from the net of rules he'd set. He had replayed the recordings 10 times. However, he still failed to understand how Chen Feng had become the winner. He was the one who had set the rules. Yet he couldn't understand what had happened. This was the most vexing thing for him. Killing mutated beasts was a barbarous action that was simply no different than those all-brawn and no-brain idiots of the genetic union. Their profession was a noble one, gene producer. Chen Feng's brutish method of gathering angered him to the point where he had difficulty breathing. Every single action Chen Feng took was wrong. However, relying on these wrong methods, Chen Feng had succeeded. Production successful. Evaluation successful. Gorgeously grabbing first place. Why? He still couldn't understand. Cheating? Just for Chen Feng, he'd ordered the technicians to work overtime and investigate without stop. However, no problems were found. Everything was very rational. This caused him to be even more vexed. Especially for a person like him that liked to have everything under control. Gao Yunfeng spoke forthrightly. I don't like this person. Genius? Luck? The information pertaining to Chen Feng that he had was different than what the public had. The information he had was more detailed. Professor Tao, Wang family, more information was available for him. After seeing the information, he was certain that Chen Feng was a person who had a knack for stirring up trouble. Someone who wouldn't stay put. Comparatively, he preferred a model student like Chen Hai. Outstanding all around, to the point where one couldn't find any problems with him. This was an example of how producers should be. It's pointless even if you don't like him. The old man smiled toyingly. He might be the final champion, you know. Impossible. Gao Yunfeng sneered. His production level and spiritual energy are insufficient. Hence, it is impossible for him to survive till the end. Even if he is somewhat talented, it's still useless. At least. He won't be able to survive the third round I've set, Gao Yunfeng said proudly. It was enough for rules to be trampled upon once. For Chen Feng, the fish that had escaped the net of his rules, he had worked overtime for several days to perfect and improve the rules for the third round. This time, no opportunity would be given to Chen Feng. Wanting to survive the round? It was possible. Kindly progress fair and square, then. Is that so? The old man laughed without saying anything further. These people in the teaching profession indeed preferred model students. This old man here instead felt that people like Chen Feng, who possessed peculiar thinking and all sorts of bizarre problem-solving methods, were much stunning existences. This was because Chen Feng's existence itself had brought more vitality to the whole competition, making the competition much more interesting than it was. Sea City. In a certain luxurious hotel, Chen Hai was silently looking at the competition records in front of him. From the moment Chen Feng had first made his move until the moment where he ultimately won the round, every single step, every single detail, had been replayed countless times by him, analyzing every sort of possibility. Little Hai. The butler beside him was somewhat anxious. He was afraid that Chen Hai couldn't take this blow. Chen Hai had, from the moment he'd entered the profession till now, participated in countless competitions and never tasted defeat. As long as he participated in a competition, he would emerge as the champion in that competition. No exceptions. This was the terrifying strength Chen Hai possessed. Hence, even the Gene Rookie competition was something that he did not join the moment he hit 18 years old. Instead, he waited until now because if he were to participate, then he had to make sure that he won the competition. However, he did not expect that just at the beginning of this competition, his victory streak was stopped by someone. Chen Hai suddenly smiled. Interesting. The butler was somewhat stunned. Are you fine? Of course I'm fine. An excited expression appeared on Chen Hai's face. It has been a long time since I met a rival. I originally believed that there was nothing much about this competition. Chen Feng. Seems like this competition is going to get interesting. Chen Hai had a smile on his face. The butler's heart jolted. Little Hai. How many years had it been since he'd seen this child behaving in such a manner? He thought carefully and found that since the 10th championship he had won, he had been somewhat lifeless. Despite the expression maintained on his face, most of those smiles were simply maintained as a sign of politeness. Now, though, he seemed to have returned to the time when he first participated in a competition. Chen Hai raised his head, surging with battle intent.
This time, I must win.
Once again, his blood started burning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 126, Third Round. Chapter 126, Third Round. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At a certain research institute. Have you obtained any results from the research? No. Trash.
A manager that was tall and slim like a bamboo pole sneered at the several hundred researchers wearing white overcoats in front of him.
What's the point in the company hiring you all? Can't even research anything out of an E-class gene. Overtime. Tonight, you must all work overtime.
None are allowed to sleep without first obtaining a result. The manager thundered without stop. They had to complete their research on this gene.
A 5-star formula possessed high development value.
The aqua rhino gene's value was on the lower side originally, something not worth developing. However, if they could produce it successfully using defective materials. All those leftover defective materials from other gene productions. They would be able to put those leftover materials to good use.
This was a large profit.
As he thought of this, both the eyes of the manager lit up. He believed that as soon as they obtained a breakthrough in their research, discovering Chen Feng's secret of success in his production, he would definitely get a promotion, becoming the new CEO, and would be able to marry his Ms. Perfect.
A mere E-class formula? It wasn't a problem. However,
the pitiful him had yet to realize just what a project he had endeavored on.
Sea City. In a certain ice cream shop.
Yun Xiaoduo had both her hands on her hips as she reprimanded the little donkey in front of her. Remember this. Next time, if you fail to obtain first place, no more ice cream for you.
Ayo.
The little donkey felt wronged. The producers of this year's competition were too freakish.
Then,
Yun Xiaoduo slanted her head as she thought. True, with that sissy Chen Hai there, I doubt you will be able to get first place.
Mei Chem, second place then. You are only permitted to obtain second place. Ayo. The little donkey howled.
There's no difference between second and third place? Yun Xiaoduo blanked for a bit before recalling. Oh yeah, the rewards for second place and third place are the same.
Sigh. Just top 3, then. Shut up, you are not allowed to talk. I have already lowered the requirements to top 3. You are not allowed to demand more conditions.
Yun Xiaoduo pinched the little donkey's ear.
Only top 3. Do you hear me?
Ayo, the little donkey answered, putting on a pitiful expression.
I won't fall for this.
Yun Xiaoduo curled her lips.
This time, you are only allowed to eat ice cream after you win. Go. You haven't even figured out why you lost.
When we go back, go and check out that Chen Feng's competition records.
You are not allowed to leave the room before you figure him out. You are the companion of the great Yun Xiaoduo. You can't be afraid.
As she finished, she pinched the long ear of the little donkey as she dragged it away.
In actuality, almost all the producers here were studying their opponents. Among them, Feng was the only one that everyone would definitely study.
Furthermore, they would re-watch his records no less than 10 times. Those producers like Chen Hai or Yun Xiaoduo could be figured out after studying their production a few times. Even if one couldn't reproduce what they did, one would still be able to understand what had happened.
As for Feng,
nobody was able to make sense of what had happened, regardless of them being a novice or an experienced producer. There were even some who sought guidance from their teacher only to find out that their teacher was unable to make sense of what had happened either.
With this, things became awkward. How had Feng become the winner? It became a puzzle. However, the most well-spread rumor was saying that Feng possessed a formidable genetic ability.
At the crucial moment, it was able to perfectly purify the impurities, obtaining victory through it. Naturally, only the layman would believe in this. As long as one knew even a bit about how things worked in this profession, they would not trust this rumor. However, they did not realize that it was this very amateurish rumor that was the closest to the truth.
During the 3 days, everyone was studying their opponents. Some were also recovering. Time passed quickly.
Soon, 3 days passed and the third round begun.
At 10 sharp, Feng and the rest arrived on time at the arena. Schwa!
Lights swirled and the competition began. Toward the content of the third round, the Learning Forum had their own predictions.
It might be the strongest attacking gene, the strongest XX gene, etc.
Hence, a lot of people had prepared in advance for those contents. However, when the rules of the competition were officially released, everyone was alarmed. No one had expected the third round to be conducted in such a manner. Bang! Light swirled. Everyone felt light and shadow flash in front of their eyes before an ancient kingdom appeared before them. At the same time, the voice of the announcement system echoed. Third round, begin. This is the Air Kingdom. Due to a black dragon wreaking havoc within the kingdom, the king led the soldiers to suppress the dragon. Ultimately, they killed the black dragon. However, the kingdom also suffered disastrous damages from the war, with countless casualties. The royal bloodline was cursed by the black dragon, with people dying without stop. The Air Kingdom is on the brink of collapse. And you, as a royal teacher, must assist them as much as possible within 10 hours, during the daytime. You can choose a formula, or you can use your own formula. Saving different individuals will grant you different scores. The final 100 will be decided from the top scores. The rest will be eliminated. The ice-cold machine voice descended, alarming countless people. 100 people? In the third round, only 100 were allowed to survive? No one had expected the rhythm of the competition to be so vicious. It was only the third round, yet they were already trying to decide the top 100 participants. The rest eliminated. Only 1/10 would remain in every single round. At a certain location. Such a method. Someone muttered. Could that guy be the one who set the rules? Ah. Another person smiled and replied, if it's him, then things are going to get interesting. From the very start, the competition had been somewhat unusual. Currently, a screen with a list on it appeared. It was the current circumstances of the Air Kingdom. As the royal teacher, the participants were entitled to understand the current circumstances. Schwa. A succession of information appeared. Commoners, mild injuries, 1 point after healing. Soldiers, severe injuries, 3 points after healing. Military officers, internal and external injuries. In accordance to the level of their injuries, one could obtain between 5 points to 20 points after healing. Palace Harem, cursed by Black Dragon, 30 points after healing. Prince, cursed by Black Dragon, 30 points after healing. King, cursed by Black Dragon, 50 points after healing. This was a detailed list. A person of different status would have different points. Only a day was given. One had to, within a short time, heal more people to obtain more points to be able to survive among the 1,000 participants. This list. Feng contemplated. It seemed like a complicated list. However, a dividing line could be drawn easily. Those with external injuries. Those with internal injuries. Those cursed. All in all, there were only these 3 types of injuries here. Hence, one only needed to choose the corresponding formulas for each injury and heal them based on their type of injury. The higher the rank of the injured, the higher the difficulty level would be. However, the points given would be higher as well. Curse type formula? Feng suddenly realized. This was a trap. It seemed simple. However, in truth, they were only given a single day. In one day, one had to heal. If the formula chosen did not possess a strong enough effect, a lot of internal injuries would require at least 3 days to heal. This restriction of 1 day would by itself make a lot of options unavailable. As for curse, Feng glanced at the list. Despite the strength of the curse not being mentioned, the curse placed on the king was at least D class or higher. After working painstakingly, even if one could complete a 5-star formula, one could only obtain 100 points. This was another trap here. Hence, only external injuries are worth healing. Feng understood quickly. External injuries could be quickly healed in a simple manner. Furthermore, due to the difficulty of the formulas that healed such injuries being lower, the exhaustion when producing it would be lower as well. Furthermore, the commoners were extremely high in amount. Hence, if one were to choose the formula to heal the external injuries, one would be able to rush their gain of points. Ding! Kindly select a formula. Schwa! The gene bank was once again opened. Instinctively, Feng looked toward the optimal formula for external injury treatment. A 3-star E-class formula. Its rank wasn't particularly high, but its exhaustion rate during production was extremely low. Simple and fast. This was simply the perfect formula for external injury treatment. Just as he was about to make his choice, he abruptly stopped as he recalled a terrifying possibility. If he chose this, it was very probable for him to lose this round. The formula was not the cause for this. Instead, it was him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 127, A Ridiculous Choice. Chapter 127, A Ridiculous Choice. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Chen Feng stopped his actions.
How many would be left after this round? 100. Choosing 100 participants from the current pool of 1,000 elites.
Chen Feng checked and found that the remaining participants were almost fully comprised of intermediate producers. Despite there being differences in the individual skills of these participants, the ones surviving till the end would be the strongest.
The top 100 would be the ones with extremely powerful spiritual energy. As for Chen Feng, only 250 points of spiritual energy. Quite an awkward amount.
Among these participants who could easily possess spiritual energy reaching 500, 600, 700, or even over 1,000 points, the small amount of spiritual energy Chen Feng possessed was akin to a drizzle of rain, an amount that would definitely suffer elimination.
Healing external injuries? Everyone was aware that this was easier. Hence,
without a doubt, a majority of the participants would choose to take this route that was safer. Subsequently, this would turn into a competition on the recovery of one's spiritual energy.
With the 250 points of spiritual energy Chen Feng had, how many people could he heal? It's going to get troublesome this way. Chen Feng felt a slight headache. Having insufficient spirit attribute was a major weakness. This was not due to Chen Feng being too weak.
Recently, his progress could be described with flying speed.
This being his weakness could only show how strong the opponents he was currently facing were. What should I do?
Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. At this time, the others had quickly chosen their formulas, especially those that already possessed healing-related genes. They felt like fish in water in this round. This was the so-called background. In actuality, almost every elite producer would master a couple of healing genes. These genes were still weak compared to the huge gene bank of the Gene Production Association, though.
Schwa. Everyone made their choice quickly. Qin Hai, choosing a purification-type gene in a tyrannical manner.
Since his interest had been piqued and he wanted to become the first place holder, he had to display his full power. He wanted to use his formidable strength to directly suppress the curse, purifying the royals. Since he had to choose, he would choose the strongest. Yun Xiaoduo, after discussing with that donkey, she picked a basic external injury treatment gene.
There were no other reasons for this. This option was simply chosen due to their numerical advantage.
Despite it appearing like Yun Xiaoduo was alone, both the shaggy yellow ball that usually took on the role of Yun Xiaoduo's chair and Yun Xiaoduo herself were the donkey's assistants during gene production.
This was equivalent to 3 individuals. Choosing to heal external injuries was the most optimal choice for her.
The rest were also choosing their formulas. There were also some that were good at healing internal injuries and chose to heal the internal injuries during this round.
Every participant here chose what they were good at.
Currently, in the virtual live stream room, due to the release of the second round's results, the live stream rooms were no longer ranked according to popularity.
Instead, they were ranked according to the second round's results. Hence, Chen Feng's live stream room was reigning high above everyone else. Above Qin Hai and Yun Xiaoduo. What bullshit is this? Dare to compete against my little duo? Yeah. He simply got lucky that one time.
I heard that Aqua Rhino Gene had a success rate of 1 in 100,000.
Hence, he simply got lucky. On what basis is such a person above my Qin Hai now? The chat rooms moved furiously.
The popularity of Chen Feng increased rapidly. The round had just begun, yet his viewers had increased from the initial several 100,000 to 10 million viewers.
Furthermore, it was still increasing. This was extremely normal.
The reason for that was also simple. Out of the original 10,000 rooms, only 1,000 were left.
As the participants got eliminated, their live stream rooms closed. The viewers from those rooms would flow into the remaining participants.
From this, the viewers in Qin Hai's and Yun Xiaoduo's rooms also increased greatly. However, due to this existence known as Chen Feng, regardless of whether these were haters or genuine fans, there were a large amount of viewers entering his room. They wanted to see, on what basis could Chen Feng be reigning above their idol?
Based on his luck? Ridiculous. Why have so many brainless fans come? Even the producers that were originally in Chen Feng's room couldn't take it anymore. Too childish. Despite them arguing and suffering face slaps without stop, all of that was, after all, still done in a manner where production-related knowledge was used. Even when criticizing, the criticism was knowledge-related. As for these brainless fans? He dares to become a celebrity producer when he is so ugly? Chen Feng's nose is so big. I can know with one look that he is a bad person. This pair of double eyelids he has must be something resulting from plastic surgery, right? There were some things that are better when natural, alright. Having such looks, he must be single, right? What the heck was all this? Were these people here to criticize or to joke around? Too excessive. Those old producers were almost infuriated to death. These producers that had originally found Chen Feng unpleasant to the eyes were all now sympathizing with him. They had even one-sidedly become supporters of Chen Feng due to this. Ugly? Despite Chen Feng not being as handsome as Qin Hai, he still looked above average, right? Despite how one looked at it, that couldn't be considered ugly, right? How did these people define beauty? Furthermore, whether Chen Feng was ugly or not, single or not, what the heck did that have to do with his production level? How had these brainless fans linked all that with gene production? Even when condemning someone, logic should be followed, right? Too excessive. I wonder what formula will he choose? Everyone guessed. At this time, those haters came out again and started saying things like, whatever he chose would be rubbish, and when he's so ugly, what point is there in choosing anything, etc. All of this was systematically ignored by the others. They really had nothing to say toward these brainless fans. External injuries. Internal injuries. Curses. Which would Chen Feng choose? Regardless of haters or true fans, without a doubt, due to the first place he held from the second round, the viewers of his room increased greatly to the point where it was now the room with the third highest view count, after Qin Hai and Yun Xiaojuo. Every single decision he made would be observed by countless people. He should choose external injuries, right? This is the fastest method, some said. That won't do. Those choosing external injuries can only score victory through quantity alone by accumulation of those 1 points. Chen Feng's spiritual energy is too low and the recovery speed is too slow. Hence, he won't be able to heal too many of these. Someone else retorted directly. What about curses? Another person proposed. That won't do either. Despite the curse being of low quantity and high quality, the purification of every single one of those curses has high requirements on the strength of one's spirit. All those royal family members seem to be D-class, right? Chen Feng only has 250 points of spiritual energy. Even if he were to use enhancements, he still wouldn't be able to purify these curses, a producer that was somewhat well-versed with curses retorted. If that's the case, only internal injuries can be chosen? Everyone was stunned. There were still advantages with higher amounts of people. Excluding those haters and brainless fans, when these elites from all industries came together to discuss, they were able to conclude in a short time that the only possible choice for Chen Feng was internal injuries. Healing the injuries resulting from all sorts of gene injuries. This was the only hope for Chen Feng. As for how far he could go? This would depend on Chen Feng's performance. Hopefully, he will make the correct choice. Everyone was looking forward to it. At this time, Chen Feng was also done with his analysis. In this round, it was still pure gene production. However, its requirement on one's foundations was extremely high. If he wanted to survive this round, he could only choose internal injuries. Internal injuries. Chen Feng muttered. He couldn't accept this. This was not the best yet not the worst choice. Due to the limited amount of people with internal injuries, the scores wouldn't be particularly high. Choosing internal injuries also signified that the producer had given up on the top spots. However, there were also benefits to it. Internal injuries had somewhat lower requirement on one's spiritual energy and the strength of one's spirit. Hence, it was easier to avoid elimination with this choice. There were advantages and disadvantages. However, Chen Feng was certain that there were a lot of participants who had chosen internal injuries. After experiencing the cruelty of the second round, in this round, they would definitely be making a conservative choice, which was choosing internal injuries to steadily gain points. Could Chen Feng outcompete them? Nope. Such rules. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Using pure quantity to render the occasional flukes ineffective? I can only depend on you, then, Chen Feng muttered. Since he couldn't make his choice, he decided to let luck aura make the choice for him. Shwa! Light swirled before his eyes. He shut both his eyes and fully activated luck aura. He pointed blindly. Formula chosen. Chen Feng opened his eyes and immediately blanked. *T. Why is it this gene? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Icefox Formula. Chapter 128, Icefox Formula. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. In the virtual live stream room, countless people were waiting for Chen Feng's choice. However, when Chen Feng finally made his choice, almost everyone was dumbfounded. This formula. What the heck was he trying to do? Icefox Gene Formula. Difficulty, 5 stars. Function, activation through spiritual energy, utilizing Ice Heart for healing. Introduction, produced from the blood essence of an icefox. Various materials are required to trigger the mysterious power contained within the icefox gene, producing a special gene reagent as a result. The heck? Why is it this formula? Let me check the function of this Ice Heart. I found it. Ice Heart, using the icefox gene to activate a formidable power possessing the ability to heal injuries and purify curses. Let me take a look. The healing injuries here seems to mean that all sort of injuries can be healed? Even curses seem to be healable as well. Schwa. The whole live stream room became silent immediately. Able to heal external and internal injuries? Even capable of purifying curses? Why not fly to the heavens while you were at it? That's right. This was a formidable gene capable of healing all 3 types of conditions. Regardless of external injuries, internal injuries, or curse purification, this gene had a certain effect on them. This was simply a tiger bomb, one of the medical field. However, the disadvantage of this tiger bomb was quite obvious as well, having ordinary effectiveness. Competing with this gene? Simply courting death. Has Chen Feng gone crazy? Triple focus? Damn, this formula is so impressive. It's like the indigo woad root, too, of the medical field. A godly indigo woad root. Everyone started berating Chen Feng. Some berated the formula, while some berated Chen Feng. They really couldn't understand the reason Chen Feng had chosen such a formula. Could it be that he was so naive as to actually wish to heal everyone? How was that possible? Only one day was available. It's not too bad, right? Some people meekly said, what if it's mainly used for purification while internal and external injuries were healed as a side effect to earn some extra points? Extra points my ass. The others couldn't help but to voice out what was in their minds. This formula's purification capability can't be compared with a pure purification type formula of the same level. The spiritual energy and spiritual strength required to obtain a similar effect are much higher. Do you understand? Even Qin Hai, with his 1000 points of spirit attribute, only dares to choose a pure purification type formula. Chen Feng, with his measly 250 spiritual energy, is thinking of soaring to the heavens? On what basis can he compete with Qin Hai? As for internal and external injuries, think, after painstakingly producing a 5-star formula, it's only used to heal some external injuries worth 1 or 2 points, is it worth it? How many can you produce per day? So that was the case. The other guy opened his mouth yet couldn't find any words to retort. In actuality, as the second round ended, a lot of people started looking forward to Chen Feng's performance. They had even tacitly acknowledged the fact that Chen Feng was able to complete a brand new 5-star E-class formula. This was their highest acknowledgement of Chen Feng up till now. Who would have expected that, just as they started having high hopes for Chen Feng, they would witness him courting disaster instead? They really couldn't understand this. Could it be that after winning the second round, Chen Feng's arrogance had swelled to such an extent? In truth, they were not the only confused ones. Chen Feng himself couldn't understand this choice either. What damnable formula is this? Chen Feng felt too powerless to even berate this choice. Icefox? The moment he saw this formula, he was dumbfounded. Triple focus. How much confidence did the luck aura have in him? Despite him believing that the 5-star Icefox formula possessed a healing capability that would not be lacking even when compared with the all-healing Tiger Bomb, with that terrifying spiritual energy consumption and the time required, how many could he produce in a day? Ice Heart. Healing all conditions. Chen Feng started looking for any hidden information. He believed that there was a reason Luck Aura had chosen Icefox. At the very least, from his initial hopeless situation, it gave Chen Feng a chance of victory, an opportunity to counterattack. However, he had yet to discover the reason. Did the Luck Aura lose its effectiveness? Chen Feng checked his data. Approximately 10 points of luck value had been exhausted. This meant that this Icefox gene was truly a choice made by the fully activated Luck Aura. He checked the data once again, yet couldn't discover anything. Unless. A glimmer flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Produce one first. Chen Feng became spirited. For some things, the effects would only be apparent once it was actually produced. Schwa. He opened the formula and quickly grasped the basic information of the formula. Then, let's begin. This was a unique round. If one had to point out the good point of it, it was the fact that, as the royal teacher, the participants had complete access to all the materials in the royal warehouse. Theoretically, there were no limits to what the participants could do. Come, then. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. Schwa. Light swirled before his eyes, and Chen Feng appeared in the imperial palace. The competition officially began. At the same time, almost all of the producers started their production. Here, no material gathering was required. Everything one required would be delivered by the soldiers. Every single person in the whole kingdom could be used as one saw fit. That included the king himself. As long as the participant wished for it, the king's mental state could be checked at any time. For now, a majority of the producers who had chosen to purify the curses were starting to produce the curse gene. Even if they failed to heal the king, they had to heal the royal family. The scores were increasing without stop. On the other hand, the producers that had chosen external injuries had started to produce low-level genes in bulk, using sheer quantity of points to increase their score. Every one of them had their own methods of facing the competition. In a certain kingdom, a donkey was painstakingly producing a gene reagent. Beside it was a shaggy yellow-colored ball radiating with a bizarre glimmer as the light particles around it flickered without stop. This was spirit enhancement. Ya! Rays of light flashed out of Yin Xiaoduo's hand. With this, the donkey appeared even more spirited. This was spirit recovery. She was assisting the donkey in its gene production. Schwa. Schwa. One bottle after another of gene reagents were completed unceasingly. Among all the producers that had chosen external injuries, Yun Xiaoduo's score was the highest, leading far above the others, with the second highest scorer having only half her score. 666,666. This is so excessive. Bullying the other lone producers with their numerical advantage. The donkey should be the actual master. Actually, I'm a fan of the donkey. The chat was spammed furiously. Viewing Yin Xiaoduo's match was always an enjoyable activity. Able to roll over everyone in a relaxed and happy manner, the pleasure brought by this was something others were incapable of reproducing. Without a doubt, among the producers that had chosen external injuries, Yun Xiaoduo was the current first-place holder. None were capable of rivaling her. In a certain kingdom, Qin Hai was there with a solemn expression. The purification formula he had chosen was extremely powerful. However, its difficulty was extremely high as well. However, with the never-ending supply of materials from the royal warehouse, he had finally produced a set of the gene reagents successfully. After using it on one of the royal family members, he found that its effect was extraordinary. This healing strength. Qin Hai muttered. There wouldn't be any problems in healing the royal family with this. Only, for the king, it was still insufficient. I will continue production, then. Qin Hai's eyes were sharp as lightning. Using these members of the royal family as practice, he continued spamming the production of this formula to attempt to create the most outstanding gene in order to heal the king and obtain the highest score. This was the confidence of Qin Hai. He aimed to, within a single day, heal every single person that was cursed. Next, if there was any remaining time, he could perhaps heal some of the others? Despite the fact that this formula he had chosen was unable to heal internal and external injuries, with his powerful background, he had already learned a healing formula previously. Despite the formula he knew being only a 1-star F-class formula, it would be sufficient to heal some common citizens. His goal was first place. This time, he would not give any chances to Chen Feng. Footnotes. 1. Tiger Balm is an actual existing ointment with wide-ranging usages, similar to this gene chosen by Chen Feng, which is a multi-purpose healing gene. 2. Indigo woad root, another Chinese herb traditionally used to heal a myriad of diseases. Refer to this link, http://www.chineseherbshealing.com/ban-lon-gen-isatis-root/. An excerpt from the link, main functions are to clear heat toxicity, cool blood, and relieve sore throat.
Main usage and indications are macula due to pestilential toxicity invasion, high fever, headache, infection with swollen head, dark reddish purple tongue, scarlet fever, erysipelas, mumps, pharyngitis, sore boils and bunicles, chickenpox, measles, hepatitis, cold and flu, epidemic cerebrospinal meningitis, epidemic encephalitis B, pneumonia, unconsciousness, hematemesis, bleeding from 5 sense organs or subcutaneous tissue, swollen throat, pink eye causing by inflammation, shingles, and
osteomyelitis, etc. There, enjoy the science.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 129, The Rise of Huanghe. Chapter 129, The Rise of Huanghe. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Schwa. Schwa.
Qin Hai started a furious pace of production.
1, 2, 3.
Everyone in the live stream room was stunned. Regardless of his mental state or his production speed, the Qin Hai that appeared before them today seemed to be a completely different person than the Qin Hai they'd seen 3 days ago. This speed.
Damn, is Qin Hai raging?
This is the true perfect condition of my dearest Qin Hai.
So strong. Everyone was shocked.
From the moment he'd gotten his hands on this brand new formula, from constant failure till gradual success in his productions, having his success rate increasing constantly until he was finally producing the most outstanding gene, only half a day was required.
20 points. 40 points.
Qin Hai's score was increasing rapidly. Among the over 200 producers that had chosen curses, Qin Hai was the undisputed first place. His rapid increase of score had caught up with Yun Xiaoduo. There were even signs of his score surpassing hers. This was the true strength of Qin Hai. At this time, in the virtual live stream room, a lot of people were viewing a producer named Huanghe. There was no other reason for this apart from the fact that he had chosen internal injuries. He was the one with the highest score among the producers that had chosen internal injuries.
What was the so-called internal injury? In the current era, an internal injury was simply an injury to one's gene attributes that was suffered during battle. For example, flame injuries, ice injuries, etc. Due to these special types of injuries, one was unable to heal their injuries. As long as these special types of injuries were healed, the injured person would not suffer from any other problems. Why did everyone dislike choosing internal injuries? Due to it being troublesome. One person might be injured by A attribute, the other person might be injured by B attribute, and there were also some who were injured by C attribute. The type of healing applied had to be adjusted in accordance to the type of injuries one suffered. Otherwise, it would not only fail to heal, it might result in a negative effect on the injured. Hence, despite the high score given for internal injuries with simple healing methods, the amount of producers that had chosen internal injuries was still low. Huanghe, on the other hand, was a person who was good at the treatment of such injuries. He was not even using the gene formula he had chosen. Instead, he was using a gene formula that he had already known previously, quickly healing a huge amount of people who suffered from internal injuries. His score was increasing rapidly. What formula is that? Such speed. The main point is not his formula, instead, it's his capability. But some of the viewers had good eyes and were able to see the crux. Huanghe. A peak intermediate producer. One of his genetic abilities being damage absorption. Apart from absorbing his own injuries, he could also absorb the injuries of others. Hence, his healing speed was incredibly astonishing. This damage absorption? Damn, why is it this gene? Everyone was stunned. This was a competition among producers. What the heck was up with this damage absorption gene? Furthermore, this gene was also different than a damage-absorbing defensive gene which could only absorb damage done to self as it was able to absorb the damage done to others. This appeared to be a mutated gene. At this time, the fans of Huanghe started talking. In actuality, Huanghe was a gene producer that focused on healing. Where he came from, he was extremely well known. However, the younger sister of his wife had suffered an internal injury that he'd failed to heal. In order to heal her injury, he had ultimately discovered this special gene. Now, he could not only heal external injuries, he could also heal internal injuries. So that's the case. Everyone felt deep veneration for him. A producer that specialized in healing? Such a producer commanded more respect from the masses. Schwa. Schwa. Huanghe's score increased rapidly. Perhaps due to there being too many varieties to internal injuries, such injuries were generally overemphasized on their varieties. As such, the degree of the internal injuries these people were suffering was not particularly serious, despite the variety to them. For Huang He, these were too easy.
After he familiarized himself with how these injuries work, his score started increasing rapidly.
10 points. 20 points.
In a short 1 hour, his score was nearing those of Qin Hai and Yun Xiaoduo.
Incredibly frightening. The three of them should be the ones fighting over the first place, right? Everyone had a solemn mood.
Despite the high amount of genius producers here, a lot of them were not well versed with such healing genes. Hence, they had made their choice on the basis of surviving the elimination. Ultimately, only these three were able to rush to the very front, leading the scores of everyone here.
Qin Hai, Huang He, Yun Xiaoduo.
Their scores were far above the fourth placeholder. More than one-fold higher than that person.
What about Chen Feng? At this time, someone remembered Chen Feng.
As the winner of the second round, Chen Feng was still somewhat reputable. However, when they entered Chen Feng's live stream room, everyone was immediately speechless.
Chen Feng's score, 0. That's right. After approximately 2 hours, Chen Feng was still stuck at 0 points. What's going on? Everyone was confused. What else can it be?
He failed several times already.
The layman viewers in the room sighed.
He already has a low spirit attribute of 250, yet still needs to purify the curses of the king, princes, and the rest, so how is it possible for him to succeed?
Even Qin Hai with 1000 spirit attribute also failed his first attempt, alright?
With such low attribute, he still dared to choose this tiger bomb-like purification reagent.
It would be weird if he could succeed with this. Countless amounts of people berated Chen Feng.
As everyone else heard this, they were speechless.
The heck? Was Chen Feng giving up on the competition? He has been too arrogant. After becoming a winner once, he seems to have forgotten his identity. Some berated. A number of people agreed with this. Chen Feng's current actions were simply akin to courting disaster.
However, despite their criticism, Chen Feng was still silently continuing his research on the Icefox gene in the Imperial Palace.
Schwa. Gene production complete. Another fresh Icefox gene produced. Icefox gene reagent. Class, E. Function, enables one to use Ice Heart.
Triggering the potential within the Icefox's gene, able to heal or reduce the degree of injury for all sorts of injuries.
Quite effective on spiritual injuries as well. Done. Chen Feng was getting emotional.
He had tried previously.
The Icefox gene was somewhat ineffective on the curses suffered by the royal family.
The only effect it brought was to reduce the degree of the injury caused by the curse.
Due to the power of the purification being insufficient, it was unable to completely heal the curse.
However, after countless tests, Chen Feng had managed to figure out the purification power this Icefox gene possessed.
Then, what about internal injuries?
Chen Feng started his tests once again. He used the Icefox gene on a military officer that had suffered an internal injury. It worked very well in reducing the degree of his injury, however, it still failed to completely heal the injury.
It doesn't work indeed. Chen Feng muttered. At its base form, the Icefox reagent was simply trash.
At the very least, this gene was unable to accomplish anything in this round.
If Chen Feng were to use this gene, he would definitely end up eliminated. However,
Chen Feng inhaled deeply before starting his production once again.
Gene search. Gene reaction. Gene fusion. Schwa.
Completed gene reagent sealed. From start to finish, everything was done in one go. Another freshly produced gene. However, this time, the radiance the gene was flickering with was somewhat different than the genes produced by Chen Feng in the previously.
Mutated Icefox gene. Class, E. Function, enables one to use Ice Heart.
Triggering the potential within the Icefox's gene, able to heal every type of injury within a certain area of effect.
Very effective on spiritual injuries as well. Mutated gene.
This was the possibility Chen Feng had guessed. By mutation, the Icefox gene might become stronger, breaking him out of his current predicament. However, as he looked at the mutated gene before him, he still ended up shaking his head.
Compared with a regular Icefox gene, area of effect was added.
Quite effective was also changed to very effective.
Without a doubt, this mutated Icefox gene was much more powerful than a regular Icefox gene. Let's try it out. Chen Feng tried using it. With his target as the center, the gene would be effective even in an area of 3 meters surrounding the target. Regretfully, though, its healing effect was still somewhat ordinary.
It could only reduce the degree of injury caused by curses. Evidently, the very powerful in the description was only applicable in comparison with the original power of the gene before mutation.
When used on the people of this kingdom, they were quite ineffective. This was a kingdom. With Chen Feng's current level, even if he were to use the enhanced version of the Icefox gene, he would still fail. Ultimately, he could only heal some low-level injuries to gain a small amount of points. Area of effect? What was the point of having an area of effect if the injuries couldn't be healed? Furthermore, the area of effect was only 3 meters. If so, why had the luck aura chosen this formula? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Then, only one possibility was left.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 130, An Astonishing Accomplishment. Chapter 130, An Astonishing Accomplishment. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Bang!
The scene before Chen Feng's eyes changed as he entered the hyperdimensional mode.
With both his eyes closed, Chen Feng had once again entered this peculiar mode.
The mode used to improve a formula.
Schwa. Schwa. Light silhouettes swirled around him.
Chen Feng moved based on his instincts and started his production with the assistance of luck aura. Since you had chosen this formula, then let this formula display its true power.
Chen Feng roared inwardly. Schwa. Schwa.
The gene production progressed. After a long time, when Chen Feng had almost exhausted his spiritual energy and was feeling extremely exhausted, the formula improvement using hyperdimensional mode was finally completed.
Gene production complete. A gene flickering with a peculiar radiance emerged from the production. Luck value exhaustion reaching 100 points. 100 points. Chen Feng exhaled nervously.
Such a high exhaustion of his luck value.
Hopefully the final product wouldn't disappoint him. Schwa. Gene scan.
Instinctively, Chen Feng glanced at the result, and he was immediately shaken.
This gene, it's actually, no wonder the luck aura selected it. No wonder it exhausted 100 points of luck value. It's worth it. So, this is the reason the luck aura chose you? Chen Feng was emotional. First place among internal injuries? First place among external injuries? First place among curses?
Chen Feng licked his dry lips. His eyes were burning.
Sorry. I'm afraid the first place for this round will still be mine.
Thus, in Chen Feng's live stream room, everyone saw an amazing scene. The Chen Feng that had previously successfully produced Icefox reagents several times had suddenly started failing unceasingly. He continuously failed for several tens of times, without a single success.
Was this still Chen Feng? The never-failing Chen Feng? What's happening? Everyone was shocked and confused.
It might be due to him not using his genetic ability, or maybe he has actually given up, but...
Some guessed, don't you all feel that his current state is similar to practicing the production of this formula? Using the materials in the royal warehouse to improve his proficiency in this formula? Everyone. Practicing? Increasing proficiency? This was the Gene Rookie competition. That shouldn't be the case, right?
Some did not dare to believe that Chen Feng would actually do such thing. When the other participants practiced, they were doing it in order to guarantee their success rate and to start earning points as soon as possible.
As for Chen Feng? He was doing this when his score was still 0, had he given up in the competition?
In actuality, Chen Feng was truly practicing. His true level was peak beginner producer. For a 5-star E-class formula, if he were to not rely on his luck value, he would only fail unendingly. However, such failures were extremely helpful to him.
This was a 5-star E-class formula. If he could master it,
Chen Feng could definitely break through the beginner level, becoming a true intermediate producer, a person who, even when not relying on his luck value, was still a formidable producer with an intermediate production level. For him, this was a very good opportunity.
Schwa. 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 Chen Feng practiced without stop.
After several tens of failures, he started succeeding occasionally. Apart from this, Chen Feng also issued an odd command, to deliver all the spiritual energy storage items of the whole kingdom to him.
What is he doing? He is probably using those to recover his spiritual energy. Some sneered.
In fact, not only Chen Feng, a lot of participants had also given up on this competition. They all started using this rare opportunity to increase their production level. In a sense, this was also a type of reward to them for surviving the second round.
However, the masses had still put too many expectations on Chen Feng.
The others were those that had survived the second round with great difficulty and were aware that it was impossible for them to survive the third round, hence, they had chosen to give up. However, this Chen Feng, the winner of the second round, was actually doing this as well. This was too excessive. Disappointed. A great number of people shook their head and left. The number of viewers in Chen Feng's live stream room was dropping without stop. Night arrived quietly. The third round had reached the final stages. Now, almost all the viewers were concentrated in the rooms of Qin Hai, Yun Xiaoduo, and Huang Yi. The three were intensely battling it out for first place. First place, Qin Hai, 320 points. Second place, Huang Yi, 310 points. Third place, Yun Xiaoduo, 290 points. As for the fourth place? Only 190 points. They were in a totally different league. Furthermore, despite Qin Hai appearing to be the first place holder now, regardless of Huang Yi or Yun Xiaoduo, both were furiously chasing after him. This was especially true for the Yun Xiaoduo that was operating as a squad of three. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. These three are very powerful. Yeah, this speed of Yun Xiaoduo, she has even caught up with the high score Qin Hai obtained from the curses. Qin Hai is quite impressive as well. I had believed that when he was done purifying the curses he wouldn't be able to do anything else. However, he unexpectedly started healing external injuries. Using a low-level healing formula commonly used as practice by beginners to start healing the external injuries. Despite his speed being somewhat slow, he is still moving forward without stop. Too amazing. They are all working hard. I think Huang Yi is the most powerful. Choosing the obscure and unknown internal injuries and increasing his score at a steady pace. He might even have a chance to obtain first place. That's possible. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. At this moment, almost everyone was concentrating their attention on these three. The round was reaching its end. Some of them would occasionally think of Chen Feng and go over to take a look, only to find that his score still remained at 0, before leaving with a disappointed feeling and continuing to view Qin Hai and the others. 331. 332. Qin Hai was still working hard. Yun Xiaoduo's score had reached 320 points. The competition was extremely intense. Every single production they completed, there would be a jump in their scores. In all honesty, if it wasn't for the fact that gene productions required time, their scores would have reached the heavens long ago. Even with this, the scores of these three were already far surpassing that of fourth place, creating a miracle in this competition. Tick-tock. Final 10 minutes. Huang Yi managed to charge to first place momentarily before being surpassed once again. Final 3 minutes. Huang Yi once again charged to first place. 350 points. His score was increasing in an incremental manner. Every single increase would be in a huge amount. In the final 3 minutes, he had reached his limit. At this time, Yun Xiaoduo and Qin Hai were still silently chasing after him. Qin Hai, 348. Yun Xiaoduo, 346. It's the final minute. I'm so nervous. I wonder who will end up with the first place. All three have the potential to end up with first place. Do your best. Everyone was supporting their respective idol. How many gene reagents could one produce in a minute? This was the moment where their genetic ability would be tested. Regardless of the trump card they had to utilize it at this moment to fight over first place. What worried the fans most was the fact that both Qin Hai and Yun Xiaoduo were unaware of the predicament they were in. They were totally unaware of their current rank or of how close their competition was. It would be too much of a pity if they were to narrowly miss first place due to this. Would they put everything they had into it? Naturally. Regardless of Qin Hai and Yun Xiaoduo, they had erupted at the same moment. Shwa! Shwa! The speed of their gene production increased rapidly. Qin Hai, 349. Yun Xiaoduo, 347. 348. Both furiously unleashed their power. At this moment, regardless of the layman viewers or producers or even the high-ranked members of the Gene Production Association or the ones who'd set up the rules of competition, everyone had their attention concentrated on these three. Who would emerge as the final winner of the third round? Ding! End of competition. Schwa! The scores were updated. Everyone held their emotions with great difficulty and raised their head to look at the scores. On the screen, the result was instantly updated. However, the moment everyone saw the result, they were dumbstruck. Shit, what had they seen there? First place, Chen Feng, 1,200 points. Second place, Jin Hai/Yin Xiaoduo/Huang He, 350 points.
Fifth place, Wang Wu, 222 points.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 131, Spectacular Finish. Chapter 131, Spectacular Finish. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Damn. What's going on? 1,200 points? How is that possible? Everyone was dumbstruck. 1,200 points? Chen Feng,
They seem to recall that, just a few minutes prior, Chen Feng had still been at 0 points, right?
Even a Grandmaster producer wouldn't be able to gain 1,200 points in the span of several minutes, right? What was going on? Cheating? Almost everyone was shaken. What joke was this?
At the final moment of the confrontation between the three strongest producers, at the crucial moment, Chen Feng had silently snatched first place, and with 1,200 points on top of that? A score higher than the combined score of the other three.
This was too excessive. Where's his face? Obtaining 1,200 points in a few minutes. Even if you were to cheat, there's no need to make it so obvious, right? Few minutes my ass. I went there during the final 30 seconds. At that time, his score was still 0. Hence, 1,200 points in 30 seconds? Everyone was going insane. Chen Feng was simply insulting their intelligence. Report.
Send a wave of reports against him.
Someone actually have the guts to cheat in this magnificent gene rookie competition?
Everyone was raging.
Could this be due to his genetic ability as well? One person said meekly, only to instantly receive a torrent of abuse. Screw you. How is it possible for someone to possess such an ability? Use that brain of yours and think for a bit.
Naturally, there was a person who'd remembered something.
This did not seem to be the first time Chen Feng was reported, right?
The previous time, they were all mistaken, as Chen Feng had not cheated all along.
Could this be another false alarm? However, everyone ignored that person.
If this is not cheating, I will livestream me eating shit.
Yeah, even this is not considered cheating? Are you all blind? 1,200 points is almost equivalent to the total points after healing everyone in the kingdom, right? Tell me, how is someone supposed to heal all the internal injuries, external injuries, and the curses instantly? Providing equal treatment to everyone regardless of status like a virtuous emperor? Brainless fans can all scram. This matter, an explanation must be given to our beloved little duo. Everyone started roaring.
The chat was instantly flooded with comments, to the point where the server was on the brink of overloading. At the same time, in the learning forum, the different online communities, or any other places where discussions could be held, everyone was discussing this, giving rise to an unprecedented sensation.
Chen Feng was once again trending.
In the top floor of the virtual company building, those from Gene Production Association were shaken. Even the headquarters was sending countless messages to them. They did not dare to imagine that such a major loophole had appeared in this Gene rookie competition.
Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Countless bellows from the higher management. This incident, an explanation must be given to the public. One order after another was received. Gao Yunfeng was ashen-faced.
He had never expected that the flawless rule set by him would actually have a loophole, causing the score to be altered.
That's right. As of now, everyone still believed that this was due to a loophole in the system.
Only if there was a loophole in the system would it be possible for someone to gain 1,200 points instantly, becoming the winner.
Chen Feng. Gao Yunfeng's expression was unsightly.
He indeed couldn't get along with this bastard. Investigate thoroughly, Gao Yunfeng told the technicians. Promptly retrieve all the data regarding Chen Feng. I want to find out the fluctuations of his score during the final minute, and also the circumstances our programs were in at that time.
Gao Yunfeng was unprecedentedly solemn.
He did not wish for his illustrious name to be destroyed by the hands of this guy.
Understood.
The technicians were mentally stretched as well.
This was a major incident, if there was truly a loophole in their system. Just the thought of this was scary. Investigate. Several hundred technicians and all their tracking equipment investigated without stop. They had indeed found some questionable issues and some loopholes. However, what they found would only cause a small delay in the server. None of it was able to increase one's scores. Even all the data pertaining to Chen Feng during the final minute appeared completely normal. No problems whatsoever were found. No problems? Gao Yunfeng bellowed. With such a record, you are telling me there's no problem? Everyone lowered their heads. They were already the cream of the crop of the industry. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been hired here. However, they really failed to discover any issues. Even when they utilized the special genetic abilities they possessed, they'd still fail to discover anything. What kind of ability was it? Gao Yunfeng's eyes flashed unceasingly. Able to hide from the system's detection to alter the score by force, what heaven-defying ability was it? He was contemplating. However, at this time, the old man beside him laughed suddenly and said, "If you can't find any issues with the data, you can check the recordings, right? Perhaps there's no problem in the first place? How is that possible?" Instinctively, Gao Yunfeng wanted to call him a retarded person. Are you kidding me? Such an obvious issue that even the blind won't miss, and you are telling me there's no problem? However, after taking into consideration the status of the old man, he did not dare to voice his thoughts. Check the recordings of the final minute. All right. Shwa. Light and shadow flickered. The recording of Chen Feng's final minute appeared. There. A huge scale event seemed to be in progress. A huge crowd was concentrated there. In the middle of the crowd, a huge number of energy storage items were piled for unknown reason. Gao Yunfeng and the rest were staring firmly at Chen Feng that was in the middle of the crowd and his score. Currently, his score was still 0. Final 30 seconds, 0. Final 20 seconds, 0. Final 10 seconds, 0. And then, at this point of time, Chen Feng raised his hand. At that, a resplendent radiance appeared. The terrifying radiance pierced the heavens and earth, enveloping everyone there. Next. Shwa. Shwa. Chen Feng's score jumped furiously. In a short 10 seconds, he reached 1,200 points. The round ended. Everyone was stupefied. When they looked at the data earlier, they'd already known that he obtained his score during the final 10 seconds. However, they had never imagined that the 1,200 points were obtained in such a manner. That radiance. That healing. Despite the round having ended, they were still stunned. The technicians had the scene paused. There, they could clearly see that those commoners, military officers, and even the royal family, every single one of them was fully healed at this instant. Healed? How was that possible? Everyone's heart shook. Water lotus screen. The old man's eyes shone before he sighed. Everyone's heart trembled at that. Water lotus screen, an incredibly powerful group heal gene reagent. Back then, it became well known after it was used to heal countless amounts of people regardless of the type of their injuries. Regardless of the amount of injured, as long as they were positioned in the area of effect, they would be healed. However, that was an incredibly powerful A-class gene reagent. This was a mere gene rookie competition. Gao Yunfeng inhaled deeply. Extract the data of that gene. Everything in the virtual world was simulated in accordance to the real world. He refused to believe that a beginner producer like Chen Feng was capable of producing an A-class water lotus screen. All right. The technicians nodded. Shwa. The gene data was extracted. Gao Yunfeng merely glanced at it before his whole body trembled as he stood there blankly. It was actually this? A-class gene? No, this was simply a mutated 5-star A-class gene. But its attributes. Mutated Icefox gene, unknown. Class, E. Type, special. Function, enables one to use Iceheart. Triggering the potential within the Icefox's gene, able to heal every type of injury and spiritual damage within a certain area of effect. The healing effect and area of effect radius depend on the amount of energy exhausted. Usage, triggered by the supplied energy, the higher the amount of energy, the stronger the effect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Mu Yuan's Love Story. Chapter 132, Mu Yuan's Love Story. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. This is... Gao Yunfeng stared blankly at the gene before his eyes. He finally understood how Chen Feng had performed such unprecedentedly outstanding healing. He had also figured out that this feat of Chen Feng was only possible in this virtual world. In the real world, who would open up the storage of the whole country for one person to use as an energy source? That was simply impossible. Despite possessing an astonishing effect, the energy exhaustion of this gene was even more terrifying. Furthermore, it wasted way too many resources. Regardless of which way one looked at it, this appeared to be an extremely ridiculous gene reagent not worth using. Unfortunately though,
from this kingdom's point of view, the usage of this gene reagent was completely reasonable and fair. Furthermore, it was the perfect gene reagent for them.
How had things developed into this? Gao Yunfeng was dazed. Rules violation?
Everything Chen Feng did was in accordance to the rules.
Flawlessly done. He couldn't even find any points he could nitpick on. When someone operated within the rules he'd set and then created such a miracle, what else could he say?
In the command center, the mood in the room reached a freezing point.
The technicians felt like they were choking.
After a long time, Gao Yunfeng helplessly said, "Announce it, then."
What? Everyone blanked. Announce the results.
Chen Feng did not cheat, the data on him is completely normal. If they still have any doubts, send the recordings of the final moments to them together with the data of that gene reagent.
Gao Yunfeng had an unsightly expression. Oh.
Everyone looked at Gao Yunfeng with an astonished expression, evidently not daring to believe that the Gao Yunfeng that always had a bad temper would actually swallow this down.
What are you all looking at? Gao Yunfeng bellowed. Am I a person not capable of distinguishing right from wrong? Yes, my temper is quite bad. However, I know what is right or wrong.
The first place of this round is what Chen Feng deserves.
None can take that away from him. Understood.
Everyone had respectful expressions on their faces.
Oomph. Gao Yunfeng snorted coldly.
However, this kid here has provoked me several times now.
Later, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Everyone,
Seemed like that respectful feeling they had earlier was for nothing. At the side, that old man was watching on as all this unfolded with a smile on his face.
Chen Feng, what an interesting kid.
Currently, that grand and spectacular event of reporting Chen Feng was still progressing. The over 10 million reports raised had finally received a response. The management of the Gene Production Association had released their findings. Everyone started looking at the released response emotionally.
Subsequently, everyone blanked. The data is correct? No abnormality found? Chen Feng's first place is well deserved? Everyone almost rioted then and there.
Fortunately, below this announcement, the recording of the final moments were also included.
Everyone opened the recording with disbelief all over their faces.
Next, they saw an astonishing scene. With a single ray of light, every injured person was healed in the palace. Chen Feng had used an extremely powerful gene reagent to perform this shocking feat.
How is it possible that such powerful gene exists? Yeah, to heal everyone, a gene reagent of at least B or a class is required, right? Without cheating, could Chen Feng produce such a gene reagent? Yeah. Countless people were furious. Genetic abilities were indeed capable of helping one produce something above their class. However, it was only limited to skipping a single class.
If one were to attempt to produce a gene 2 or more classes above one's own class, the spiritual energy that person possessed would probably be insufficient to even partially meet the production requirements.
How was it possible for such a production to be successful? What class was Chen Feng at? E class. Furthermore, he was a fresh E class.
Hence, they refused to believe that Chen Feng was able to produce such a gene reagent. Instinctively, they all insisted to believe that there was something about this competition that was hidden from them instead. At this time, the Gene Production Association released the final information they were releasing, the detailed information on the gene reagent Chen Feng had produced.
Hua!
It put the whole world in an uproar.
This is... Damn, such a gene exists? God *mit, I just recalled.
Previously, Chen Feng got everyone in the kingdom to move all the energy storage items into the palace.
So he was doing that in order to activate this gene reagent? Not only that, he got all the injured to enter the palace as well. Damn!
Everyone abruptly realized what had happened.
So it appeared that everything Chen Feng had been doing was in preparation for this final move of his,
He'd waited for the whole day without doing anything in order to collect a higher amount of energy sources and a higher amount of injured people, enabling this gene reagent to display the strongest effect it was capable of in a single instant.
This... totally worth it. Everyone was shocked.
They finally understood where the 1,200 points of Chen Feng's came from. He appeared to have ignored the rules yet was following the rules all along, using his own method to create a miracle.
But why is there such a formula in the gene bank? Some felt doubtful.
However, shortly after, the true data of this formula was released. It was simply different from the gene produced by Chen Feng. After evaluation, although this was also something produced using the Icefox gene, it is not the same formula as what the gene bank produced.
It is very probable that this gene is a new formula Chen Feng created.
The moment this news was released, it caused an uproar once again.
New formula, Chen Feng was actually using a new formula. Some exclaimed in admiration. Every day, there will be new formulas appearing. However, a formula with such ability, despite not having much use in the real world due to the various limitations it suffers, causing it to be something that can't be mass-produced, in certain specific situations, it will have a great usage, some researchers analyzed. Even the fans of Qin Hai and the others were dumbstruck and had nothing to say. Adhered to the rules. Heroically grabbing first place. He had even created a new formula. Who could compete with that? At least, in this round, no one could compete with that. Questioning that? On what basis could one question that? Shortly after, the news was announced. All sorts of newspapers and media outlets started spreading this news. Once again, Chen Feng's popularity increased greatly. Furthermore, his popularity had surpassed Qin Hai, becoming the creator of miracles of the current generation. Subsequently, the elimination mechanism was officially activated. In midair, the numbers on the huge light screen flickered without stop before finally stopping at a score 136 points. Those with less points would be eliminated. Schwa. The names of countless participants were blackened. Elimination complete. As of now, the third round had ended, and the top 100 was birthed. Once again, Chen Feng grabbed first place. Fame followed one's merits. In the virtual company building, some were leaving with a bewildered expression, evidently unable to believe that they had been eliminated just like this. There were also some who were wild with joy as they had entered the top 100. This was the top 100 of the Gene Rookie competition. A competition of the highest quality. When Chen Feng left, only Zhang Wei was there waiting for him. Chen Feng. Zhang Wei gave him a firm bear hug. Obtaining first place 2 times in a row and entering the top 100. This was an achievement that Gold City had never obtained before. Hence, this meant a great deal for them. Next year, the quota allocated to Gold City during the Gene Rookie competition would be much higher than they could imagine. Chen Feng smiled. Where are the others? Mu Yuan has been busy with his girl recently while Zhang Lin has stayed in seclusion to produce genes, Zhang Wei explained. Girl. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. That Mu Yuan had indeed hooked up with that bunny ear girl. Let's go. Zhang Wei patted Chen Feng's shoulder and encouragingly said, don't bother with them. These few days, with the first place you obtained, there were too many controversies. A lot of media outlets wanted to interview you. However, I had rejected them all. In the next 3 days, you need to rest properly and make your preparations. Work hard in the next round 3 days later. As long as you do your best, it will be fine. MHM. Chen Feng nodded slightly. 4th round, He looked forward to it. Both of them returned to the hotel. Somewhat surprisingly, in the room that he expected to be empty, a silhouette was staring blankly out of the window, grief and dullness all over his face. Mu Yuan? Chen Feng and Zhang Wei exchanged glances. From his appearance, seems like he has been dumped? Zhang Wei whispered. Chen Feng nodded slightly. This is faster than I expected. From the moment he'd seen the bunny ear girl, he'd had an odd feeling. He was not sure if it was due to his prejudice against mutants, but he'd had a somewhat unwell impression of the girl. However, every time he saw Mu Yuan was very excited. Hence, he had not felt that it was proper for him to say anything. As for Mu Yuan losing his love, it's still a good thing for him to taste some failure. It could enrich his experience. Mu Yuan noticed them. You all returned? Chen Feng nodded slightly. MHM. I lost my love, Mu Yuan said blankly. Chen Feng and Zhang Wei exchanged glances. Indeed. Did you know? We have been very intimate for several days, yet she refused to let me touch her. Hence, today I invited her to drink some alcohol. Originally, I planned to use the alcohol to give myself some courage, thinking that it might. Mu Yuan had a stupefied expression. Chen Feng's curiosity was piqued. Next, she was drunk. And then, we stripped. Mu Yuan's expression became even more unsightly. Next? Zhang Wei asked with excitement. Chen Feng. You are already at this age, the heck are you getting all excited for? Next. Mu Yuan had an expression as if he had lost the love of his life and said, I noticed that, from underneath her skirt, a junk that was even bigger than mine appeared. Schwa.
The whole world seemed to sink into silence at this moment. The mood in the hotel reached a freezing point.
Bigger than you? F***CK. What technology? No wonder I kept having an odd feeling about her. Chen Feng and Jiang Wei exchanged glances. Such things, how should they respond? She took out a bottle of gene reagent? Chen Feng probed cautiously. He was trying to reduce the awkwardness of this. However, Jiang Wei couldn't resist and rolled his eyes. What F***king gene reagent was that? If a gene reagent were to appear from below her skirt, it would be even weirder, right? Furthermore, these words of yours, you seem to be looking down on Mu Yuan's ego as a male?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 133, One's Personal Glory. Chapter 133, One's Personal Glory. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
Mu Yuan had a stupefied expression.
No, the bunny-ear girl is a he. But she didn't seem to have an Adam's apple, right? Jiang Wei interjected.
Next, he told me that during his genetic mutation, the gene that he used was the gene of a female bunny, hence, he became feminized.
This leads to his Adam's apple degenerating. In the future, he might become a genuine female. He told me that if I don't mind, he wouldn't mind as well. Mu Yuan continued. Hence, you agreed?
Chen Feng was astonished.
My original thought was, since I already spent so much on her, I can't suffer any losses. Even if it's a male, I will just do it and get my money's worth back. He had the appearance of a woman anyway. But after that, I still can't do it. Mu Yuan's face was full of grief. Hence, I ended up losing my love. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. That's good, that's good. Damn.
If Mu Yuan could really do it with a male, Chen Feng would need to start worrying about himself in the future. However, when he thought of how rich the experience this guy had just by being in love, Chen Feng suddenly felt that this guy's love story was even more colorful than his competition. Currently, Mu Yuan was leaning on the window and could fall out of the window at any time. Jiang Wei signaled Chen Feng with his eyes, telling him to comfort Mu Yuan. At this, Chen Feng could only step forward.
Calm yourself. Chen Feng calmly said, breaking up is something normal. If you can calm down your state of mind, you might even profit from this disaster.
Mu Yuan had a bewildered expression.
Profiting from disaster?
He had already suffered a disaster of such a degree.
Could he still profit? Naturally.
Chen Feng thought for a bit before continuing. In ancient times, there was an official called Shiman who had lost his love. Next, he strolled through the street. While he was strolling, a pole smashed into his head. He raised his head to see that it was actually a seductive woman who'd thrown the pole down.
And then, they got together? Mu Yuan asked grudgingly. Nope. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. After Lord Shiman was smashed on his head, he sunk into deep contemplation, wondering why the pole had descended instead of ascended. Could it be that there was a certain force in this planet that was causing the pole to descend?
Next, he invented the concept of gravity, called Shiman Dun 1.
From then on. Scram!
Mu Yuan smashed a wine bottle at Chen Feng and scolded with a smile on his face, screw your Shiman Dun.
Even if you're going to make up a history, it has to be logical, right? Don't worry, I'm not thinking of suicide. I'm only here by the window to get some fresh air because I broke the air conditioning earlier due to my bad mood. Merely a breakup. It's not like I haven't experienced it before. He'd broken the air conditioning. Chen Feng looked at the central air conditioning above him. How did he break this? Fine, whatever. As long as he's fine, all is good. Chen Feng and Jiang Wei were relieved. Next, they turned around and left. Mu Yuan? The F***CK? Even if I am not thinking of suicide, couldn't you take the feeling of one who has just lost his love into consideration? This is too excessive. Chen Feng is leaving to prepare for the competition. I believe you have yet to check the results of the third round, right? Distantly, Jiang Wei's voice traveled over. A voice filled with hidden meaning. If you haven't, I suggest you take a look. There are some other matters that might interest you more. What?
Mu Yuan was somewhat lost. Since he'd hooked up with the bunny-ear girl, he hadn't paid any attention to the competition.
He had been eliminated anyway, what was worth seeing there? Next, he went online and was immediately stunned. Chen Feng? First place? First place again. Shocked, Mu Yuan continued checking online.
Next, he saw the score that had far surpassed Qin Hai, Yin Xiaoduo, and the rest, the terrifying total score, 1,200 points.
Hiss. Mu Yuan inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This was Chen Feng's strength? Incredibly terrifying.
He finally understood why he'd been ignored when he was looking for Zhang Lin earlier. Instead, Zhang Lin was totally engrossed in studying about gene production with bloodshot eyes.
So, Chen Feng had reached such a level?
Chen Feng already possessed such a terrifying power yet was still working hard.
How about him? Chen Feng. Mu Yuan felt his fighting spirit returning. I will not allow the distance between us to grow too far. Breaking up? What could that be considered as? Currently, in a certain luxurious hotel, Qin Hai was staring blankly at the results. He was still fairly confident with his result. He believed that despite this not being a domain he specialized in, he would still be able to obtain victory. However, he had never imagined that there were 3 who shared the same score as him. Furthermore, there was one person who reigned high above everyone else. Yun Xiaoduo. He knew about this girl. Bizarre and fickle.
This was his evaluation on this girl. One would never know what the limit of that little donkey was. There was also that yellow shaggy ball that had never acted. What type of ability did that ball possess?
No one knew.
Coupled with Yun Xiaoduo's somewhat crazy disposition, she was the most unfathomable among this trio.
Huang He?
With a glance, Qin Hai understood.
This was the domain Huang He specialized in.
He and Yun Xiaoduo had crossed swords against someone in a domain they were not familiar with. For them to reach a draw in the results, it was something acceptable.
However, only Chen Feng. 1,200 points. When he saw the results, he was immediately dumbstruck. What was this?
When he saw the replay of the competition and the data of the gene, he sunk into deep contemplation for a long time before he woke from it with an unprecedentedly bright shine in his eyes. His foundations and innate talent were above Chen Feng. However, his opponent was able to obtain victory by discovering such an unimaginable method among the ordinary rules of the competition.
This was an extremely quick-witted opponent. In this aspect, he was far behind Chen Feng. So this is what defeated me.
Qin Hai was enlightened. As far as he was concerned, second place was equivalent to failure. After summarizing his experience and lessons learned from this defeat, his fighting spirit once again surged. For the first time, he fully concentrated his attention and started preparing for the 4th round. Next round, he had to be victorious. At this time, all the producers were looking back at the contents of the 3rd round. This was especially true for those who'd survived the 3rd round and were eligible to enter the 4th round. They did not have any time to play around or indulge in entertainment. They had to analyze their opponent's strengths. Based on what had happened in previous competitions, the battle among the top 100 might be a genuine cross of swords. Now, a failure might be equivalent to death. They were able to understand the content of all the participants except for Chen Feng. These producers were collectively dumbstruck. This was the first place holder?
Chen Feng. Chen Feng again.
After every round, the only person taking first place was Chen Feng. At this point, if there was anyone who was still naively and stupidly treating Chen Feng as a normal producer, these people would be the truly idiotic ones. In accordance to everyone's guess, it was very probable for Chen Feng to have a high production level. However, he did not register his true information at the Gene Production Association.
His strength was extremely terrifying. 1,200 points. Mutations. New formulas.
Once again, Chen Feng renewed everyone's perception on him. Everyone looked back and discovered that even if they were to once again go back to the previous rounds, they would not be able to accomplish what Chen Feng had accomplished. That was because they were simply incapable of producing these mutated genes. Even if one were able to understand what he'd done, one would still fail to prevail over him.
That was Chen Feng.
When he first won first place, a lot believed that it was due to luck. When he won first place for the second time, regardless of whether he would survive till the end of this competition, his ability was proved. In a certain Gene Production Association's branch, an old producer was overwhelmed by emotion.
This Chen Feng, it's him. I want to accept him as my disciple. His current level is merely beginner or intermediate producer. Once he receives proper training. Scram, do you think you will have the chance? If anyone were to accept Chen Feng as a disciple, it should be me, right? The F***CK can you too be considered as?
Several producers were in a heated argument.
In a certain organization. An old man looked at his children who were in dispute due to benefits and shook his head in disappointment.
He switched his attention to the distant screen that was projecting Chen Feng on it.
Such potential.
Yunair, the old man suddenly said, how old is little Nan this year?
Father.
A graceful and opulent-looking middle-aged woman smiled bitterly.
She's only 14. 14, eh? The old man thought about it. We can give it a try, but.
He believed that if they were able to attract Chen Feng to join their company as a production researcher, their company's condition might improve. This company that was past its prime might even rise from its death. Even if Chen Feng's current level was insufficient to accomplish that, with his popularity alone, he would bring great profit to them. The middle-aged man beside him had worry all over his face.
Roping Chen Feng in? Good idea.
But then, he did not have any daughters.
Would it be too late if he were to get his wife to give birth to one now? Chen Feng. Tonight, countless people remembered this name. At the same time,
all the media outlets were unanimously singing Chen Feng's praises. During the end of the previous round, there were still a number of them that were questioning him. Now, though, none could be found questioning him. The recordings released by the Gene Production Association to prove Chen Feng's innocence were replayed constantly by the masses, especially the final 10 seconds.
That magnificent saint-like radiance he bathed in.
That comeback of his during the crucial moment. These actions of Chen Feng's brought a deep sense of comfort to the heart of anyone who watched them.
Their expectations toward him in the beginning? Totally repaid. This was a glory belonging to Chen Feng. For the whole 3 days, the name Chen Feng resounded worldwide.
3 days passed just like that.
All the participants were putting in great effort in seriously studying their opponents.
No one dared to look down on their opponents, regardless of their rank.
The masses were increasingly looking forward to the next round.
Soon, the 3-day break was over.
At 10 sharp, Chen Feng and the rest once again reached the arena. Schwa! Light swirled. 4th round officially began. Footnotes. 1. A nameplay here, Newton, the one who discovered gravity, was pronounced as Niu Dun in Chinese.
Here, Chen Feng added a dun as a wordplay for his story of the person who discovered the gravity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 134, Rules of the 4th Round. Chapter 134, Rules of the 4th Round. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. What was the 4th round? Battle of the top 100.
Those capable of surviving up till this point were all elite producers filtered out of a countless amount of producers. Every single one of these people possessed an extremely high production level. Every single one of them possessed high amounts of popularity and fans. The intensity of the competition had also reached its highest point since the start of this year's competition.
What will be the contents of this round? Countless crowds looked forward to it. Schwa!
Light swirled and the ice-cold machinery voice resounded. In the 4th round, the participants will be required to produce support gene reagents that will be used to support an android as the android battles it out against others.
One victory will be equivalent to 1 point. The defeated will not receive any points. One formula will be given for free. Production materials will be supplied without limit. Stage of production, daytime, 10 hours. After production is completed, the participants will enter the battle stage. The producer will be the one controlling the android to participate in battles.
Friendly reminder, in order to make the evaluation process easier, the gene reagent used during the battle will not be truly consumed.
After the battle ends, the gene reagent will be restored to be used in the next battle. The final ranking will be decided by the scores.
Only 10 participants shall survive this round.
The rest eliminated. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. Support! It was actually support. What was the so-called support gene reagent?
It meant that the gene reagent one produced could only be used on the android instead of the opponent. The produced gene reagents were only allowed to be used to support the android in battle. There were no restrictions on the quantity used in this round. In other words, theoretically, one could use a countless amount of support gene reagents,
as long as these reagents did not conflict with each other.
When using multiple different gene reagents at the same time, there was a certain probability that a conflict would occur among the gene reagents, leading toward mutation or some negative changes. However, as long as one were to juggle this wisely, one would be able to use countless gene reagents.
In this round, abundant time was left for production and testing. Hence, one could imagine how many gene reagents would be appearing on the bodies of these androids.
Another round where one's accumulation was tested. How many support gene reagents that would not conflict with each other did each of the producers possess?
1, 2, or more?
Without a doubt, when facing an android with the same ability, the participants capable of using more support genes on their androids would be the ones capable of providing a greater increase of strength to their androids, and they would be the ones victorious. This was a competition simulating real combat, leaving no chance for any trickery.
Azure radiance blossomed. All the participants appeared in a huge laboratory respectively. This is... Chen Feng's heart leaped. This was an independent laboratory.
Within were countless materials. Every single one of these materials was ready to use. Even those materials that couldn't be preserved were preserved using a simulated ecosphere. This was the so-called unlimited supply of materials.
Whatever materials one required, they would be available here. On the table was a formula chip. Chen Feng turned it on. Shwa! A light screen appeared.
The gene bank was once again opened and countless formulas appeared.
Ding! Kindly choose your formula, the ice-cold voice prompted. Chen Feng ignored the voice.
Instead, he stared forward distantly. There, in the huge training room, stood a gold-colored figure that resembled a standard-looking human, waiting for his orders.
This was the android?
Chen Feng felt astonished.
Shwa! He glanced at it and a row of data appeared before his eyes. Android. Spirit, 200. Strength, 200. Physique, 200. Agility, 200. Genetic ability, Spirit Shock.
Condensing spiritual energy and using it to attack the opponent, bringing about a certain amount of spiritual damage.
This was a standard-issue android.
Possessing balanced attributes, it also possessed a genetic ability, however, the genetic ability was rather ordinary. The producer's mission was to provide support to this android, making it stronger. Its body was built as an imitation of a human with same type of genes a human would have in its body. Hence, there was almost no difference from a regular human's body. One could use all sorts of gene reagents on it.
Real combat simulation indeed. Chen Feng had a solemn mood.
Once again, the rules of this round were focused on his weakness.
Support gene?
He did not even possess a single one of those.
Accumulation.
Chen Feng suddenly recalled the words he'd heard previously. The stronger one's accumulation, was, the further one could advance in the gene rookie competition.
In actuality, this was the truth.
The original purpose of the gene rookie competition was to choose the strongest producer. Without sufficient accumulation, how could one hope to become the winner? The first round, second round, third round, or the fourth round? In almost all the rounds, it might appear that one was allowed to choose a formula to produce the required gene. However, with the way the rules were set, these rounds were simply a trial of one's accumulation.
The first round's theoretical foundation.
The second round's material gathering or related knowledge. The third round's 3 types of injuries. Despite Gene Hai choosing curses, he possessed his own injury healing formula. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain 350 points. All this was accumulation. And in this round, the accumulation being tested was the quantity and quality of support formulas one knew.
Choosing a formula?
Regardless of how strong the formula was, only one could be chosen. Against the androids of other participants enveloped in 17 or 18 types of support genes, how could a participant who only possessed a single support gene defeat the opponent?
5-star? Mutation.
No matter how strong it was, one would still need to bend their knees before these pure quantities. When the amount of support genes reached a certain point, the quantity would definitely give rise to a qualitative change.
Chen Feng frowned. This will be somewhat troublesome. Lumber Bear gene. Thunder Snake gene. Gold Ant gene. Illusionary Snake gene. Chen Feng looked back at all the formulas he knew. How lamentable was it that not a single one of these was a support gene?
Oh, no, Gold Ant gene could be considered as a semi-support gene.
Perhaps. He could try producing a mutated Gold Ant gene? Unfortunately, an increase of 20 points in its spirit attribute was simply too small an amount for this android.
Apart from this, Chen Feng did not possess any usable genes. In other words, after selecting the single gene formula from the gene bank, Chen Feng would possess only one usable gene, and a brand new gene for him on top of that. He would have to use this single gene to support the android in its battle against the other androids that were supported by 7, 8, or even more than 10 types of support genes. Forget about mutation, even if the gene he chose had its very nature changed, it would still be useless against that.
Ding!
Kindly choose your formula, the ice-cold machinery voice prompted Chen Feng once again.
Which should I choose?
Chen Feng stared at the gene bank.
What should he do this time?
At this time, in the control center of the virtual company building, Gao Yunfeng was indifferently looking at this scene.
Look at this. There's no need for me to do anything.
He will end up eliminating himself.
I acknowledge Chen Feng's talent.
Perhaps, in 2 more years, he will be the new champion of the gene rookie competition.
As for now, he's not enough. Gao Yunfeng shook his head.
Able to be acknowledged by him as the champion 2 years down the road, it was apparent that Chen Feng's ability was still recognized by him despite the many times Chen Feng had foiled his plans.
He is too young, Gao Yunfeng commented. His accumulation is too shallow. The old man had a faint smile. Are you not afraid that he will be grabbing first place once again? Gao Yunfeng's plans seem to have been foiled twice as of now, right? He was still so confident? It's different this time.
This time, it's a real combat support.
Gao Yunfeng shook his head.
Based on what I'm aware of, Gene Hai alone had mastered 2 5-star E-class support gene formulas, 2 4-star E-class support gene formulas, and a large amount of other formulas.
Every single one of these formulas is extremely powerful. Even those 5-star formulas in the gene bank won't amount to much, right?
How is Chen Feng supposed to surpass this? Even if he were to add his genetic ability into the equation, it would still be insufficient. Granted, he is the winner of the previous rounds. However, he obtained those through trickeries. This time, there's no chance for him to win in such a manner, Gao Yunfeng analyzed seriously. Such an attitude was essential for a research scholar.
Not berating or accusing anyone.
Instead, he analyzed with facts.
Is that so?
The old man laughed as he said, let's open our eyes wide and watch, then.
Footnotes.
1. The accumulation here refers to the accumulation of every aspect, such as experiences, gene formulas, resources, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 135, Blue Bat Gene. Chapter 135, Blue Bat Gene. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. 4th round, Formula Choosing Stage. Schwa.
Light swirled.
Every producer present chose their gene formula.
This time, there were not many reactions to the choices of the producers, as in this round, the influence of the selected formula was quite minimal.
4-star formula? 5-star formula? There wasn't much difference.
Only by selecting a formula that was compatible with the formulas one had already mastered could the selected support gene be able to display the strongest might it was capable of. In actuality, up till now, the surviving participants were either high intermediate or peak intermediate producers. Their production star ratings were at least 60 stars or above.
What did this signify?
The lowest difficulty formulas were those 1-star formulas, and these remaining participants were those who possessed at least 60 stars worth of these E-class formulas. This had not even taken into consideration the fact that every single intermediate producer out there would possess a large amount of F-class formulas as well, but every single intermediate producer possessed a rich amount of gene formulas.
Healing. Defensive. Attack.
Apart from what they were good at, they mastered a lot of other types of formulas as well. Granted, they had not had the opportunity to use a lot of these formulas during the 2nd and 3rd rounds. However, during this round, they were able to optimally display their formulas. Some of them were already starting to rearrange their database. Gene Hai, a total of 25 support-type gene formulas.
Yun Xiaoduo, unknown number of support-type gene formulas.
However, based on her registration details, the presently recorded support-type gene formulas that had once appeared on her reached an amount of 22. Apart from this, the other participants each had around more than 10 or over 20 formulas respectively. Only a very few of them possessed support-type gene formulas numbered in single digits.
And those similar to Chen Feng?
None of the others were in such situation. All these participants were those who had gone through years of practice, reaching this level step by step. This fact was especially true for them when they were beginner producers, a stage full of difficulties where a large amount of gene formulas were required to raise their level.
As for Chen Feng? Only 3 months.
Regardless of which aspect the competition tested, it would touch on Chen Feng's weakness.
He did not even have a single support formula?
When the viewers saw the records, they were stunned. They were aware that Chen Feng might have been somewhat lacking in this aspect, having a low number of mastered support gene formulas. However, they had never expected that the number of his mastered support-type gene formulas were a big 0.
Damn, doesn't this mean that he can only use the gene he chooses here? This? How is he supposed to win with this? Everyone was dumbfounded.
Different than earlier, now, Chen Feng had his own diehard fans. They were hoping that Chen Feng would be the one to obtain the final victory.
However, not a single formula?
They looked at the other participants that possessed more than 10 support-type gene formulas and were dumbstruck.
How was he supposed to win with this?
This was not the matter of their trust in Chen Feng. Rather, Chen Feng's accumulation was truly so low that it caused one's hair to stand up in anger.
This was applicable not only to the support-type gene chosen in this round, even if it was attack, defense, or healing.
Chen Feng had 0 chances.
He should be able to win, right?
A lot of Chen Feng's fans were somewhat unconfident now. At this time, the fans of other producers who were previously berated to the point they were speechless appeared once again. With such an accumulation, he still dares to participate in this competition.
After relying on some random genetic ability and that exotic line of thought he possesses to obtain 2 wins, he thinks he is so very impressive? Look at Chen Hai. I know, right? Pitiful Chen Feng. The lowest accumulation in the top 100. On what basis are you accusing our Chen Feng of having the lowest accumulation? What joke is this? Is this something you would call low accumulation?
Looking at him, it's more suitable to say that he simply has 0 accumulation.
Ha 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 ha. 6666666. Everyone started sneering.
Chen Feng's fans were unsatisfied and started hurling abuses at them.
Momentarily, the chat was spammed furiously.
Due to this, no one was able to see what Chen Feng was doing. Able to spam the 3-dimensional chat in the virtual world to the point where the whole zone was filled with only spam and nothing else could be seen, this demonstrated the terrifying number of viewers in Chen Feng's livestream room.
However, could Chen Feng really win? No one knew.
Despite his talent, despite his astonishing production capabilities. This time, it was a real combat competition.
Everyone looked at the competition.
Due to the unlimited supply of materials, the participants only needed to concentrate on producing the gene formulas they had. Furthermore, different from the brand new formula obtained from the gene bank, they were already very well practiced with their own formulas. Hence, they were able to easily produce these formulas without any problems.
1, 2, 3.
Everyone was putting their effort toward their production. The 1 day provided was adequate for them to produce their gene reagents, familiarize themselves with the new formulas, and perform simulation tests on their assigned androids.
Tick-tock. Time passed.
Chen Feng had chosen his formula as well.
Bluebat gene formula. Difficulty, 5-star. Function, instantly increases the user's spiritual energy by 500 points for a duration of 3 seconds. Only able to use once per day. Limitations, E-class. Introduction, produced from the blood essence of a bluebat.
Various materials are required to trigger the mysterious power contained within the bluebat gene, producing a special gene reagent as a result.
Everyone was lost. What was the meaning of this?
In all honesty, the formula selection was something nobody cared about when it happened to other participants.
Even if the participant were to choose some worthless attack gene, nobody cared. However, Chen Feng? He was the person who possessed only this one support gene that he'd selected. Why had he chosen this formula? Big brother, stop messing around. Big brother, I believe in your ability to come back. Can you please choose a more tyrannical formula, for example, those support genes possessing super powerful killing power, allowing your android to kill with a single hit? Requesting for a violent mutated gene. The chat was spammed furiously.
This time, even Chen Feng's fans couldn't calm themselves, as the gene chosen this time was truly useless.
Instantly increasing spiritual energy by 500 points? What was the point in that?
One needed to know that the only spiritual attack the android possessed was that common spirit shock.
Without any enhancements, its attack power was very ordinary. Look at those powerful spirit-type abilities. Raging Flame Storm. Psionic Ice Blade.
Able to amplify the combat power by several times.
As for that spirit shock?
There was no amplification on the android's combat power. It was simply an attack that purely utilized the spiritual energy to charge forward, that was all there was to it.
Furthermore, the android only had 200 points of spiritual energy.
Even if it received an increase of 500 points, it would only be 700 points. When battling against others, it was somewhat worthless.
Besides that, 3 seconds.
This ridiculous duration.
Could a battle between androids end in 3 seconds? They doubted it. Is he aiming for superposition? Someone guessed.
If the gene is able to achieve a superposition effect after mutation.
Impossible. Someone rejected that firmly.
Regardless of whether it possessed the ability to achieve the superposition effect or not, he would not be able to utilize it.
What joke is this? Do you think the 500 points increased here is due to the limitations of the gene? No. It is due to the limitations of a human's body. Even a person in the higher levels of E-class would only possess around 1000 attribute points. If you were to instantly increase their attributes by too high an amount, bang! Your brain will be roasted immediately, becoming brainless. Your body will collapse in a short amount of time, dispersing into nothingness. So that's the case. Everyone had a solemn mood. Superposition wouldn't do it? Why had Chen Feng chosen this formula then? They were unable to make sense of it.
Chen Feng must have his reasons for choosing this. The fans of Chen Feng explained.
He. A person sneered suddenly. Have you taken a look at the livestream room of Yun Xiaoduo and the rest? What? Everyone went over to take a look.
Immediately, their expressions changed greatly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 136, The Bizarre Instakill. Chapter 136, The Bizarre Instakill. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Yun Xiaoduo's live stream room. Yun Xiaoduo had used several gene reagents on her assigned android. Light swirled. The android's spirit attribute had increased by 500 points. With this, the basic attribute should be sufficient.
Yun Xiaoduo clapped her tiny hands, feeling very pleased. At this time, if anyone were to check the attributes of her assigned android, they would find with astonishment that all 4 attributes of this android were at 700.
Gene attribute increase? Chen Feng was not the only one capable of doing this.
This was simply the start.
3-star F-class support gene, full body stone transformation, duration of 10 seconds.
Yun Xiaoduo continued without stop.
Success. Instant fire transformation. Liquid transformation. Etc.
Yun Xiaoduo started producing one mystical gene reagent after another.
Gene attribute increase?
These were only a small portion of the gene reagents she produced.
The amount of attribute increase that could be given to an E-class was too limited. Hence,
all-round types of supporting effects and instant enhancements were Yun Xiaoduo's trump card. Everyone started using Yun Xiaoduo as a basis of comparison and found that Chen Feng had no chance of succeeding. According to their collected data, Chen Feng really could be eliminated in this round.
Analysis on the android. Analysis on the gene attributes. Analysis on the genetic ability. Regardless of which angle they looked at it from, Chen Feng would be ranked below top 90.
His total strength was at the bottom tier among the participants. At this time, in the livestream room of a participant called Lin Ko, light shone in his eyes. With gene reagents, he was forging his very own expert fighter. Before his eyes, under his efforts, the whole body of his android had become extremely different than the rest.
He tossed out a bottle of gene reagent. Solidify.
The gene reagent dissolved into a clump of energy before morphing into a piece of armor.
Ka. The armor landed on the android's body. Flawless execution. Success. Lin Ku was agitated.
Before his eyes, that ordinary and mediocre-looking android had transformed into an armored android whose body was filled to the brim with a dreadful force of energy.
This was a mechanical armor.
A mechanical armor produced by support gene reagent.
Ha. Lin Ku was in ecstasy.
The victory of this round would be his. Despite the duration being somewhat short, it is definitely capable of unleashing a tenfold worth of power.
Lin Ku was agitated. He knew that a new legend belonging to him was beginning.
At this moment, in his live stream room, a huge crowd had entered. These people were here to witness the birth of that mechanical armor.
That metallic luster on the armor bewitched countless people here. Damn, Gundam. It's only mechanical armor.
Honestly, the fact that he produced mechanical armor is not quite mystical.
A lot of genetic abilities could accomplish this.
However, capable of producing an instant mechanical armor using a support gene reagent, this Lin Ku is truly excessively powerful.
The rise of a second Huang He. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Chen Feng, Huang He. Now, a Lin Ku had appeared.
The Gene Rookie competition was indeed a venue that provided chances for people to showcase their talent. At this time, everyone was preparing for the incoming battle. Due to the existence of many unknown formulas and formulas that these producers had originally known, based on the data in the livestream room alone, the viewers were unable to get a clue as to how some of these gene reagents worked. This round was heavily focused on the battle stage.
Time passed quietly.
In the arena, Chen Feng was calmly producing genes. He was aware of his true power. As he had only been in this profession for a very short time, if he wanted to obtain victory with his ability as a novice, he had to use some peculiar methods.
Accumulation and foundations? Real combat?
Despite the rules set in this round being somewhat restrictive, Chen Feng had still managed to seize a glimmer of hope from the rules. It was the chance for him to obtain victory. At the same time, it was also the chance for him to rush to the forefront among the participants.
Come at me. Chen Feng inhaled. He refused to believe that he would not be able to win this round. Schwa. Gene production complete.
Chen Feng glanced at it and an expression of delight appeared on his face.
Indeed, it was not too far away from what he had estimated.
If such a degree of mutation was used,
he might still be able to fight it out. Time passed quietly. Night arrived and the production stage officially ended. The battle stage began. Ding.
Kindly carry your gene reagents with you and enter a battle-ready state, the ice-cold machinery voice prompted.
Bang. Androids appeared.
A silhouette of light swirled before Chen Feng's eyes before transforming into a huge screen.
On it was the information related to his android.
Around the information were the gene reagents he had produced earlier. During the battle, he could use the gene reagents on his android at any time.
Is it starting?
Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile.
He was truly not proficient with support genes. However, as for other genes. Ding. Battle preparation completed. Everyone, kindly get to your stations. The battle stage officially begins. Schwa. Light swirled. Countless pictures flickered as random opponents were matched. Chen Feng versus Zhao Lu. Bang.
A huge virtual ring descended.
2 androids appeared in the middle of the ring.
In midair was a shining number that was counting down.
After the 3-second countdown, the match would officially begin. It begins.
A lot of viewers were watching this in Chen Feng's live stream room. Regardless of whether these were his haters or fans, this was his first battle. They wanted to see if Chen Feng could truly advance forward in this round. Zhao Lu has 12 support genes. Yeah, although he is in the bottom ranks of the top 100, in the aspect of support genes, he is still much more powerful than Chen Feng. Everyone started discussing spiritedly. Right at this moment, the battle erupted.
On Zhao Lu's android, multicolored gene reagents appeared with a flash.
That was the effect of the various support genes he'd used, possessing a terrifying might.
As for Chen Feng,
only a faint layer of light was swirling around his android.
That was the glow of the blue bat gene. Howl. The Zhao Lu-controlled android howled as it turned into a flash and streaked toward Chen Feng's android. Incredibly fast.
The android had astonishingly increased its agility to the limit.
So fast.
This speed already reaches the level of a D-class warrior.
On top of that, there are also other enhancements. Chen Feng is finished. Everyone's hearts chilled. This speed. Too heaven-defying.
However, at this moment, Chen Feng slightly raised his hand, and a faint shockwave flashed. With that, the android that was streaking forth with a high speed collapsed instantly.
Victory. Battle ends. Chen Feng is victorious, obtaining 1 point. Schwa.
Light swirled. Chen Feng returned to the battle preparation area.
What's going on? The F***CK? Everyone was confused. Winning just like that? It was the same situation in the second, third, and even the fourth round.
Every time one believed that Chen Feng had reached his limits, he would employ an inconceivable method to obtain victory.
And now, the same thing was happening. Did you all see what happened? No.
I only saw Zhao Lu's android charge forth, and then it ended.
Everyone answered honestly.
None were able to see clearly what had happened, due to it being too fast.
Too fast. Chen Feng's second battle began.
As usual, his opponent erupted with his strongest combat power the moment they entered the ring.
A terrifying android charged toward Chen Feng.
However, Chen Feng merely raised his hand.
Schwa.
A flash of the blue bat gene reagent's light. His opponent collapsed immediately.
Victory. Once again, Chen Feng obtained 1 point.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 137, Insta-Killing Everyone. Chapter 137, Insta-Killing Everyone. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Damn, what happened?
In Chen Feng's live stream room, everyone had a stupefied expression.
The same thing repeated.
One of them smiled forcefully as he said, "I tried my best to look at it earlier.
I could only see a flash of energy." Next, his opponent was directly defeated and the battle ended.
Same here, the rest agreed.
What damnable situation was this? Look at the other live stream rooms.
In each room, two androids with light swirling all over their bodies could be seen engaged in savage battle. Every single punch was hit right on the flesh, giving the viewers an unprecedentedly carefree feeling.
As for Chen Feng's room? Insta-kill.
One could not even see the process of things. The only thing one could see was the moment of victory, that instant that was locked onto by the camera.
I can't take this anymore. I refuse to believe that I won't be able to get a single clear look. Every android had different support genes used on them. Some received speed enhancements, some received defense enhancements, and apart from attribute increases, there's also ability strengthening.
I refuse to believe that Chen Feng will be able to insta-kill his opponents every time.
Agree.
A lot of people firmed their heart against Chen Feng. The third battle began. This time, Chen Feng's opponent was a participant who was fully focused on defense. Both the physique and spirit attributes of the android had been greatly strengthened. Coupled with the enhancements provided by the support gene reagents, it possessed an extremely astonishing defense.
This time, it definitely won't end just like that. Yeah, even if Chen Feng can obtain victory, we will be able to see what methods he used. Everyone was looking forward to it.
That's for sure. Against such a powerful defense, insta-kill is definitely impossible. F***ck.
It ended? The viewer who was mid-sentence had a dumbstruck expression.
At this time, in the virtual ring, the android possessing extremely powerful defense had collapsed and turned into scraps before disappearing. The victory screen was locked onto Chen Feng as the battle ended.
Chen Feng gained another point. Insta-kill. Another insta-kill.
The whole live stream room was silent.
After a long time, someone said in a low voice, "How is this possible?" True. How was that possible? That was a defensive-type participant. Everyone had received the same template of android, so how the heck was he insta-killing the other androids? Strength? Spirit? Agility? They could not see any hope of victory from Chen Feng. Yet it was in such a hopeless situation that Chen Feng only needed to slightly raise his hand to easily insta-kill his opponents, shocking everyone present. This is only the third match. His opponents so far might be the comparatively weak ones, everyone guessed. Next, Chen Feng continued his matches. Fourth match, insta-kill. Fifth match, insta-kill. 20th match, insta-kill. Everyone was dumbstruck as they watched Chen Feng smooth sailing. Insta-killing all the way. Without pause. Regardless of the strength of his opponent, as long as Chen Feng moved, the opponents would be insta-killed. In the time span required for one match by others, Chen Feng had completed 10 matches. Too fast. The whole virtual live stream room was in an uproar. Chen Feng was not the only one progressing impressively. There were several other producers who obtained continuous victories as well. Yun Xiao's android bathed in flame with an incomparably terrifying appearance. Very few participants could survive more than 3 of her android's punches. Lin Ke's android had a huge mechanical armor on its body. With the azure-colored light swirling around it, when its fist descended, regardless of how powerful its opponents were, they would be beaten to death. Apart from this, there was a particular android radiating with gold light, sturdy as a rock. Its gene attributes were not particularly high. However, with the assistance of all sorts of formidable defense-type support genes, it was nearly undefeated. All sorts of attacks were ineffective against it. Next, its opponent would be exhausted to death. This was a path of a pure defense-type battling method. There was also a particular android that possessed an extremely fast speed, leaving afterimages all over the place. Different from Zhao Lu's agility attribute increase, this android's agility attribute was rather ordinary. The reason for its fast speed was due to the effect of the support gene reagents used on it. With tens of afterimages flashing around the ring, one would never know which was the real body. And the moment one was hit, only death awaited. This was a path of a pure agility-type battling method. Incredibly terrifying.
Countless people felt their blood burning from excitement as they watched the matches.
So powerful. I wonder when will they encounter each other. Yeah, between the strongest attack and the strongest defense, who will be the one surviving till the end? Everyone was looking forward to this. Yun Xiaoduo. Lin Ku.
Everyone fully displayed a style unique to themselves. This was the battle of the top 100. Almost everyone here had their own fans and popularity. The viewers of the competition were able to recognize the names of almost all these participants.
Who would be the final survivor? None knew. That was because these highlighted participants were undefeated. 20 matches. 30 matches. 40 matches. They had yet to encounter any defeats. However, this was an all-out battle. Regardless of one's strength, one would still need to face every single one of the other 99 participants. Hence, Feng had finally matched against an opponent who had yet to taste defeat as well. 60-second match. Feng vs Tonglinger. It's her.
The one whose android was extremely fast, capable of leaving countless afterimages around.
Everyone gasped. Tonglinger, possessing 19 support gene reagents.
Under the constant combination of her support genes, she was able to grant her android a temporary explosion in speed, capable of leaving countless afterimages behind.
She was undefeated. This was because the androids did not have any way to counter these afterimages of hers. If one couldn't even find the real body, how was one supposed to contend with her? The confrontation of strong ones. Everyone was excited. I wonder who will be victorious, someone said emotionally. Victory my ass. I couldn't care less about this. What I care about is Feng's insta-kill ability. What on earth is that? Someone said. Everyone agreed with the sentiment. What method was Feng using to insta-kill his opponents? No one knew. Despite the fact that Feng had insta-killed 61 times, they had still failed to find a clue about that. This was the most terrifying aspect of it. This time, against an android with countless afterimages and possessing extremely high combat power, with a certain degree of defensive methods on top of it, would Feng be victorious? Shwa! The battle begun. Countless afterimages scattered around. Xiao!
Layers upon layers of afterimages streaked toward Feng's android from different angles and different directions, and even the speed of their charges was also different, giving no chance for the opponent to discover the real body.
Which was the real body? Bang!
Feng raised his hand slightly, activating his gene reagent.
A faint light flickered on his android's body. Shwa! All afterimages disappeared instantly. The android collapsed immediately, flung away. End of battle. Feng, victorious. F***CCCCKKKK. Everyone widened their mouths for a long time. Again? Insta-kill. Another insta-kill. This was Tonglinger. The Tonglinger who was undefeated up till now. She had actually ended up getting insta-killed? Only now did everyone realize something. This time, Feng might have once again created an extremely terrifying powerful gene, and he might even grab first place once again. That won't happen, right? Someone meekly said, after all, there are still several of those undefeated participants out there. However, shortly after, Feng was matched against those people. Feng's 71st match. Feng vs Lin Ku. The android with mechanical armor and an extremely powerful energy armor assembled using gene reagents, capable of amplifying the combat power by a wide margin, the android of Lin Ku. There were still quite a number of people who were looking forward to this confrontation. Next. The battle began. 1 second later, the battle ended. Insta-kill. Another insta-kill. Lin Ku had a bewildered expression. From the start till the end, he did not even have a chance to do anything. Extremely powerful energy and mechanical armor? Tenfold amplification in power? Before Feng's insta-killing ability, they were all pointless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, Final Confrontation. Chapter 138, Final Confrontation. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Insta-kill. Another insta-kill. Defeating Lin Ku was only the beginning. Only when Feng continued defeating one celebrity producer after another, before ultimately defeating Yun Xiaoduo as well, did an alarmed expression appear on everyone's faces. Yun Xiaoduo was defeated as well? Chen Feng is actually so powerful? Everyone was shocked. Only at this moment did they realize how terrifying Chen Feng was. So many previously undefeated producers were insta-killed by Chen Feng. Chen Feng is going to win first place once again?
At this moment, Chen Feng was matched against a new opponent. This matchup had caused a sensation among countless people.
Chen Feng versus Qin Hai. It's Qin Hai. Everyone's eyes shone. Qin Hai. The producer with the highest amount of support genes. Up till now, just like Chen Feng, he had maintained his winning streak. The path he had chosen this round was the sharpest path, only strengthening his android in one particular aspect. Attack. Highest strength attribute. Strongest attack enhancement. Strongest energy weapon. In the hand of Qin Hai's android was an energy sword flickering with a dazzling radiance. It was capable of displaying a terrifying power to instantly defeat its opponent. Even if it was not insta-kill, it was still terrifying. Shwa. Light swirled. Both of them and their androids appeared on the ring at the same time. Chen Feng. Qin Hai's battle spirit was surging. 75 the victory streak. He had waited for this moment for far too long. Qin Hai. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. Toward this textbook-like perfect producer, he had a deep impression. This opponent was also the strongest competitor of his in this competition. Shwa. Battle began. Condense.
Qin Hai activated all his gene reagents.
Hum.
The energy sword on the android's hand started blossoming with a terrifying might. Faintly, one could feel that it somewhat surpassed the power of one at this class.
Cracks even appeared in the air around it.
One layer of support aura after another enveloped the energy sword. That was the effect of Qin Hai's support genes.
Incredibly terrifying. Slash. Qin Hai controlled the android as the sword was swung down. Bang. A terrifying energy spread out.
At this, Chen Feng raised his hand like usual, aiming at Qin Hai.
Bang. Light swirled.
The dreadful radiance from the descending energy sword blossomed in the air. When it was 1 centimeter away from Chen Feng, it stopped there, never to move again. The radiance gradually faded from the air.
The battle ended. What? Everyone blanked. It ended?
They raised their head to take a look before noticing that Qin Hai's android had collapsed at this moment, dead under Chen Feng's attack.
Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. No one had expected this result. Insta-kill. Insta-kill as usual. I'm afraid nobody is capable of stopping Chen Feng now, right?
Such terrifying strength. Even Qin Hai was defeated.
Who can stop him? Everyone exclaimed in admiration. 80-win streak. 90-win streak.
Once again, Chen Feng's winning streaks increased rapidly. At this moment, an astonishing incident happened. Qin Hai was once again defeated. His opponent was a producer named Sun Han, the guy whose android seemed to be bathed in gold light, looking sturdy as a rock and possessing unequaled defense. His combat style was
tiring his opponents to death. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. He is too freaking sturdy.
Those who had witnessed the match previously started complaining.
That guy is simply a labor livestock. 1.
Using over 20 support gene formulas entirely consisting of defensive gene reagents.
Is he sick? Qin Hai couldn't even break through his defense. How is he supposed to fight?
Honestly, if Qin Hai was fighting personally, he would have won long ago.
However, this is a battle between androids, hence, there's no way to break the defense. In fact, Sun Han was not particularly powerful. That was because his winning streaks only lasted 12 matches before it ended.
In his 13th match, he encountered a guy possessing several recovery gene formulas. Every time his android was dying, a recovery gene reagent would be used and the android would be energetic and frisky like a brand new android again. The Sun Han who was exceptional at exhausting others to death ended up getting exhausted to his death as well. This was the so-called repressive effect. However, even with this, Sun Han's ability was not to be undermined. Among the top 100, the best defensive gene reagent producer was Sun Han. The android he supported had the undisputed #1 defense among all the androids there. Unequaled by anyone else. So such a battling method actually exists? Wait. Doesn't this mean that he might be able to defeat Chen Feng? Everyone suddenly realized something. At this time, Chen Feng's winning streak had reached 95 wins, and only 4 opponents remained. If nothing unexpected happened, the match anticipated by many would happen soon.
Chen Feng vs. Sun Han. The confrontation between the strongest attack and the strongest defense. On the virtual ring, both androids appeared.
Countless eyes locked on Chen Feng, waiting for the start of the match, waiting for the secret behind Chen Feng's instakills to be exposed.
Everyone was looking forward to it.
The number of viewers in the live stream rooms of Chen Feng and Sun Han had increased greatly.
10 million viewers. 15 million viewers. 20 million viewers.
For the first time, their live stream rooms reached a previously inconceivable height, even compared with the other live stream rooms worldwide. In Chen Feng's live stream room, everyone here wanted to see clearly what methods Chen Feng employed for his instakills. Even Chen Feng's fans were wishing that Chen Feng's victory would be slowed down by a few seconds.
The sentiments here were to let them witness clearly Chen Feng's instakill methods. As for the livestream room of Sun Han, do your best, Sun Han. Defeat the Demon King Chen Feng. Fight for the common producers. You are the final defensive line of us producers. The chat was spammed endlessly.
Everyone there was actually hoping that Sun Han would exhaust Chen Feng to death. The strength of Chen Feng's attack was without doubt. However, Sun Han was good at dealing with such producers. This was also the reason everyone looked forward to this matchup. If even Sun Han was defeated, probably nobody else could defeat Chen Feng anymore.
Schwa. The countdown timer flickered. Battle began. Gold light shone from Sun Han's android.
Seemingly sensing the threat posed by Chen Feng, Sun Han moved furiously, and a succession of defensive genes were instantly activated.
The amount of activated gene reagents here was even higher than Qin Hai. Schwa. Gold light flickered. Sun Han's android entered its optimal defensive mode.
At this time, Chen Feng slightly raised his hand.
The air trembled. Schwa. Sun Han's expression changed greatly. Explode. He directly activated a forbidden art.
The android in front of him had one of its arms shattered. Around it, a red-colored energy aura appeared and formed a formidable defensive barrier. This was the support gene reagent of Sun Han. Formidable, with a myriad of variations.
So powerful. How many layers of defense is this? All his defense was unleashed in an instant. Everyone was anxious.
Sun Han must have felt threatened for him to react in such a way. However, how scary was the sense of crisis he felt for him to unleash so many layers of defense? At this time. Bang! Light shattered. This time, the viewers could clearly see it. A transparent wave had bombarded the surroundings of Sun Han's android. Due to the intense collision of energy, a huge light effect could be seen. Subsequently, a certain android was broken apart. The battle ended. It finished? Everyone raised their heads with bewilderment. In the ring, the victory screen had once again locked on to that familiar silhouette.
Chen Feng. Victory. Hua. Tens of millions of people were shaken. Chen Feng was once again victorious? Insta-kill? This was F*King illogical. Yes, you can win. However, can you let us see what methods you used to win? And there's also this Sun Han. Aren't you the F*King's strongest defense? Even if you were to lose, you have to resist a second longer, right?
Sun Han had a stupefied expression as well.
Defeated?
In the several tens of matches he'd been in, he had encountered countless types of androids and had tasted defeats as well. However, not a single one of those defeats were as direct as his current defeat, where he couldn't even resist. Even after he left the ring, he was still in a stupor. What freak is this? As of now, the battle stage had reached its end. It concluded with Chen Feng as the undisputed first-place holder.
Schwa.
The rankings were refreshed. First place, Chen Feng, 99 points.
Second place, Qin Hai, 97 points. Third place, Lin Ku, 94 points. And now, the top 10 was birthed. The rest were all eliminated.
Everyone had their gazes concentrated on Chen Feng. First place.
Indeed, first place again. 3 times in a row, when nobody was optimistic about him, he had used some inconceivable method to obtain first place, without anyone capable of defeating him. It's actually Chen Feng again. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. However, no one expected that at this very moment, Sun Han, who was 1 point away from the 10th place and ended up eliminated due to his 11th place position, had suddenly voiced his concerns.
I want to lodge a report on Chen Feng. He has violated the rules and used his genetic ability in the android battle.
Bang! Everyone's heart jolted. Report.
It was actually a report lodged by the 11th placeholder.
Footnotes. 1.
It essentially means animals used for labor due to their strength, such as mules, buffaloes, horses, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 139, Sun Han's Defense. Chapter 139, Sun Han's Defense. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. I want to report him. I'm not supposed to be eliminated.
Sun Han said, you all might doubt my words.
However, let me tell you all this one thing.
Under the circumstances where all my support genes are activated, my defensive power is already at C class.
Bang! Everyone's hearts trembled. C class? What concept was that? The android was only at E class originally.
Ordinary producers would support it until it reached the level of peak E class, elite producers would support it until it reached the level of beginner D class, while genius producers like Chen Hai would be able to support it until it reached the level of around intermediate or advanced D class.
As for C class? Impossible. It was akin to a gate. C class's power far surpassed D class. Schwa.
Sun Han released his data to prove his words.
So that's the case. Everyone suddenly came to themselves. No wonder Chen Hai couldn't even break Sun Han's defense. Sun Han's defensive gene reagents had reached C class? Incredibly terrifying. But what about Chen Feng? Everyone suddenly felt something amiss. Chen Feng was a person who had at most utilized 5 support genes.
This was clear for everyone to see when he was producing those genes.
A majority of them were blue bat gene reagents. What could he do to have an attack surpassing C class? Absolutely impossible. What was the concept of C class? 10,000 points of spirit. I felt it. Sun Han sneered.
The instant my android was attacked, the defenses collapsed immediately due to a terrifying power landing on them. This proved that the strength of Chen Feng's attack had absolutely surpassed 10,000 units.
Hiss. Everyone inhaled deeply. If they were to think about it, wasn't that the truth?
If they were both at C class, between defense and attack, even if one side was somewhat stronger, it wouldn't be such a one-sided insta-kill.
This meant Chen Feng's attack power was much higher. Middle tier C class? 20,000 units? What was the original power of the android? Spirit, 200 points.
Regardless of how one looked at it, that was something impossible. Hence, Sun Han said with a clear voice, I suspect that when his android attacked, Chen Feng had also utilized some of his genetic ability, interfering with the battle between the androids.
I need justice.
He was ranked at 11th place, only 1 point behind the top 10. If he were to gain that 1 extra point from his match with Chen Feng, he would be able to enter the top 10, even if he had to share the 10th place with someone else.
This was a glory that belonged to him. The difference between the top 10 and top 100 was as different as sky and earth. He had to fight for this. Moreover, if Chen Feng had really violated the rules, he would be directly eliminated.
At this moment, almost everyone was focusing on this.
Rules violation?
As they thought of it, they felt suspicious as well.
Cheating? That shouldn't be the case.
However, using one's genetic ability to interfere in the battle between androids, even if that was not considered cheating, that was still a violation of the rules, and his results should be erased. That was because the rules were clear. Producing support gene reagents.
Investigate. Investigate thoroughly.
Those defeated by Chen Feng jumped out one after another. Especially their fans. These people had been bragging about how impressive their production ability was previously before being insta-killed by Chen Feng, getting their face smacked to the point that it was swelling. This time, they naturally need to come out and step on Chen Feng as well.
The competition was temporarily suspended.
This was the second suspension. Previously, it was also due to Chen Feng. However, due to the previous reporting Chen Feng incident, the absolute majority of the people maintained their rationality, waiting for the investigation results of the Gene Production Association.
Such evil must be erased.
Youngsters nowadays, always looking for a quick way out. Every time, it's this Chen Feng that's stirring up trouble. Yeah, a foul atmosphere was brought into a good competition like this because of him.
A lot of producers were not satisfied. Especially the older producers. Their thought process was very simple. Regardless of whether this was an accusation, if Chen Feng hadn't stirred things up, who would bother reporting him? Couldn't he just follow the rules? Somewhere, an old producer stood up. Luer, help me to the Gene Production Association. Teacher, the student said respectfully, is there a need for you to go personally? Oomph. If I don't go over, will they do anything about this? The competitions nowadays are getting more and more ridiculous. That Gene High student has advanced with solid foundations and steady results. Furthermore, his attitude is very good as well. Even with that, he can only obtain second place? And the one who obtained first place is some producer who obtained victory through some tricks? Is this proper? The old producer said furiously. The student felt somewhat awkward. Oh, teacher, this is not confirmed yet. Even if he won through quick thinking, does that mean it's not trickeries? Oomph. The old producer glared at him. Furthermore, this is Gao Yunfeng's mistake. If it wasn't for the appearance of a loophole in the rules he'd set, would Chen Feng have found a chance to win through tricks? Chen Feng's tricks. Gao Yunfeng's mistake. Trash technicians. The Gene Production Association only watching at the side. The old man started nagging without stop, seemingly returning to his youth. The student could only listen to him with a bitter smile on his face. You are already at such an age, why are you getting involved in all this? Honestly, stepping on Chen Feng at his moment of victory, with your identity on top of it, isn't this being too much of a bully? Even if this was for the sake of senior apprentice brother Qin Hai, isn't this too biased? The student thought inwardly. However, he did not notice the hidden glint in the old man's eyes. Deep as an ocean. Deep and immeasurable. Let's go. While these old bone of mine can still move, the next round, the battle of the top 10, it must be vetted by us, the old generation of producers. At this time, in the command center of the virtual company building, the sudden surge of reports had tremendously increased the workload of the employees there. Has it been investigated clearly? Gao Yunfeng said indifferently. The technicians nodded. MHM. Schwa. Chen Feng's data was once again extracted, including all the formulas he had used in the competition. Only now did Gao Yunfeng know how Chen Feng obtained his victory. It's actually like this? Gao Yunfeng was dumbstruck. He had tried his best to perfect the rules together with the help of several hundred producers. However, he had not expected that Chen Feng would still find some exploit in it. If this is released, I will probably be scolded to death. Gao Yunfeng mumbled. The moment he saw Chen Feng's data, he was aware of what might happen to him as a result. This Chen Feng. Is it a coincidence? Gao Yunfeng smiled bitterly. The first time, it is coincidence. The second time, it is luck. What about the third time? This only highlighted Chen Feng's astonishing analytical and observation capabilities and his accumulation. That's right, accumulation. That peculiar accumulation of Chen Feng that was totally different than that of everyone else. Chen Feng. This was the first time Gao Yunfeng took this producer seriously. Perhaps this is a talent worth nurturing after all. Gao Yunfeng inhaled deeply. Announce it. The technician hesitated. Everything? Everything. Gao Yunfeng did not hesitate. I prepared the start and the end of the round and set up the rules. For Chen Feng to obtain victory within the parameters set by my rules, this victory is rightfully his. All right. The technician nodded. Schwa. Chen Feng's data was once again released. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Too Shameless. Chapter 140, Too Shameless. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. At this time, as everyone was protesting, the Gene Production Association released their statement. All data related to Chen Feng was normal and no violations of the rules were found. At the same time, the data was made public. True indeed. Nobody was surprised. Reported? What a joke. This wasn't the first time this had happened anyway. It's better to take a look at the released data. Everyone started watching the replay, and they were immediately stunned. They had imagined countless possibilities. However, it had never crossed their mind that the way Chen Feng obtained his victory was this. The gene reagent he used was actually such a gene. The F***CK? This works? Wait, how is this possible? Everyone had dumbfounded expressions. This was because, at this moment, they had finally found out the secret behind Chen Feng's victory. Mutated blue bat gene. Class, E. Function, instantly increases spirit by 500 points for a duration of 3 seconds. On the screen.
At that instant, Chen Feng had directly activated approximately 20 mutated blue bat genes, bringing about a terrifying spirit enhancement effect. As per the released data, after using these specially mixed reagents, its spirit attribute had increased from 200 points to 10,000 points. Nobody had expected this to be so close to what they had initially guessed. The blue bat had been mutated indeed. Chen Feng indeed possessed such unique talent.
However, even if they were mutated, it was not possible for them to be activated at the same time, right? Chen Feng must have used his genetic ability.
As Sun Han saw the data, he was even more sure of this. This data is incorrect, someone stated unbelievably. It is simply impossible for one to be able to bear such an amount of enhancements. Increasing the spirit attribute in such a high quantity would break the person down.
That was right. From 200 to 10,000? Nobody could bear such a big increase, even if it was an android. This was common sense. Even if the producer is Chen Feng, it should still apply. However, so what if nobody could bear with such a big increase?
At this moment, the replay continued. This time, after the replay was slowed down countless times, they were finally able to see clearly. The moment the android insta-killed its opponent, its own body was slowly dissolving as well.
In 3 seconds, its whole body broke down and died.
Due to the terrifying increase in attributes, the android was simply incapable of bearing with it.
Hence, it died. However, this did not seem to have any effect on the competition, right? Dead? No problem. It would recover during the next match anyway.
This was only a virtual competition.
As long as the android was not damaged before the match ended, it would be fine. The brain would be damaged? No problem. The android was controlled by Chen Feng anyway.
It did not need a brain at all. Hence, Chen Feng had used such suicidal methods, using such a method that was unusable in real life, to accomplish his terrifying acts of insta-killing.
No one was able to contend with him. Everyone sunk into silence.
They had imagined countless possibilities. However, this had never crossed their minds.
Superposition, followed by death.
If Chen Feng were to do this in real life, before he could even do anything, he would burn himself to death. However, in the virtual world, he succeeded.
Mutation. Enhancement. Simple as that. The F***CK? Everyone was in stupor for a long time. Were they the one who was wrong, or was Chen Feng's line of thought too erratic? Even with this, it shouldn't be right. Sun Han opened his mouth once again. The android possessed the most basic of attacks, Spirit Shock.
Even if Chen Feng's android reached 10,000 points, it is still impossible to destroy my defense in an instant.
You need to know that my defense was instantly destroyed.
At this time, everyone came to themselves.
True. Sun Han's android was insta-killed. This meant Chen Feng's attack far surpassed its defense. What was the reason for this, then? Look at this fast. The replay was slowed down once again.
This time, everyone could clearly see that, between the activations of his 20 blue bat gene reagents, Chen Feng had also used a specific item Aurora gene reagent.
Virus blossomed. Genes ignited. Another suicidal gene reagent.
When the android entered virus mode, its initially ordinary Spirit Shock displayed an unimaginably terrifying power, instantly killing Sun Han's android.
Indeed. One would be very miserable after using the Aurora reagent.
Furthermore, if one were somewhat unlucky, one's main genes might be the ones ignited right off the bat after using the Aurora reagent, causing one's own death.
However, Chen Feng had one gene, virus? Everyone stared at the gene introduction in a daze. Another suicidal gene reagent? A reagent whose nature was similar to a gamble on top of that? Hence, this was how Chen Feng had insta-killed everyone here, obtaining the final victory?
If it was in real life, regardless of whether it was that terrifying spirit enhancement or gene virus, Chen Feng would have played himself to death before he even made his move. It was simply impossible to defeat a real-life opponent using such a method.
However, this was only a competition, This was only virtual combat. Why did it have to be this way?
Sun Han had a bewildered expression. The data had been released, Chen Feng had not cheated. However, the truth was even harder for him to accept. He had actually been defeated by such a method that was unusable in real life. Furthermore, luck played a big factor in the final eruption of that gene virus. If he was somewhat luckier at that time,
Chen Feng would have been the one playing himself to death, and he would be the one entering the top 10? I am not satisfied. Sun Han howled. Top 10.
His dream of entering the top 10 had ended just like that. Naturally, the pitiful Sun Han did not know that the reason for Chen Feng to dare to use the Aurora reagent was due to his absolute confidence in it.
Luck? This was simply a non-existent concern for him.
At this time, after the data was fully released, the fourth round officially ended.
Chen Feng's name once again engulfed the whole world at a terrifying speed. The birth of the top 10. Chen Feng standing in first place again. Inconceivable victory. Do you approve of such methods? The ghost talent, 1, Chen Feng, will he be able to walk to the end with his wits? Victory obtained through a crazy gamble. Is a gene virus a usable gene? Various media outlets released their news. Chen Feng was once again at the forefront of this big wave.
Such suicidal attacking methods attracted countless criticisms. The virtual scenario was originally generated as a simulation of the real world.
However, it was actually defeated using such a method. Too many people were unsatisfied with this. This did not only apply to those producers in the top 100 that were eliminated.
Even the survivors in the top 10 felt the same.
I was defeated by such a method?
Chen Hai smiled bitterly after he looked at the data.
This was truly too absurd. I was insta-killed by this kind of person?
A cold glint flickered in Lin Ku's eyes. He suffered several defeats in that round. However, only his defeat against Chen Feng had happened in such a ridiculous manner. However, he had never expected that it was actually such a method that was simply akin to cheating.
Too hateful. They could not accept their defeats. If it was the real world. Everyone had a fire of fury burning in their hearts. They could not accept this. The top 10 was in itself a supreme glory to those in it. But now,
due to Chen Feng's existence, the nature of the top 10 was somewhat altered. This group of people that should have been comprised of the strongest producers had someone bizarre like Chen Feng in it.
How was he qualified to enter the top 10? This was what a lot of people wanted to ask. Production level? Only beginner. Accumulation?
His was simply non-existent. Every single time he obtained victory, he relied on newly acquired formulas before proceeding to look for a loophole in the rules to use some tricks to obtain victory.
How could they accept this?
In all honesty, Chen Feng's accomplishments were unacceptable to at least half of them. It was fine if it were to happen in the beginning of the competition.
However, now that it was the top 10, a lot of people couldn't put up with this anymore. Footnotes.
1. Ghost talent is a Chinese term used to describe a person who is capable of solving problems using peculiar methods, with the peculiar methods being even more efficient than normal methods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 141, The Analyzed Chen Feng. Chapter 141, The Analyzed Chen Feng. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Chen Feng. A fire of fury was burning in everyone's hearts. This was especially true for those in the top 10. Stepped on by Chen Feng's feet. Having the dignity of the top 10 questioned by the masses. Criticized by the news outlets saying that the current year's batch of participants wouldn't do. Those titles saying that, since even with the 9 of them, they still couldn't even oppose a single Chen Feng, thus letting him obtain the first place, they were probably not that powerful after all. What celebrity producers, they were all jokes, etc. What? Chen Feng's first place was not due to his strength, instead, it was due to the others being weak? What? Since you are all saying how useless we and Chen Feng are, shouldn't you all first consider how useless the idols you supported are? What textbook level? You are all probably overdosed with textbooks, turning into some stupid bookworms. Every time a criticism of Chen Feng arose, the 9 of them would be implicated. Every time Chen Feng received any sort of recognition, the 9 of them would still be dragged over to be criticized. No matter what happened, the 9 of them were taking the blame for Chen Feng. At a certain ice cream shop. This young lady here is infuriated to death. Yun Xiaoduo was bursting with rage. Look at this, when they were scolding Chen Feng, they actually dragged me in. What does this have anything to do with me? Look at this, that bastard called Song Dazue. What is his meaning in saying that this is the worst batch of the Gene Rookie competition he has ever seen? Asshole, didn't he say the same thing last year as well? There's also that guy. And this guy. Yun Xiaoduo showed them all to the little donkey. The little donkey kept its huge eyes opened wide with an innocent expression on its face. What are you looking at? You are not allowed to eat. You are only allowed to eat when you win. In the next round, I must show Chen Feng. Humph.
I can't let this troublemaker. Yun Xiaodua was panting with rage before seemingly feeling that these words of hers were somewhat incorrect and promptly correcting herself. I can't let Chen Feng, this piece of rat poop, spoil the pan of dish. In the shop, a huge shaggy ball was devouring ice cream crazily.
Ayo.
The little donkey felt wronged. Fine, it would just accept the fact that it was not allowed to eat.
But to force it to watch on as others ate? This was too excessive. Ayo. The little donkey was angry.
This was all because of that damnable Chen Feng. This time, it had to properly take care of that guy.
At the same time, Qin Hai, Lin Ku. Everyone's anger was welling up inside of them. In the next round, the fifth round, they had to teach Chen Feng a lesson. They were the current top 10, the true geniuses. They had to prove their potential and accumulation, and they absolutely would not give Chen Feng any chances to win using his tricks. Furthermore, some had even started contacting the other top 10 participants, hoping that the 9 of them could group up against Chen Feng. Defeating Chen Feng became their foremost goal. At this time, on the learning forum, due to Chen Feng's unusual method of obtaining victory, countless criticism arose in the forum. Some supported him, while others were against him. Due to this, the arguments in the learning forum were intense as well. However, the popularity of these discussions dropped greatly, because at this moment, a thread appeared and attracted everyone's attention. The thread was still centered on Chen Feng. The main reason for Chen Feng's continuous victories and the simplest method of preventing this. Schwa.
The thread attracted countless readers the moment it appeared. That was due to the thread starter being a somewhat well-known producer. Regardless of his identity or his status, it was not something an ordinary person could be compared to. The title of this thread was also concise and comprehensive. In the thread, the main points of Chen Feng's previous rounds were analyzed in detail with a guess that Chen Feng most probably possessed a certain powerful genetic ability that would help him produce mutated genes after making certain sacrifices. An evaluation was also included. If such an ability existed, it was most probably an A-class or higher gene. This was one of the points in the thread. This was the reason Chen Feng had successfully produced mutated genes time and time again.
Reasonable and fair.
Next, the thread started highlighting the second reason for Chen Feng's victories. The others participants were restricted. Due to this being a competition, the participants were restricted by the rules of the competition. And due to these rules, the strength of the others was greatly restricted within the confines of the rules. For example, they were restricted to produce only the strongest defense, the strongest support, the strongest heal, in the respective rounds.
As for Chen Feng,
due to his essentially zero accumulation, the restrictions on him were simply non-existent. This was the second reason. There was a third reason. It was that creative and peculiar way in which Chen Feng thought. Despite countless producers being dissatisfied due to the first 2 points, for this third point, an extremely high evaluation was given to Chen Feng.
Chen Feng was an extremely quick-witted producer.
Hence, with the combination of these 3 factors, Chen Feng was able to obtain continuous victories. Apart from this, within the thread was also the method of preventing Chen Feng from continuing his victories, formula. Chen Feng had won continuously,
However, had anyone noticed that in every single victory of his, it was based on the new formula he'd obtained from the gene bank? That was due to him not having any accumulation at all. He did not have any previously known formulas to use. Hence, this was the only method he could employ. The essential factor ensuring every single victory of his was the formula he had chosen. Hence, if the competition stopped supplying formulas? Based on the examples of the competitions from previous years, when the competition entered the final round, it was very probable for formulas to stop being supplied. At this time, how would Chen Feng display his strength? Finally, a huge amount of data was attached to the thread. Hua! After the thread was released, a huge uproar was caused. So this was the case. A huge amount of confused people finally realized it. When everyone was busy fighting, this producer had used the simplest method to calm the whole learning forum down and get them to start approaching it from a research and academic point of view. Hence, do you think that Chen Feng will be the final first-place winner? Some posted a poll. Schwa! Chen Feng was the undisputed 10th place in the poll. Total voter amount, 12,841. 10th place votes, 11,921. In this world, the scariest thing was the unknown. When Chen Feng was fully analyzed, he lost that tint of mysteriousness on him. At this time, in the hotel, Chen Feng's heart was greatly alarmed as well after reading this thread. Too accurate.
Apart from his luck aura being misunderstood as some genetic ability, the other points were totally accurate.
I indeed can't underestimate these seniors. Chen Feng was shocked. 10th place, eh? Chen Feng sighed.
In all honesty, he had initially believed that he would obtain the final victory. However, after the series of first places he obtained all the way until he was now in the top 10, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. I'm afraid, my advance will stop here.
The top 10 was too strong. Xin Hai. Yun Xiaoduo. Chen Feng was clear on his level of strength. If he were to have an all-out confrontation with them, he was simply not their opponent.
One could also say that this was simply a competition between those in different leagues.
How would the battle between the top 10 proceed? He was not sure.
However, Chen Feng guessed that there would no longer be any restrictions.
Instead, it would be a true all-out confrontation. At this time, what could he use to obtain victory? Just as this thread had said, without a supply of formula, what could he do? Using the pitiful amount of formulas he knew to face the others who knew several tens or even several hundreds of formulas? That was simply a dead end. However, should he give up just like this? He was not reconciled to just giving up. He had reached here with great difficulty only to give up just like this? How could he be willing to? Perhaps it wouldn't be that bad?
Chen Feng looked at the luck values he had. Despite the high amount of luck value exhausted in each round, due to the 3 days break in between and the luck value he'd saved up previously, he still had 300 points of luck value currently.
These might be his only hope. I am now already a peak beginner producer.
Chen Feng analyzed his strength. Initially, he was already on the brink of reaching peak beginner producer. After the productions and the competition he'd gone through, he had finally reached peak beginner producer. Despite the fact that his star rating remained at 20 stars. His efforts during this period of time were not wasted. Despite the fact that luck values were still required for completion of E-class formulas, he could now successfully produce F-class formulas without relying on luck values regardless of the star or the difficulty level. Now, he was in a mode other would call intermediate producer mode.
I have improved greatly. Chen Feng was still quite satisfied with this. Every single round he went through also brought progress and improvement to him. At the same time, when he was battling it out and crossing swords with others, his foundations were improving greatly, reaching his current level. However, for the final confrontation? All this was still insufficient. First place. Chen Feng muttered. Did he really have zero chance?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 142, A Confrontation of Accumulation? Who's afraid? Chapter 142, A Confrontation of Accumulation? Who's afraid? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish.
At the learning forum, Chen Feng entered the same thread that analyzed him and started reading through it. In the span of several hours, there were already over 10,000 replies. Evidently, a lot of people were taking this thread seriously. Chen Feng silently went through the replies. This time, there's no place for Chen Feng to hide. Interesting, so it was due to a powerful genetic ability. Anyone have any idea what ability that is? No idea. However, we only need to roughly guess the way it works. With the data here as the proof, I'm afraid that, in the top 10, Chen Feng will not be able to win through quick thinking alone, right? True. Everyone discussed spiritedly. In the end, it's still due to him not having sufficient accumulation. Some lamented. True. Accumulation. What made Chen Feng feel so helpless was this exact thing called accumulation. What could he do about it if he was too young? Yeah. Chen Feng is still too young, after all. Perhaps, after 2 years, he will be able to be the new champion. I agree with this point. In all honesty, I don't think Chen Feng is quite that bad in other aspects. Accumulation includes numerous aspects. However, Chen Feng is somewhat lacking in the amount of mastered formulas. Above poster +1. Everyone engaged in enthusiastic discussion. Chen Feng agreed with their analysis. The learning forum was still comparatively objective when it came to knowledge-related problems. They had also managed to find out the aspect of accumulation which Chen Feng lacked. Formulas. However, what could he do about that? Which mastered formula wasn't something that was only mastered after a producer painstakingly trained for a long time?
Wait,
Chen Feng abruptly realized something.
formula? Trained for a long time? Before mastering? Bang, dot.
Akin to someone who obtained enlightenment, in an instant, Chen Feng became clear-headed and his eyes shone brightly as he became incomparably excited.
What a joke! He had always been mocking others for following the wrong train of thought, but wasn't he doing the same thing?
The others required a very long time to master a formula. However, that was not the case for Chen Feng.
Due to the existence of luck aura, he only needed to study the formula to know the contents of it, and that would be sufficient.
As long as he obtained a formula, it would immediately become a part of his accumulation. There was simply no need for him to train himself and obtain mastery in the formula. He only needed to study the contents of the formula, and luck aura would enable him to produce them.
As for studying, difficult?
Nowadays, due to the high amount of 4-star and 5-star E-class formulas that he had learnt, in regards to the formula and materials, he had a better grasp on them. As such, his speed was much higher when studying as well.
Getting familiarized with a formula? It wouldn't take him long at all. Then, what if he were to study a huge amount of formulas?
Chen Feng licked his dry lips, a fire burning in his heart.
Formidable accumulation? A battle of mastered formulas? I shall push you all to death. Schwa! Schwa!
Chen Feng entered the business district of the virtual community and started sweeping through it. His occasional mutated gold ant gene production had given him a great amount of riches, so he had quite an amount of cash on hand.
F-class formula? Sweep! Even if it was only a 1-star formula.
Every formula he could see in the business district, as long as it seemed somewhat useful, Chen Feng would buy.
Not enough cash?
He would produce a mutated gold ant gene reagent. Chen Feng started his furious purchasing plan. In 3 days, Chen Feng bought and studied formulas without stop. F-class formulas would not waste too much of Chen Feng's time, as he could almost instantly finish studying them. Only those E-class formulas with somewhat higher star ratings would slow him down.
However, these formulas wouldn't slow him down by much as well.
That was because, as his accumulation of knowledge regarding formulas increased, the speed in which he familiarized himself with new formula increased as well. It reached a point where, in some of the formulas, around half the contents within were some knowledge that he already knew about.
Schwa! Schwa!
Chen Feng studied at a frantic pace.
During the final confrontation, he would show the other producers what real accumulation looked like. In the command center of the virtual company building, Gao Yunfeng and the rest were undergoing tests on the rules for the final confrontation. However, no one expected that an old producer that was supported by a student of his would appear in this command center. Gao Yunfeng was shocked.
Why has your respected self came here?
Why had this old man come?
Wen Jiang, an ex-conference elder of the Gene Production Association headquarters. Possessing terrifying influence in students all over the world. A senior like this, why had he come to this place?
Taking a look here. Wen Jiang merely watched on indifferently. Gao Yunfeng felt somewhat awkward. With this old man here staring at them, how were they supposed to carry on with their tests? Old one.
A bright laughter traveled forth from a distant place as the old man that had always been at Gao Yunfeng's side during the competition appeared and, with a smile on his face, said, "What are you doing here?" Wen Jiang was somewhat surprised.
Old ho, why are you here? Ho Liang.
Similarly, he was also a conference elder of the Gene Production Association headquarters. The only difference being that Wen Jiang had retired from that position while Ho Liang still held the position.
Ho Liang smiled. If even you can come, why can't I come?
Wen Jiang looked at the wrinkles on Ho Liang's face and said deeply, "You have gotten old as well."
Yes, they had gotten old.
Back in the days, these two were proud sons of the heavens.
Now, they had entered their old age.
The monkey who overturned the heavens and seas and almost pierced through the skies back then, was now calmly overseeing the competition and was actually content with that.
Ho Liang laughed involuntarily. I know, right? Since you are here, the reason I came this time.
Wen Jiang did not waste time saying any nonsense.
Don't worry. Ho Liang pulled Wen Jiang.
Don't worry, since I am here, I won't allow any problems to happen to that matter. This year's Gene Rookie competition, we will definitely choose the strongest producer from it.
That's good, then.
Only with this did Wen Jiang feel relieved. With Ho Liang here, there wouldn't be any problems with the rules of the competition.
I still need to say the same thing.
Wen Jiang had a solemn expression. Only a producer capable of staying alive is the strongest producer.
In the real world, who would give you a perfect environment to conduct your tests? We are not some laboratory bookworms or some lucky speculators. What we need is a genuine producer.
When Jiang said word by word, the genuine strongest producer.
Understood. Gao Yunfeng had a respectful expression.
This was also what influenced the rules he'd set for this competition. He suddenly realized that this year's Gene Rookie competition might not be as simple as it appeared to be. Regardless of the fact that he was dispatched here to set up the rules or the fact that Senior Ho Liang was here to oversee the competition proved that. However, no matter what, he only needed to do what he was supposed to do. That would be sufficient. That's good, then. When Jiang looked at him deeply before turning around to leave,
Ho Liang escorted them out.
"Old Ho, you must keep the ship afloat," When Jiang said in a low voice.
"I'm afraid some dirty things are going to surface soon." Understood. Ho Liang's eyes shone brightly.
This was also the reason for him being here. That child, Qin Hai, is the best choice for us. When Jiang couldn't resist but to say, "I can even specially nurture him."
Don't worry. Ho Liang laughed as he said, "In the 5th round, it is an all-out confrontation. Are you satisfied with this? All-out confrontation?" When Zhang's eyes flashed.
If this was the case, Qin Hai could definitely showcase his full power. Hence, we will definitely be able to choose the strongest producer from this round.
Ho Liang smiled as he said. Understood. Satisfied, when Zhang left, not noticing the toying smile on Ho Liang's face.
They would definitely choose the strongest producer out of this. However, as for whether Qin Hai would be the one who qualified for it, that was not something they could decide. Instead, it would be decided by the results of the competition.
After all,
there was still another child who was rather interesting in it.
Final confrontation, eh? A smile appeared on Ho Liang's face. Would it be the child that he guessed? He looked forward to it. Footnotes.
1. Essentially means that he was a troublemaker back then, similar to that Monkey King / Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. Fun fact, his name is Ho Liang, while Ho here means monkey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 143, The Demon That Died in Infancy. Chapter 143, The Demon That Died in Infancy. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Somewhere amidst the boundless ocean was an endless expanse of interweaving glaciers and sea surface. This was the Ice Sea.
A place that would still be enveloped by endless chill regardless of how intense the sun shone. Suddenly, the seawater started boiling. It began from a small chunk of seawater and slowly spread around, reaching a radius of over several tens of kilometers.
The bone-piercing ice-cold seawater had, at this instant, started boiling. Goo-doo! Goo-doo! A terrifying black aura started coming out of the sea.
After a long time, those clumps of black aura condensed in midair, akin to a fiend that had crawled out of an abyss, possessing an immense body which greatly resembled the dragon of legend.
It was only formed of black aura, though.
A high-pitched shout traveled forth from that clump of darkness.
Ha 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 ha! I am back. How many years has it been? I, your father, am finally back. Genetic Union, and that Gene Production Association, all of you damnable worms, do you believe that you are actually capable of forever trapping me, your father, in this place? Ha ha! How ridiculous! The clump of darkness's resentment-filled voice echoed. He had returned. Despite the amount of sacrifice he had paid to return. However, it was worth it. He believed that as long as he was able to once again form his physical body, he would be able to once again conquer the world, making the whole world kneel before him. The era of me, your father, is here. The clump of darkness bared his fangs and brandished his claws. A gust of black gas scattered and enveloped over half of the glacier there. This was his strength. Despite his current weakened state, it was still incomparable. However, right at this moment, a gust of terrifying power abruptly descended. The recently awakened clump of darkness couldn't even react to it before he was pierced through by a huge burning sword that descended from the skies. Bang! The huge burning sword descended. It pierced the clump of darkness, akin to a nail, and smashed the clump of darkness into the glacier. The clump of darkness screamed mournfully as it struggled frantically. However, that terrifying black gas of his was no longer capable of displaying its previous prowess. His power had been sealed. Who dares to act against me? The clump of darkness bellowed. Bang! Up in the air, from above the cloud, a silhouette jumped down. It was Wang Yao. Who are you? How did you find out that this lord here would appear at this location? The clump of darkness said with a high-pitched voice.
He had managed to avoid the detection of the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association.
However, he had never expected that there would be someone here waiting for him. On top of that, the person waiting for him was actually a little girl. Ah. Wang Yao had a cold expression. Bang.
Once again, she pushed her huge sword down.
You can't kill me.
I have an unkillable body, the clump of darkness bellowed.
At this time, in Wang Yao's hand, a mysterious blood essence gleaming with a bizarre blue radiance appeared.
Quietly, it landed on that clump of darkness's body at the spot that had been pierced through by the huge sword earlier.
Bang!
A terrifying power blossomed.
Ah! A mournful scream. Sea Dragon Blood Essence. How can you have this thing? The sea dragons have been extinct for so many years. Ah!
The clump of darkness looked at his collapsing body with a terrified expression.
I am the future ruler of this whole world. How is it possible for me to die here? I have an unkillable body.
The terrified voice echoed around the area.
CI.
Accompanied by the final crisp sound, the black aura vanished, and not a shred remained.
The sea dragon blood essence that had fully exhausted its remaining speck of energy dropped into the sea.
At this, the several tens of kilometers of seawater that was boiling finally calmed down, with glaciers everywhere, just like how it used to be.
Wang Yao raised her head.
That delicate tiny face appeared exceptionally beautiful under the sunshine.
Next. Shwa. Light swirled.
Her silhouette disappeared amidst the clouds.
The boundless sea regained its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened there. 3 days passed quietly. The conflict between Chen Feng and the other top 10 participants was getting ever more critical. In these 3 days, everyone was rubbing their fists in anticipation, preparing for the final confrontation. This confrontation of the top 10 would certainly be the most interesting part of this competition.
At 9:50 a.m., in the virtual livestream rooms. The round had yet to start, but all the livestream rooms were bursting with viewers.
Chen Feng and the rest entered the building.
Due to there being only 10 of them, they all entered the same custom-made arena prepared by the Gene Production Association for them. This was also the first time Chen Feng saw Chen Hai and the rest in the flesh.
Chen Feng.
Their gazes met, and the air sparkled.
Ah.
Chen Feng smiled calmly and ignored them.
Instead, he looked around him.
In this arena, all the virtual equipment was larger and more luxurious than it had previously been.
This final battle would definitely be extraordinary. Chen Feng. The rest of the top 10 participants were seething with rage. They had not expected that Chen Feng would directly ignore them. He was simply insulting them.
Lin Ke was seething with killing intent.
I will let you know.
He had always treated his defeat at Chen Feng's hand as a humiliation.
I will defeat you, Chen Hai said seriously. Humph. Yun Xiaoduo snorted loftily.
The rest all focused their gaze on Chen Feng, their whole bodies bubbling with battle intent.
I will be waiting for everyone, then, Chen Feng calmly said. Ding.
All participants, please get to your stations, the ice-cold voice prompted. They sneered before getting to their respective stations.
The round was about to begin. At 10 sharp. Shwa.
All the live stream rooms brightened up at almost the same time.
An azure-colored radiance shone dazzlingly.
On the countless luxurious virtual equipment around them, the red indication light flickered without stop.
The final confrontation between the top 10 had finally begun. Ding. The 5th round begins.
All the participants must have a final confrontation against the other 9 participants.
The winner will obtain 1 point. The defeated will obtain 0 points. The final ranking will be allocated based on the scores.
The rules for the final round are as follows. 2 participants will face each other in a simulated environment.
Unlimited materials will be provided.
You can produce any genes you are capable of producing to kill your opponent.
The final survivor will be victorious. Round duration, 10 hours. Hua.
The moment this was released, everyone was shaken.
All-out confrontation.
This was actually chosen as the method for this year's final confrontation. Apart from the single request of the rules that one must use gene reagents to defeat one's opponents, this round seemed to not have any other limitations.
In other words, everyone in the top 10 could fully display all their firepower. We have finally reached the most interesting phase. I'm afraid Chen Feng is going to be finished here. Which of the producers here is without over 100 formulas mastered? Everyone was shaken. No formulas to choose from.
No limitations on the type of formulas one could use. Even the victory conditions were so simple, to survive equated to victory.
What could Chen Feng rely on to obtain victory? Loopholes in the rules. Now, there were no rules. Where could you find a loophole? Chen Feng was extremely good at gene production. This was publicly acknowledged. However, as for his other aspects? Almost zero accumulation. In the eyes of the masses, the strongest producer had to be a person whose production, personal accumulation, and everything else were strong. Those who overemphasized on a single aspect were not qualified to be called the strongest. Chen Feng? Evidently, he was unqualified. Capping for Chen Feng's 0 points. This is the real gene rookie competition. The competition is finally normal again. Countless people expressed their praises of the current round's rules. At this time, this moment has finally arrived. Gene Hai and the rest were rubbing their fists eagerly. Unlimited materials. No limitations. They could display their strongest abilities without fear. Winning through tricks? Loopholes in the rules? Before their powerful accumulation, all that was but a joke. This was a battle between gene producers. This time, they had to teach Chen Feng what a real gene producer was. Schwa. Light swirled. First match began. Chen Feng's first matchup was against Lin Ku. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Chen Feng on offense. Chapter 144, Chen Feng on offense. Translator, Limest and editor, Tenish. It's actually them? Everyone's hearts leaped. Chen Feng's first opponent was actually Lin Ku. 666666. Lin Ku's grudge against Chen Feng is so high it soars to the skies. Seems like we've got a good show ahead of us. I feel like Chen Feng is going to be very miserable this match. Countless people discussed in excitement. To be frank, this round was in actuality a test simulating the scenarios that might happen in the wilderness. In the wilderness, what would be the deciding factor for a gene producer's survival and production capability? Gene reagents. This was also what Chen Feng lacked the most. Chen Feng. Somewhat surprised, Lin Ku looked at his opponent as his lips curled up, forming a cruel smile. Encountering Chen Feng in the first match? What a nice surprise. I have waited way too long for you. Lin Ku sneered. Ever since he had been insta-killed by Chen Feng, he had been holding his rage in. He had not expected himself to be so lucky now. Light swirled. Random environment allocation. Allocation complete. Shanghai Lu Woods. Schwa. Simulated environment generated. Green-colored code flickered without stop before finally forming the environment. Hiss. Countless people inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This was a simulation of an actual environment? In order to guarantee the fairness and genuineness of this round, the equipments used during this round had actually perfectly simulated the Shanghai Lu Woods that existed in the real world. Here, it was exactly the same as the Shanghai Lu Woods in real world. Even the wind force here was exactly the same as it was in the real world. This was the so-called simulated environment. It could be treated like the real world. Schwa. Light swirled. Chen Feng and Lin Ku descended into the simulated environment. The match began. There was no period of pause. However, due to the both of them descending onto a somewhat remote corner of the environment, ample time was given for them to produce their genes. It's here. Chen Feng's had a solemn mood. Shanghai Lu Woods was a place he had heard about before. Due to its beautiful environment, where countless production materials grew, this was a place that was even treated as a holy land by some. Chen Feng looked forth. As far as his eyes could see, just from the area 10 meters in front of him alone, over 100 types of production materials could be seen. The mutated beasts that were originally active there in the real-world version of this place had been directly turned into drops of blood essence here. This was a competition of gene production. Hence, the work that was supposed to be done by genetic warriors was simplified. They could directly take whatever blood essence they required. Must I use the methods of a gene producer here? Chen Feng pondered. He had sufficiently mended the weakness he had in regards to the amount of formulas he knew. Despite those formulas being something he had just learned, he could still produce them successfully with Luck Aura's assistance. Hence, from a certain perspective, Chen Feng now possessed sufficient accumulation to contend with them. However, Lin Ku, this was a troublesome guy. Despite the fact that he had insta-killed Lin Ku before, Chen Feng still remembered that blue-colored armor on his android, the armor capable of providing a huge enhancement in one's power.
This guy was definitely a formidable opponent. He is most probably producing that mechanical gene reagent.
Chen Feng guessed. If he wanted to defeat Lin Ku, using only a gene reagent or two was simply unreliable. The eruption of a huge amount of attack enhancement gene reagents was required in order for there to be any possibility of him defeating Lin Ku. For example, the linked version of the mutated Thundersnake gene. The linked gene capable of destroying almost half of the Wang family. Should I use it? Chen Feng checked his luck value. Nope. He only had over 300 points of luck values remaining.
If he were to use that linked gene, at least 200 points would be required. Even if he won, he would not be able to do anything during the subsequent matches. I must use the lowest possible amount of luck values to obtain victory. Chen Feng was clear on what his goal was.
Then, let's start with the basics. Schwa.
Chen Feng gathered the basic materials and started gene production. It was also impossible for him to use the Aqua Rhino gene reagent here. With that terrifying material requirement, even if he were able to gather them up, it would be too time-consuming. This round was not only about the strength of their productions, it also tested their time management. If one were to complete one's production before one's opponent? If at this time, one found the opponent? Insta-kill. In this round, without a gene reagent, one was simply naked, without any ability to resist. Chen Feng's goal was very simple. To produce the mutated Thundersnake gene. With the assistance of his luck value and his proficiency with this gene, he could absolutely produce this gene rapidly. Next, he could look for a chance to get rid of Lin Ku directly. This was his chance.
Schwa. Material gathering completed.
Chen Feng speedily produced a mutated Thundersnake reagent.
Time to look for Lin Ku. Chen Feng's eyes flickered.
Wind Blade quietly fused with his body. He was planning to scout Lin Ku's position. However, unexpectedly, just as he activated his genetic ability, it was directly blocked. Warning, genetic abilities can only be used for gene production. Chen Feng. Indeed. Genetic abilities had been completely prohibited? However, as he thought of it, that was to be expected. If genetic abilities were allowed during a battle between producers, the nature of the future competitions would probably degrade. This was a competition between gene producers. However, just because it was prohibited, did that mean he wouldn't be able to do anything? Chen Feng sneered. Schwa. He speedily gathered some materials. This time, he was planning to produce an ordinary 3-star F-class gene reagent. With Chen Feng's current level, without even using his luck values, he was capable of completing a gene reagent at this level. Soundbat gene reagent, instant enhancement in one's hearing ability, detecting the enemy's position. Found him. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning.
Depart.
Chen Feng hastily pressed toward Lin Ku's position.
Whoosh. Whoosh. Shanhai Lu Woods was not a small area.
However, since Chen Feng was pressing forth in a straight line, the distance between them were greatly shortened. In a short 5 minutes, Chen Feng reached the vicinity of Lin Ku's position.
In the live stream room, everyone watched the scene in a daze. Too savage. They had initially believed that both of these producers would be producing gene reagents without stop and would unleash their gene reagents to battle it out at the final moments. They had never expected Chen Feng to be so fast and nimble. Produce. Scout. Attack. Instantaneous execution.
Chen Feng displayed a battle experience far surpassing what an ordinary producer possessed. They looked at other live stream rooms and found that almost all the other producers were hidden somewhere and silently preparing their gene reagents. The way in which they battled was very simple. Similar to that round with the androids, they would first prepare all their gene reagents before erupting with their respective trump cards to grasp the final victory. The only exception being Chen Feng. Whoosh! Chen Feng moved through the woods, akin to a fierce beast. He had only produced a single attack gene reagent before starting his hunt. The scariest fact was that if Chen Feng managed to pull his sneak attack off, it was probable that he would win. Damn, there's such a method? Such a terrifying awareness. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they had found Chen Feng stunning. In the live stream room, a lightly armed Chen Feng could be seen traveling through the Shanhai Lu Woods, moving speedily like a flurry. On the other hand, the viewers entered Lin Ku's live stream room. They found that Lin Ku was putting great effort into gene production. His production level was in actuality much higher than Chen Feng's. With his high production speed, he was constantly enhancing his power.
Damn, Lin Kuo, run fast. Chen Feng is near, the F*CK are you doing still producing genes there? Lin Kuo, the planet is getting destroyed. Go out and take a look. The chat was spammed furiously. However, from the start till the end, Lin Kuo did not detect any exceptions. At this very moment, the viewers did not even need to go to Chen Feng's room. They could see from Lin Kuo's virtual livestream room that at a certain corner, a cold glint could be seen. Chen Feng had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Triple Combo. Chapter 145, Triple Combo. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Damn. Is Lin Kuo's brain damaged? Run fast. The chat was spammed furiously. The viewers were hoping that Lin Kuo would escape quickly. However, currently, Lin Kuo was simply unaware of what was happening and was still engrossed in gene production. Assassination? Surprise attack? How was that possible? This was the gene rookie competition. This was a battle between two gene producers. Based on how things usually went in the previous competitions, a majority of the participants would prepare their gene reagents during the day, all the way until the final battle stage where they battled it out with each other. As the countdown for the battle began, the simulated environment would start releasing corrosive energy to limit the radius of the simulated environment where the producers could move in. As the radius of the simulated environment where the participants could move in was reduced, both producers would definitely encounter each other. And finally, the final battle would erupt. At that time, they would be competing in the strength of their gene reagents. Facing each other in a small space, the better one would be victorious. 10. Lin Kuo was filled with anticipation. The set of genes that he had designed was going to be completed soon. At that time, with the activation of the energy armor coupled with the energy contained in the other gene reagents he had prepared, he would be able to, at a certain degree, maintain the activation of the mechanical armor on his body. This was a super body transformation technique, greatly increasing his combat power. Chen Feng? He. Just you wait. Lin Kuo sneered. I won't give you the opportunity to produce freely all the way until the countdown. He had decided to act early and give Chen Feng a miserable death. While he was at it, he could somewhat humiliate Chen Feng as well. Only with this could he clean the humiliation he had previously suffered when he was insta-killed. 2 more. Lin Kuo inhaled deeply. Schwa. Light swirled. He continued his production. In his live stream room, everyone did not know whether they should laugh or cry. Not giving Chen Feng the chance to survive until the countdown? Brother, are you kidding me? Just take a look, your opponent is already at your entrance. At this time, everyone's heart stirred as they suddenly noticed a ray of light bubbling up. Chen Feng was going to make his move. In the woods, Chen Feng was concealed at a certain corner without leaking any of his aura. He had been watching Lin Kuo all along as Lin Kuo completed a gene reagent. However, he had yet to make his move. Due to the gene reagent Lin Kuo was producing being a somewhat easy reagent to produce, it would be quite easy for Lin Kuo to stop his production to deal with Chen Feng. And now, when Lin Kuo had once again started producing another gene reagent, a cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. This is the chance. Schwa. Light flashed in Lin Kuo's eyes as he entered the digitized world. Now. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng tossed out the Thundersnake gene reagent in his hand. Xiao. Lightning flashed. The Thundersnake gene reagent exploded on Lin Kuo's body. A faint swirling light scattered and disappeared immediately. However, despite it not touching Lin Kuo's body, Lin Kuo, who possessed a certain degree of crisis awareness, still awoke at this moment. Chen Feng? Lin Kuo immediately had an ominous feeling. He still has a chance. Everyone started spamming the chat in the live stream room. Quickly, release your defensive gene reagent. Yes, despite this mutated Thundersnake gene reagent having a high attack, its reaction time is slow. Hence, Lin Kuo has an adequate amount of time to respond to it. He still has a chance to immediately erect his defense. Everyone bellowed frantically, this is his final chance, he must defend against Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng was merely smiling as he looked at the Lin Kuo in front of him. Hello. Chen Feng waved his hand as he greeted Lin Kuo. Ah. Lin Kuo blanked momentarily. The him that had just retreated from the digitized world evidently had no idea what was happening and instinctively returned Chen Feng's greeting with a hello as well. Bang! Terrifying lighting suddenly started descending from the sky. Lin Kuo was instantly heavily injured. Xiao! Chen Feng tossed out a 1-star F-class fireball gene reagent. Bang! Gene reagent exploded.
The dense flame burned while the heavily injured Lin Ku was killed on the spot.
The livestream room sunk into momentary silence and went into an uproar shortly after. He was dead just like that? The first battle ended just like that?
There was also that Chen Feng.
He was too excessive.
Thundersnake reagent, hello, fireball reagent, triple combo accomplished smoothly in one go.
This was simply a humiliation. Schwa! Light swirled. The battle ended.
Chen Feng and Lin Ku had returned to their stations.
Chen Feng had won.
The match that was expected to last a whole day had been completed in 15 minutes by Chen Feng. Of those 15 minutes, he had spent 5 minutes in gene production, 5 minutes to look for his opponent, 5 minutes waiting for a chance to attack, and only a single instant was used for him to kill his opponent. From the hunt till the final kill, it gave people a carefree feeling.
I am dead?
Lin Ku stared blankly at himself. Since he had returned to the real world, it meant that the match had ended. The revenge he had planned had yet to be accomplished. The set of gene reagents he had prepared with utmost care was not even used yet. Just like that, he had been killed by Chen Feng. For him to die to a 1-star F-class fireball reagent on top of that.
Lin Ku raged.
When he recalled how Chen Feng had greeted him in the midst of everything, he was so angry he felt like killing someone.
That was too excessive.
As he recalled the previous scene. As he recalled the tens of millions of viewers looking at him as he was humiliated.
Chen Feng!
Lin Ku's fury surged to the skies.
Chen Feng again.
This was supposed to be a battle where he humiliated Chen Feng. This was supposed to be a battle where he took the initiative to attack.
How could things turn out this way? Lin Ku bellowed. He was filled with anger yet couldn't find an outlet to let it all out. The final confrontation did not end here. He still had 8 more matches.
However, no matter what, his battle with Chen Feng had ended with his complete defeat. Furthermore, he still had an ominous feeling. His guess was correct. Despite the end of their battle, the viewers of both their live stream rooms were going crazy, spamming the chat with countless messages.
Everyone was furiously spamming the chat. Lin Ku, hello. Too damn funny. Thundersnake hello fireball technique, the latest triple combo, 233333331. 6666, 666, 6666, you got to respect this. I can't take this anymore. I am going to change camps. From today onward, I am Chen Feng's fanboy. Haha, who said that Chen Feng couldn't win?
Despite our Chen Feng having low accumulation with bad foundations, our Chen Feng's IQ is high.
Everyone laughed crazily.
Chen Feng was also speechless with this when he returned to the real world. Lin Ku's unexpected awakening from his digitized mode was something he had seen as well. Due to the Thundersnake gene reagent being an attack that would descend from above, Chen Feng had immediately greeted Lin Ku in order to attract his attention. His train of thought was very simple. Greeting Lin Ku in front of him, he would definitely activate his defensive gene reagent.
If his vigilance was high enough, he could even instantly fully activate his defense.
At this time, the area above him would be the blind spot and the Thundersnake gene reagent's bombardment would still be successful. This was Chen Feng's plan.
Greeting was simply to attract Lin Ku's attention. However,
he had never expected that, despite Lin Ku being able to vigilantly awaken from the digitized mode, when Lin Ku saw Chen Feng greeting him, his instinctive reaction would be to return the greeting with a hello?
Are you kidding me?
Chen Feng felt helpless as well.
He truly did not intend to humiliate Lin Ku. In the online community.
As Chen Feng's match ended, a hot discussion arose.
Chen Feng's unexpected victory had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, for some reason, the masses were not focused on his victory, rather.
They were focused on his triple combo.
Thundersnake hello fireball technique.
This became a new meme, becoming the way in which a huge amount of people greeted their friends. The moment where Lin Ku replied with a hello with a blank, puzzled expression on his face was screenshotted, turned into a meme, and spread online at a crazy pace, causing the masses to go hysteria from the laughter. Lin Ku was now trending. Through such a bizarre manner. It was also at this time that a well-known critic, Song Dazue, suddenly started his bombardment of the Gene Rookie competition.
His large-scale bombardment was directed toward the rules and fairness of the Gene Rookie competition. Footnotes. 1, 233, 3333 is Chinese netspeak, similar to LOL.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 146, The Meaning of the Competition. Chapter 146, The Meaning of the Competition. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Song Dazue, 1. A critic well known by the public.
He found the meaning of his existence through criticizing all sorts of hot news and gossip. Due to his shamelessness, he had also accumulated a huge number of fans throughout the years. This time, he trained his fire on the Gene Rookie competition.
In my opinion, this year's competition is extremely unfair. Song Dazue wrote a long article about it.
His contents include him saying how the competition's rules were unreasonable, were the winners selected through such a competition truly the strongest producers, etc. He also mentioned that Lin Ke was obviously much stronger than Chen Feng yet had ended up defeated in such a manner.
Was such a competition method fair?
Furthermore, without the slightest hesitation, he questioned that since when had the competition between producers degenerated to the level of genetic warriors where they battle each other barbarously?
This caused an uproar among the masses. However, these words of his had indeed left a lot of people pondering. Especially the fans of Lin Ke. He was obviously much stronger than Chen Feng, yet he had been defeated just like that, and in such an insulting manner too. Did this not mean that there was a problem with the rules of the competition?
Hence, a large number of people started supporting Song Dazue.
How many fans did Lin Ke have? Over 10 million.
That super powerful energy armor and that ice-cold sci-fi feel he gave them had attracted a lot of attention, turning those people into his die-hard fans. At this time, it was natural for them to step out and show their support for Lin Ke. Who was right or wrong was no longer important.
They simply wanted a fight. Requesting the rules of the competition be changed. This is supposed to be a competition between producers.
Just give each participant a laboratory each, let them have a battle of production success rate based on the provided materials.
Wouldn't this be fine?
Killing is a barbarous act.
Lin Ke's fans complained crazily.
However, this time, before the Gene Production Association replied, someone else replied.
Furthermore,
this was a Grandmaster producer with an illustrious status.
I believe I am qualified enough to answer these questions, right?
The Grandmaster producer said indifferently. Next, he started counterattacking without a trace of politeness. 1. Lin Ke deserved his death. After leaving the digitized world, he failed to clear his head immediately. This shows that Lin Ke's experience in counterattacking and crisis awareness is almost non-existent. This means, if he were to produce gene reagents in the wilderness, the moment he met with any danger, he would definitely die. Looking at it this way, Lin Ke deserved his death. He should rejoice in the fact that this is only a simulated environment.
If not. 2. Who told you Lin Ke was stronger than Chen Feng?
Although Chen Feng only produced a small amount of gene reagents, regardless of the speed, time spent, or the quality, his gene reagents far surpassed the gene reagents of Lin Ke. 3. The competition rules are extremely fair. This is a score-based competition. Lin Ke's defeat did not mean that he lost the competition.
Chen Feng's victory did not mean he won the competition.
In a score-based competition, only the one with the highest final score will be the final winner.
May I ask, which aspect of this competition is unfair?
For gene production at the higher levels, there are a lot of situations where the producers will be required to produce on the spot.
All sorts of enemies and layers of plots and machinations unfolding together. Do you believe that these people will take the fact that you are a producer into consideration and have a fair competition of gene production with you? Are you King retarded? Do you think that everyone everywhere is your mother? Schwa.
The moment the thread was released, it caused an uproar.
666666666. What a good everyone everywhere is your mother. Yeah, who told you that Lin Ke is stronger than Chen Feng?
It's fine for Song Dazue to seek the meaning of his existence by gossiping about those celebrities.
Now he actually dares to shoot his mouth off about the Gene Rookie competition?
Any random Grandmaster can berate him to death.
Everyone was happily gossiping.
At the Learning Forum, a number of genuine producers also voiced their concerns at this moment. I encountered countless crises in the past.
Some were even much more terrifying than what Lin Ke encountered. How many of my comrades died due to their crisis awareness being too weak? Do you think everything will be fine just because we received the protection of genetic warriors? Too naive. In all honesty, Lin Ke deserved his defeat.
As long as he possessed even a little crisis awareness and paid more attention to his surroundings, he would have been able to secure victory. A lot of producers agreed.
I don't have much understanding about gene production, a genetic warrior said.
However, if I am clashing against a team with gene producers within, I will definitely kill the producer first.
The reason for that is very simple. It is because they are simply too easy to kill.
Furthermore, they pose an extremely big threat. As the masses heard this, they started dripping wet with sweat. A certain old producer took this opportunity to talk about his past experiences back then.
Every single time they could only barely escape death. Surviving itself was simply a miraculous feat. On-the-spot production was much dangerous than what these people imagined.
I personally think that the rules of this competition are very fitting. It's about time those nerd producers take a good look at how the real world works, an old producer lamented. They had been against Feng previously. However, they had still stepped out at this time. This was not for Feng, instead, this was for the circle of producers. For all the gene producers.
Support. Countless people voiced their opinions. This was the very first time Feng was the one standing on the high ground during a controversy involving him. In the hotel, Mu Yuan was somewhat unused to the current situation online. He had been used to the controversies surrounding Feng. The moment he appeared, he would simply be condemned by the masses. He did not expect that this time, Feng had so many supporters. Damn, this is not a spam army hired by Feng, right? Mu Yuan muttered.
At this time, the competition was progressing. Feng had already won his match, however, the battles of other participants were still progressing.
The first match only ended at 8:30 p.m.
Despite the fact that everyone already knew the results from the livestreams, they still found the official result interesting. Qin Hai vs Jing Hai, Qin Hai's victory.
Zhao Tian vs Huang He, Zhao Tian's victory. Bai Ta vs Lu Yi, Bai Ta's victory.
Yun Xiaoduo vs Deng Li, Yun Xiaoduo's victory.
The match ended. Feng and the rest returned to the real world.
Due to this being the final confrontation, before the end of the competition, no one was allowed to leave the arena.
Hence, they would have to stay here for the next few days. With these people?
Feng looked at Qin Hai and the rest as a smile appeared on his face.
The Alliance of Nine? What a joke! What did he mean?
Qin Hai blanked before looking at the others. Lin Ke was ashen-faced.
I was defeated. What? Everyone was astonished.
Qin Hai was shocked.
What happened?
Lin Ke was very strong. Even Qin Hai would have a hard time trying to defeat Lin Ke. That terrifying energy armor with some energy-based reagents added on top of it had a high probability of forming a complete circulation of energy, leading to the formation of a never-ending supply of energy.
How did he end up defeated? Lin Ke's goal was the top 3.
Even if he couldn't defeat Qin Hai and some others, he was still an extremely powerful person.
Defeated by Feng? Qin Hai's heart jolted furiously. What happened? Qin Hai asked in a low voice.
Lin Ke gave a rough description of what had happened.
At that, everyone sunk into silence. So powerful. Qin Hai's heart jolted.
Despite Feng only using 2 F-class gene reagents, that smooth sequence of his moves when he was on the hunt had alarmed everyone.
If it was not Lin Ke, but them instead? Shua! Qin Hai started perspiring. Feng could very well be much more dangerous than they had imagined. Feng was extremely intelligent. Aware of his strong points and weak points.
Despite his strength and accumulation being quite lacking, his combat experience was extremely rich.
Hence, he was able to capitalize on his strong points to defeat Lin Ke.
Qin Hai had a decisive expression.
I can't give him any chances. Feng's awareness was too terrifying.
He definitely had to avoid having a contest in this aspect with Feng. If he were to be matched with Feng, he had to produce a defensive gene first to protect himself so that Feng couldn't assassinate him. Only with this could he fully display his strength. At this time, the rest had made a similar decision as well.
Possessing strong awareness? Fine, I shall avoid you first, then.
Your foundations are quite weak anyway. When I'm done with my defensive gene, I will complete all my gene combos. Only at that time will I have a direct confrontation with you.
The tragedy known as Lin Ke could not be allowed to repeat.
Currently, in the virtual company building, Gao Yunfeng was looking at the data of the first match.
Feng had won.
And triggered a series of controversies as a result.
Truly. Gao Yunfeng shook his head.
Lin Ke's defeat has instead made the true meaning of this year's competition known, Ho Liang said indifferently.
Gao Yunfeng nodded slightly.
He was aware that the kids nowadays were more partial toward the path of pure production. However, he had never expected that it was so severe. Even a celebrity producer like Lin Ko lacked crisis awareness.
Was it due to the protection these producers received all this while being too good? Things were looking bleak.
Nevertheless, the final confrontation had to continue. The first match was simply the beginning.
Only 1 point was awarded.
Only by progressing without stop and working hard to improve oneself could one become the best producer.
Why were the rounds in the competition separated with rest days in between?
That was not only given so that the participants would have time to produce genes.
It was also given so that they would have the chance to study.
There were simply way too many things for them to learn from each round they went through.
A lot of things learned from the textbook or learnt during one's training would encounter problems during actual on-the-spot production.
This was especially true in situations where the producer was affected by the dangers in their surroundings. It was only during such moments that the true power of a producer could be seen. If one were to encounter failure during the first time, it was understandable.
What should one do next then? Only by learning without stop could one progress till the end. Gao Yunfeng also wanted to take a good look. What kind of strongest producer would appear at the end of this competition? Qin Hai? Yun Xiaoduo? Or?
Light flashed in Gao Yunfeng's eyes.
Footnotes. 1. Fun fact, the Dazue in Song Dazue's name means big mouth in Chinese. Hence, his character is spot on with his name.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 147, Hide and Seek. Chapter 147, Hide and Seek. Translator, Limest and Editor, Tenish. Night passed quietly.
Next day, at 10 a.m. sharp, the second round began.
Shwa. Light swirled. Chen Feng's second opponent appeared. Chen Feng versus Zhao Tian. It's him? Chen Feng's heart jolted. Zhao Tian. A famous celebrity producer. It was rumored that Zhao Tian's family background was quite ordinary. He had depended on his efforts alone to reach his current height, possessing extremely rich production experience.
Despite not being as popular as Qin Hai or Yun Xiaoduo, he was still extremely powerful. His modified formula was his strongest trump card. A special gene reagent possessing an extremely powerful ability. Mutated Roach gene reagent.
Class, E. Difficulty, 5-star. Type, Special. Function, user will obtain an extremely powerful adaptability.
For a duration of 1 day, all E-class and below gene reagents that had been used at least once on him would subsequently lose their effectiveness against him.
Mutated Roach gene reagent.
The information regarding this gene reagent surfaced in Chen Feng's brain.
This was an extremely terrifying gene reagent in the lower levels.
One had to know that this was the gene rookie competition, but
how could a producer only produce a single attack gene reagent?
One could only defeat their opponent by bombarding their opponent with a bunch of these attack gene reagents.
Before Zhao Tian? All that was but a joke.
Even if one prepared 100 of the same gene reagents, they would still be ineffective, apart from the first attack. This gene was simply a heaven-defying existence despite its limitation of a 1-day duration.
However, this did not mean that Zhao Tian was undefeated.
A huge amount of materials and energy were required to produce the mutated Roach gene reagent. One only needed to kill him before he completed his production. I need to kill him as soon as possible.
Chen Feng had a clear goal. Shwa. After preparing the mutated Thundersnake gene, Chen Feng was once again out on the hunt. It begins again. The viewers in Chen Feng's live stream room were filled with anticipation.
Without a doubt, his current opponent, Zhao Tian, was extremely formidable. The only hope for Chen Feng to obtain victory was to kill Zhao Tian before he completed his mutated Roach gene reagent production.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Chen Feng traveled forth.
However, just as he was halfway to Zhao Tian, he had no choice but to stop. That was because, regardless of what ability he used, he was unable to find a trace of Zhao Tian. He would not be able to find Zhao Tian unless he carpet searched every inch of land here.
Zhao Tian had concealed himself. He had even used a gene reagent with a barrier-like ability. Smell of orchid. Chen Feng took in the smell in the air.
This was a type of gene reagent that was able to release a huge amount of gaseous substance capable of interfering with one's spiritual energy, sense of hearing, and vision.
It pervaded the whole simulated environment. Such a high vigilance. Chen Feng had a solemn mood.
By doing this, it was obvious that Zhao Tian wanted to waste his time.
As long as he lasted until his mutated Roach gene reagent was produced, Chen Feng would simply not be his opponent anymore.
At this time, at a certain location, Zhao Tian's lips curled into a smile.
Chen Feng? I won't let you find me easily.
This match will only truly begin after I produce my mutated roach gene reagent. At that time, I will let you see the true power of this gene reagent.
Zhao Tian was filled with anticipation.
He would not repeat Lin Ke's mistake.
This time, he had to win.
You insta-killed me once before, I will defeat you once now.
Zhao Tian's lips curled into a smile.
His mutated roach gene was not omnipotent. At least, against Qin Hai and a few others, it wasn't as effective. Instead, there was even a possibility of this gene reagent impeding him. After all, too long a time was required to produce this gene. This led to a low quantity and quality for his other gene reagents.
However, if it was used against Chen Feng, it was simply a divine weapon. This was a good opportunity for him to become famous. Zhao Tian was tempted.
With Chen Feng's accumulation, after he used the pitiful amount of attack gene reagents he had, he could only watch as Zhao Tian started ravaging him.
Here, there was simply no chance for Zhao Tian to be defeated. Ha!
The more he thought about it, the more excited Zhao Tian was. He started producing his gene reagent. Before his production was completed, he would definitely not face Chen Feng.
A faint orchid fragrance spread out. Zhao Tian's silhouette silently disappeared from the woods.
In Zhao Tian's livestream room, everyone that witnessed the scene exclaimed in astonishment.
Interference. Trap. Mislead.
From the smell to the footprints, Zhao Tian had flawlessly prepared everything before starting his production. It was simply impossible for Chen Feng to find him. Such a strong vigilance.
Seems like Chen Feng will lose this match. Yeah, a method like assassination can only be used once. Everyone lamented. Since assassination was no longer effective, there was no longer any suspense to this match.
A gene reagent like what Zhao Tian used was extremely effective against a person with low accumulation like Chen Feng. It was simply impossible for him to obtain victory.
He has been restrained.
The control on the rhythm of the match has been snatched away by Zhao Tian.
This is quite pitiful. Everyone felt regretful.
The production of the mutated roach gene reagent was extremely time-consuming. Hence, Chen Feng proceeded to produce genes while he was on the hunt. However, after approximately 5 hours, he had yet to discover Zhao Tian.
That guy's vigilance was too high.
Chen Feng was producing while hunting him, he was gathering material while he hid.
One action would not delay the other. After 5 hours, Zhao Tian's production was successful. Gulp. Zhao Tian directly gulped his mutated roach gene reagent down. A gush of powerful force bubbled up as a faint purple aura swirled around him. It's done? A smile appeared on Zhao Tian's lips. Chen Feng, you dare to hunt me? He. With a wide stride, Zhao Tian walked out and bellowed, Chen Feng, do you dare to come out? He was ignored. Hoof. He sneered. Let me see, how long can you continue hiding? Shwa. Zhao Tian started hunting for Chen Feng.
After preparing a bunch of defensive gene reagents, Zhao Tian was all ready.
Even if Chen Feng were to appear, he would be able to exhaust Chen Feng to death.
Zhao Tian started producing gene reagents while he looked for Chen Feng.
666, 6666. How many hours has it been? The situation is now overturned. There are no other options, that mutated roach gene is too powerful. True, that thing can only somewhat limit a powerful producer.
However, for a rookie producer like Chen Feng, it is simply an existence akin to a disaster.
Everyone lamented. Chen Feng seemed to only possess a single Thunder Snake gene, right?
Perhaps.
Several beginner level 1-star F-class reagents as well?
Something like the fireball technique.
Such simple attacking methods were simply incapable of dealing any sort of damage to Zhao Tian.
This was especially true now that Zhao Tian had produced several defensive gene reagents as well. It was very probable that Chen Feng might fail to break through the defense.
Chen Feng, come out. Zhao Tian sneered as he started hunting for Chen Feng. Everyone was somewhat speechless.
The originally simple gene confrontation had once again degenerated. During the first half, Chen Feng was hunting for Zhao Tian. During the latter half, Zhao Tian was hunting for Chen Feng. The two seemed to be playing a game of hide and seek. When hunting and hiding, both were also producing their selected genes in order to prepare for the final confrontation.
Time passed quietly. At the final hour, light flashed. Area restriction activated.
With the center of the simulated environment as the middle point, a layer of faint black light appeared at the edges of the simulated environment and started closing in. Everywhere that layer of light passed, not a single blade of grass was left alive.
Everything there was destroyed. Hiss. Everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air as they looked at the environment that was rapidly rotting. Mountain ranges. Woods. Everything was instantly turned into nothingness.
So this was the so-called area restriction. The black light would, in an hour, slowly move toward the inner region of the simulated environment until it reached the center. These lights moved slowly, but if one were to touch them, only death would await. It was also at this moment that, at a certain edge of the remaining active area, Chen Feng slowly crawled out, carrying a bundle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 148, Competing in Accumulation? Come at me. Chapter 148, Competing in Accumulation? Come at me. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. You finally show yourself. Zhao Tian sneered. Why are you running? Didn't you have a lot of fun hunting for me in the start? Chen Feng merely smiled. He.
Hoof. Zhao Tian snorted before indifferently saying, since I have now caught you, don't even think of escaping anymore.
Just let this end. You have no chance of winning anyway. Is that so? Chen Feng put his bundle down. I prepared a lot of gifts to you. Zhao Tian sneered. How funny. Chen Feng's accumulation was clear for all to see. Or could it be that this Chen Feng fellow had not checked information about him before coming here? Not aware of his mutated roach gene reagent? If that was the case.
A cold glint flashed in Zhao Tian's eyes. It was at this moment that Chen Feng opened his bundle.
Shwa! A row of shiny gene reagents appeared. They were so dazzling that the light almost blinded Zhao Tian. This? Zhao Tian was shocked. I wonder if these are enough.
Chen Feng smiled and stopped talking.
You? Zhao Tian's expression changed greatly. That was because, in Chen Feng's bundle, over 100 gene reagents could be seen.
Furthermore, among all the gene reagents, none were repeated gene reagents, and all of them were attack gene reagents.
Run! Zhao Tian's instinctive response was to retreat. However, too late. Accept your gifts.
Chen Feng tossed out a bottle of gene reagent.
Bang! The air cracked.
A bottle of 3-star gene reagent exploded, and Zhao Tian defended himself hastily. This was merely the beginning. From Chen Feng's hand, one bottle after another of different gene reagents were tossed out, each of them exploding with an extremely formidable power.
Bang! 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 A succession of gene bombardment.
Just as Zhao Tian had said earlier, his mutated roach gene reagent was extremely powerful. However, its weakness was rather obvious as well. The weakness being that it was too time and energy consuming. Because of this, apart from this special gene, Zhao Tian was not able to produce too many different gene reagents. He did not have too much in the way of defensive gene reagents either.
Bang! 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 Chen Feng's hand was furiously tossing gene reagents.
All Zhao Tian could do was frantically defend himself, cutting a sorry figure.
This? Damn! So many gene reagents. Everyone in the live stream room was stunned. Was this really Chen Feng?
That moment when Chen Feng took out over 100 gene reagents from his bundle, they were all stunned. That was because this signified that Chen Feng had mastered at least 100 or more formulas.
Low accumulation? No formula?
They suddenly felt like their faces had been slapped to the point that they were swelling.
Bang! Bang! Terrifying energy descended.
Thundersnake gene was simply one of the gene reagents in Chen Feng's bundle. A vast majority of the gene reagents in it were gene reagents that Chen Feng himself had never seen before either. These were all part of the countless formulas he had purchased recently. The cost for producing these gene reagents was very low as well. He could directly produce an F-class gene reagent successfully, while an E-class gene reagent would at most exhaust 1 point of his luck value.
Accumulation? You are competing in accumulation with me? Chen Feng sneered. Bang! Bang! Zhao Tian had a dumbstruck expression. Chen Feng's bombardment covered a full 360-degree angle around him, not even giving him a chance to flee. The pitiful amount of defensive gene reagents he had could not display much effect at all at this moment. Bang! Bang! Zhao Tian started furiously vomiting blood. Mutated roach gene? Super strong adaptability? Under Chen Feng's never-ending bombardment, it became a joke.
At this time, the live stream room sunk into a momentary silence as well.
No one had expected that this would happen. The Zhao Tian that had just won his previous match would sink into such a miserable predicament?
Attacked by Chen Feng's countless gene reagents to the point where he started questioning the purpose of life. Furthermore, the scariest point being, if even Chen Feng's attack gene reagent formulas were in such a high amount, how about defensive, support, or other formulas? How many of them did he have? No one knew. Who the F***CK said that his accumulation is weak? Zhao Tian was furious. This was too hateful. If he had known earlier that Chen Feng actually had so many formulas, he would absolutely not have produced this mutated roach gene. Why was he so passive currently? That was because he had wasted such a long time to produce a gene that was simply useless against Chen Feng. How could he win now? Zhao Tian was furious. He could vaguely feel that he had once again been tricked by Chen Feng. Pooh. Another gene descended and shattered Zhao Tian's chest with an explosion.
I will die soon. Zhao Tian had an unsightly expression. He couldn't lose here.
It has been too difficult for him to reach this height. He was aware that it was not possible for him to be the champion, so his goal was to get into the top 3.
Entering the top 3. Obtaining the reward given to the top 3 participants.
This had always been his goal all this while. Yun Xiaoduo and Qin Hai had extremely terrifying strength, so he simply couldn't defeat them. He would not be able to score in his matches against them. Hence, before he encountered them, he could not fail to score in his other matches. The 1 point from his match with Chen Feng, he could not lose.
Bang!
Another gene reagent descended.
At this, Zhao Tian's defenses fully collapsed, and bloodstains were all over his body.
He couldn't hold on for much longer.
You forced me, Zhao Tian bellowed. Bang!
He started shining with a terrifying dazzling radiance.
Trump card, eh?
Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. However, right at this instant, the world before his eyes blurred.
The whole simulated environment seemed to disappear at this instant, and a brand new world appeared. This is... Chen Feng's pupils constricted.
Currently, within the virtual company building, the expression of Gao Yunfeng, who was enjoying the show in the command center, suddenly changed greatly.
This is bad. Digital battle.
Zhao Tian had actually dragged Chen Feng into his digitized world.
Things were getting dangerous. Damn it. Gao Yunfeng had an unsightly expression. The danger level of digital battles was extremely high.
During the previous Gene Rookie competitions, every single year there were participants who died due to this. This year, when setting up the rules, he had tried his best to prevent this from happening. However, he had never expected that, during the final confrontation, these bastards would still use such a method of battle. The ability to engage in digital battles was part of gene production, hence, he couldn't prohibit this. One had to know that to die in the virtual world was simply a simulated death. That was because only one simulated body was active in the virtual world.
However, in a digital battle, one could erase their opponent's spirit body. The moment something bad happened in the digital battle, it was true damage. It was very probable for Chen Feng to directly die here. Pass the information to Chen Feng.
Gao Yunfeng inhaled. If he can't hold on, surrender immediately.
He must definitely not meet this digital battle with force. Wait. Gao Yunfeng thought about it and said, activate the special channel.
Regardless of who it is that surrenders, end the competition immediately after that.
Understood. The technician nodded.
Countless commands were sent, yet Gao Yunfeng still had a solemn expression on his face.
Digital battles were too dangerous.
The moment the two digitized worlds collided, one would either die or suffer injuries.
Even if Chen Feng wanted to retreat, would Zhao Tian allow him to?
This was the most dangerous method of confrontation among gene producers. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen, Gao Yunfeng muttered. Beside him, Ho Liang merely smiled. He believed that, since a gene producer could use all methods available for them in the final confrontation, digital battle should naturally be included.
It finally reaches this point.
At this time, in the live stream room, the viewers who were initially enjoying the show became spirited.
Damn, it's a digital battle. Finally, we get to see this. The cruelest confrontation method between gene producers? Zhao Tian is truly vicious. What's so vicious about that? He's losing anyway. Why not try a digital battle? Since it is allowed by the rules, it is legitimate. For his rank in this competition, he must fight it out. Everyone started discussing spiritedly. The appearance of a digital battle had triggered everyone there. Schwa! Schwa! Regardless of Chen Feng or Zhao Tian, the viewers of both their live stream rooms increased rapidly. I'm afraid an accident will happen, someone said in a low voice. In a digital battle, if one side was stronger and one side was weaker, then it wasn't scary. One would be able to retreat if one couldn't win. The scariest scenario was when one party was well-versed in digital battle methods while the other did not know how to engage in digital battles. Despite this being something a high-level producer had to know, among these intermediate-level producers, how many of them had actually learned it? The moment they were attacked, something bad could happen. This was the scariest aspect of this. Did Chen Feng possess any digital battling methods? No one knew the answer. Bang! Light swirled. With a resplendent radiance, a multicolored mystical world appeared before everyone's eyes. Digital battle began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, Zhao Tian's firm decision to kill. Chapter 149, Zhao Tian's firm decision to kill. Translator, Limest and editor, Tenish. It's starting. Everyone had a solemn mood. Digital battle, the cruelest confrontation method available in the Gene Rookie competition. This was because, for the producers at this level, even if they were lucky enough to have learned about digital battling methods, they were still rookies at it. Lacking control and unaware of the severity of their actions, casualties could arise easily. This is bad. Chen Feng doesn't seem to know how to engage in digital battles. How did you figure that out? Look at his digitized world, there's nothing in it. That guy had an unsightly expression. At this time, everyone looked over. Currently, both digitized worlds had overlapped with each other. In this multicolored world, Chen Feng and Zhao Tian were facing each other, standing on firm earth beneath their feet. Behind Zhao Tian, countless shiny genes streaked around, forming into countless shapes. This was the digitized world he forged, a formidable world created to assist him in gene production, but behind Chen Feng, though, there was nothing. This is a digitized world? Everyone gasped. A digitized world was something a gene producer had to have. However, when one had just entered the profession, their digitized world would be like a piece of blank paper. A high-level producer would be able to alter and perfect their digitized world, greatly increasing their gene search efficiency. This was something every single gene producer had to learn. Due to the fact that the digitized world was a world formed by spirit, it was something that could be easily attacked by other producers. This was how digital battles came about. The moment a digital battle started, both digitized worlds would temporarily overlap with each other. Moreover, everything one created in the digitized world, such as weapons, defenses, shapes, and everything else, would appear to be controlled as one wished. An example would be the countless shining genes behind Zhao Tian. One could control them to either attack or defend. If one won, one would be able to inflict heavy injuries on the spirit of one's opponent. If one was defeated, one had to hastily leave. In other words, even if one's spirit was heavily injured, one had to leave this space. That was because the moment the digitized world was locked and one could no longer leave, it was very probable for one's spirit to be destroyed there. That would be equivalent to a real death. Something is wrong? A lot of people had a puzzled expression. I seem to recall from the previous digital battles I saw, within there would be countless genes. That was the gene production stage, the others in the livestream room explained to him. Gene production stage. When one had freshly extracted blood essence for the gene search process, one's digitized world would be filled with genes. Hence, if one were to enter into a digital battle at this time, the digitized world would be filled with genes. This was the most commonly seen type of battle during gene productions. The purpose of such a battle was to plunder the genes of one's opponent or to damage the production of one's opponent. The current digital battle they were witnessing was the normal condition of the digitized world, so naturally, there wouldn't be genes swimming around. So that's the case. That person suddenly realized something and felt something was wrong. However, if he does not even have those genes, then does that mean that Chen Feng will? That's right. Chen Feng had no constructions his digitized world at all. If a digital battle was initiated during gene production, it would be fine, as Chen Feng would at least have some scattered genes at his disposal. However, the Chen Feng of now was simply akin to a naked person. He did not have anything to use. And opposite him, despite the digitized equipment behind Zhao Tian being somewhat crude, he was nevertheless still fully armed. Something bad is going to happen to Chen Feng.
Now, everyone could see things clearly.
Just surrender fast. Some couldn't bear to watch on. Yeah, it's only a competition. Only 1 point. We believe that you will be able to advance till the end, getting into the top 3. Moreover, even if you were to lose one match, it is still possible for you to become the overall winner. True. The chat was furiously spammed. You are only 18 years old, you don't have to bother about this guy, right? He's already 24 years old. He will definitely participate in next year's competition. With your talent, next year, you can definitely defeat him like a dog. Everyone comforted Chen Feng.
They were all wishing that Chen Feng would quickly surrender.
After all,
one might lose one's life here. Along his way, Chen Feng had gained a lot of diehard fans. The fans that were initially silently watching Chen Feng's competition had also jumped out into the public due to this. At the same time, in various places, countless people were paying attention to this. This was the first digital battle in this year's competition. The participant involved in it was the Chen Feng, who was the newest in the profession among all the participants.
The guy known as a ghost talent won. Damn. So Chen Feng does not know any digital battling methods? Bullshit, how long ago did he enter the profession? It's stunning enough for his production level to have reached this height. How could he have had any extra time to learn about digital battles? Don't forget, he's only a peak beginner producer. Something is going to happen. Everyone's hearts chilled.
Now, their only hope was for Chen Feng to surrender as soon as possible. Or perhaps to look for an opportunity to escape despite his spirit suffering injuries.
Schwa.
Countless gazes were concentrated on the digitized world. At this time, in the digitized world, Chen Feng had once again appeared in this mystical world. Under his feet was the familiar earth. Despite the fact that Chen Feng had never constructed his digitized world, this firm piece of earth he had in this digitized world was the spoils of war from his digital battle with Wan Yu previously.
This feels somewhat wrong.
Zhao Tian could feel that the earth beneath him was firmer than he had imagined. He could distinctly remember that he had merely casually constructed a flat surface.
What about Chen Feng?
Zhao Tian looked at the blank space behind Chen Feng and sneered.
How could the firm earth be something resulting from him?
This opponent was simply a total rookie who had yet to construct anything in his digitized world. Seems like the overlap of two digitized worlds caused the earth to become firmer, Zhao Tian deduced.
A slight tremble started spreading. Now, both digitized worlds had perfectly overlapped. Behind Zhao Tian were several thousand flickering gene fragments. These things that one could not see with the naked eye in the real world were incomparably immense in this world. Furthermore, they possessed extraordinary might. Schwa.
Countless gene fragments condensed into a huge sword in Zhao Tian's hand.
This was an attacking method. Schwa.
A succession of gene fragments enveloped him, forming shiny gene armor, helmet, boots, a flawless set of equipment. This was a defensive method. In an instant, Zhao Tian had perfectly equipped himself. Before him, Chen Feng was not doing anything.
I'm sorry.
Zhao Tian looked at Chen Feng coldly.
This time, I'm afraid you won't survive.
Oh?
Chen Feng was somewhat surprised.
I had to fight my way here all by myself and had experienced way too many things. This time, even if I were to let you off, after seriously injuring your spirit, your gene production skills would be adversely affected as well. As a result, you might hate me your whole life. With your talent, you might truly surpass me in the future. Therefore, I have to truly kill you here. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Tian's eyes.
Kind-hearted?
It was non-existent. If he was kind-hearted, he would have died long ago. From a 14-year-old kid from the slums, he had reached his status today by relying on his viciousness alone.
He was much wiser than Lin Ku. Chen Feng had to die.
Apart from this, there was a more important factor. This year, his goal was top 3. Next year, his goal would be first place.
How about Chen Feng?
He was only 18 years old, with incredibly high talent. If first place was taken by Qin Hai this year, he would need to face Chen Feng next year. No matter how confident he was in himself, he couldn't guarantee a victory against Chen Feng. This was a freak-like genius.
Hence,
if he wanted to grab the first place next year, he had to get rid of Chen Feng.
Footnotes 1.
Ghost talent is a Chinese term used to describe a person who is capable of solving problems using peculiar methods, with the peculiar methods being even more efficient than normal methods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 150, Who's Killing Whom? Chapter 150, Who's Killing Whom? Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Goodbye, Zhao Tian shouted coldly. Since he had decided, he would not hesitate. He was clear that if he were to drag this out, some old man that loved talent would most probably interfere in this. Hence, he had to kill as fast as possible. Shua! Taking the opportunity when Chen Feng was still blankly thinking of his words, Zhao Tian erupted instantly. His fully armed body soared and he slashed down toward Chen Feng with his terrifying sword. Bang! The terrifying sword descended. Ka! The air cracked. Under such a powerful attack, the digitized world that was not perfectly overlapped was showing signs that it could collapse at any moment. Something bad is happening. All the viewers cried out in alarm. They had guessed that a digital battle might be cruel, but they had never expected Zhao Tian to be so vicious when making his move while Chen Feng was a total rookie. Looking at Chen Feng that was dazed at the same spot without moving, everyone's hearts palpitated. Chen Feng. He really had no idea how to engage in digital battles. He did not even know how to escape or leave this place. No. To be more accurate, since entering the digitized world, this totally unfamiliar world to him, Chen Feng seemed to have remained stunned, doing nothing at all. With this slash of a sword, he would probably be finished. At this time, at the top floor of the virtual company building. What's going on? Gao Yunfeng was ashen-faced. Where's the message about surrendering? Has it been sent to Chen Feng? Yes, it was sent. The technician smiled bitterly. The first thing he did was send it to Chen Feng. Yet for unknown reason, Chen Feng did not react in any way. If so, why had he not received anything, then? Gao Yunfeng was anxious. Could it be that Zhao Tian possessed some method to block message transmissions? But this was a system notification. However, no one was sure of this as there were simply too many mysterious abilities in this world. Shua! Looking at that terrifying slash that was descending toward Chen Feng, Gao Yunfeng's heart palpitated. Chen Feng would die here like this? Even if he had always believed that Chen Feng was not qualified to be the champion, that was his prejudice against Chen Feng's age. Chen Feng's talent was something no one could deny. Quickly surrender! Gao Yunfeng howled inwardly. This was the final confrontation. Nobody could interfere with the match. Even he, the one who had set up the rules, could only watch on anxiously. It was at this time that Chen Feng suddenly raised his hand and pointed toward Zhao Tian. He finally reacted? Zhao Tian laughed nastily. It's too late. Bang! The terrifying sword ray landed. Bang! The earth trembled. Is Chen Feng dead? Everyone hesitantly looked at the scene, and they were collectively stunned. This. God! What had they seen? How was this possible? Countless people were so shocked they all stood up. Damn! Gao Yunfeng couldn't help but to curse. In the digitized world, Chen Feng was still standing in the same spot. The sword ray that was descending toward him had shattered, turning into countless gene fragments. Instead, on the head of Zhao Tian, who was not far away from him, a finger-sized hole had appeared. All the equipment on Zhao Tian's body had shattered. How is this possible? Zhao Tian widened his eyes unbelievably. He was defeated. Defeated by Chen Feng? In a digitized world on top of that? How was this possible? Chen Feng was clearly a rookie in regard to digitized world. At this time, Xiao. A red light flashed past. Only now did he see that resplendent red light string on Chen Feng's hand. It coiled around Chen Feng naughtily in a lively manner, as if it was a living being. What is that? Zhao Tian mumbled. He remembered. Previously, it was exactly this thing here that had pierced straight through him. At that instant, all the gene equipment on his body had collapsed. This thing. Can you feel that there's something different with this piece of land here? Chen Feng suddenly asked with a smile on his face. What? Zhao Tian's expression changed greatly. This is the digitized world you constructed. That's right, Chen Feng said coldly. In my digitized world, only a piece of firm earth was constructed, and also a single strongest attack. With both of these, it's sufficient. Zhao Tian was ashen-faced. So that was the case. This piece of earth. That ray of light. They were actually Chen Feng's digital battling methods. The Chen Feng that he believed to have zero foundations actually possessed the strongest digital battling methods. Competing in digital battle with him? Simply akin to courting death.
At this time, everyone who saw this had a dumbstruck expression. No one had expected that this would happen. Previously, they were still worrying and praying for Chen Feng. In the blink of an eye, this was the result presented to them? With a single wave of hand, every method Zhao Tian had was destroyed. With a single ray of light, piercing straight through Zhao Tian. The digital battling methods of these two people were simply in two different leagues. So powerful. So cool, You all have no idea how I was feeling. It's like riding a roller coaster. A second earlier, I was still thinking that Chen Feng would die. The next second, he had astonishingly counterattacked. Damn, too powerful. The chat was furiously spammed. Even the lurkers started spamming. The amount of spam in Chen Feng's chat had reached its highest point since the start. That insta-kill of Chen Feng's had enchanted countless viewers. You? A cold glint flashed in Zhao Tian's eyes. Is this really something yours? Could he be cheating? The Gene Production Association would permit every method that belonged to the producer himself. However, something that belonged to others was not permitted to be used. This was understandable. If an elder were to teach one a certain method, and one trained painstakingly to make it something belonging to oneself, it was acceptable. However, if one were to simply borrow something for their own use during the last minute? That was absolutely not permitted. For example, the plum blossom imprint Wan Yu had used previously was against the rules. Was Chen Feng truly so powerful? Zhao Tian doubted it. It might be really true that you are simply a rookie. However, an expert previously helped you by leaving this ray of light in your body. Zhao Tian could not accept this. How much time had he spent painstakingly training to learn the method to engage in digital battle? For an intermediate producer to transcend classes and learn the methods of digital battle, the difficulty level was extremely high. As for Chen Feng? A mere beginner producer? How was it possible? Is that so? Chen Feng merely smiled. Since Xiaoying had entered his spiritual world, he could feel that Xiaoying and his spiritual energy were becoming increasingly near in rhythm and had started to gradually assimilate with his spiritual energy. This continued until, finally, Xiaoying became a part of his spiritual energy. Cheating? What a joke! What do you think of this, then? Chen Feng raised his hand. In the digitized world, the equipment of Zhao Tian that had been shattered by Chen Feng and turned into masterless gene fragments were actually slowly swimming toward Chen Feng. Condense! Chen Feng pointed midair. Shwa! Those gene fragments had actually condensed into a huge sword once again. How is that possible? Zhao Tian cried out in alarm, an ugly expression on his face. This was the most basic of digital battling methods. However, a very long time was required in order to sharpen these gene fragments endlessly before turning it into a part of one's digitized world, turning it into one's weapon. Zhao Tian had spent 1 whole month on this. As for Chen Feng, only a split second was used, turning his gene fragments into a weapon in front of his face. Cheating? Was there any need? Their digital battling proficiencies were simply in different leagues. He was defeated. Utterly defeated. However, the words of yours earlier indeed reminded me of something. Chen Feng suddenly smiled as he said. It has been quite hard for you to reach this height. Hence, you treasure all this. Moreover, you are a vicious and merciless person, so you will definitely look for a chance to have your revenge against me. Therefore, not good. Zhao Tian's heart thumped. Chen Feng wanted to kill him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, The Opened Pandora's Box. Chapter 151, The Opened Pandora's Box. Translator, Limest Editor, Tenish. Sir. Zhao Tian suddenly screamed. However, right this moment, Chen Feng raised his hand once again. Xiao. 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 A red light flashed. Xiaoying streaked forth, leaving multiple afterimages behind, and pierced through Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian, dead. Zhao Tian's mouth remained wide open, not having the chance to even finish his final word. It was still possible for him to recover if his body was merely pierced through. However, in the split second earlier, that countless exploding red light had exhausted all his energy. Bang! Zhao Tian's silhouette disappeared. The digitized world collapsed. The first digital battle of this year's Gene Rookie competition ended just like that. Currently, at the competition arena, Zhao Tian's body collapsed with a resounding thump, losing his consciousness eternally. In his live stream room, the stream had gone black.
Zhao Tian, dead. Bang!
The whole world erupted in an uproar. No one had expected such a result.
Zhao Tian was dead? That's right, Zhao Tian was dead. Damn.
A lot of people remained dazed for a long time before reacting. This was the first death in this year's Gene Rookie competition. Moreover, it was in such a way where the one intending to kill failed and ended up getting killed himself, dying in Chen Feng's hands.
At the top floor of the virtual company building.
Even the Gao Yunfeng that had maintained an anxious expression all this while had a dumbstruck expression currently.
It was over? Over just like that? That's right.
Chen Feng had indeed survived.
But the problem was, Zhao Tian was dead.
The death of a producer, which was what he had always been trying to avoid, had still happened.
At this time, in the virtual live stream room. 666666666666666. Congratulations, Chen Feng, for successfully counter-killing. After this match, who still dares to look down upon our Chen Feng? The chat was furiously spammed. Poor accumulation? Lack of formulas? He.
In this match, a countless amount of faces were slapped by Chen Feng. From the moment Chen Feng had first participated in this competition, he was the participant who had suffered the highest amount of condemnations. The reasons being his poor accumulation, lack of formulas, and using unusual methods to win through loopholes in every round.
Yet, the truth was? Chen Feng's mastered formulas were much higher than everyone else's. When he was battling against Zhao Tian, the attack gene reagents alone were already incredibly high. How about the other types of gene reagent? Defensive, support.
When all types of gene reagents were totaled up, the amount would be much higher.
Accumulation? Who had a bad accumulation? What a joke.
Everyone believed that Chen Feng had zero foundations in the aspect of digital battles, yet this was where he had instantly erupted and insta-killed Zhao Tian.
Chen Feng not qualified to enter the top 10? Chen Feng was much weaker than Lin Ku? Schwa.
Chen Feng's fans were all stirred.
In the learning forum.
And all sorts of other online communities, every single place that had once berated Chen Feng was now silently enduring the face slapping unleashed upon them by Chen Feng's fans. As for Song Dazue's personal website, it was simply flooded by endless spam. Chen Feng had instantly turned into a topic that was hot worldwide. The fiercest dark horse in history. Digital battle number 1, in this year's competition, who can contend with Chen Feng? The most advantageous contender for first place. All the media outlets had Chen Feng on their front pages. As for the matches of the other participants, they no longer received any attention. Today, everyone was only focused on Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who never had a chance to counterattack against all the accusations against him all this while, had, for the first time, cleaned up all the accusations against him and transformed into one of the most promising seeded participant. At night, the second match officially ended. When Qin Hai and the rest came out, with astonishment, they found that one person was missing.
Where's Zhao Tian? Dead.
The first one to end his match, Lin Ku, had with his own eyes witnessed Zhao Tian's death. He gulped before continuing, he died during the match. After the employees carried his body away, they only replied with the words brain dead.
Schwa. The area instantly sunk into silence. Brain dead? Dying in the real world? Everyone inhaled cold breaths. Digital battle.
Qin Hai had a solemn expression in his eyes.
Chen Feng is actually well versed in digital battles? Not only him, Zhao Tian as well. Lin Ku was previously somewhat close to Zhao Tian.
However, being able to insta-kill Zhao Tian, not even giving him a chance to escape, this means Chen Feng is extremely powerful in digital battles.
Everyone sunk into silence.
The so-called Alliance of 9 had been suffering defeat after defeat right off the bat.
One defeated, one dead.
It was simply pointless to continue this alliance.
You all need to be careful, Lin Ku said in a low voice, especially during the digital battle stage. Alliance? No one mentioned it anymore.
The so-called alliance was primarily established due to Chen Feng being too weak and bringing shame to the top 10. The alliance had been established to prove the dignity and strength of the top 10.
And now?
Chen Feng had defeated 2 of them in a row, proving his strength.
Now,
they needed to start worrying about themselves.
Just go back and make our preparations.
Qin Hai waved his hand. He possessed powerful strength as well, so there was naturally no need for him to fear Chen Feng.
However, it was different for the others. A slight mistake might cost them their life. Everyone left. Chen Hai sunk into contemplation.
He initially believed that victory was within his grasp. However, nothing seemed to be proceeding smoothly. After the failure in their first encounter, he had started taking it seriously.
However, it was still one failure after another.
And now, he had, for the first time, felt the sense of helplessness that only his opponents felt in the past.
Victory was not something that could be achieved by simply being serious. So, this time, it's different than the past? Powerlessness. This was an extremely unfamiliar feeling for him.
Regardless of how many trump cards Chen Feng showed, Chen Hai had always been clear that his strength surpassed Chen Feng's, just like the opponents he had encountered in the past.
However, even so, the one who ended up victorious every single time was Chen Feng. The only rank Chen Hai was confident in getting was second place. Why? He had no idea. Chen Feng, Chen Hai mumbled this name. How much stronger than Chen Feng did he need to be in order to defeat him? Sea City. Within a large hotel. Chen Hai's butler was communicating with the people from the Chen family. Is little Hai alright? He should be feeling somewhat bewildered since Chen Feng has temporarily surpassed him, right? However, when he finally rearranges his thoughts, he will reach a higher height. Chen Feng's appearance is a good thing for him. Understood.
It's fine for him to temper himself a bit here.
However, he must still obtain the final first place. Don't worry.
This child, Chen Hai, has never disappointed us.
Outside the window, the night seemed darker. Time passed.
Currently, in the virtual company restroom, Huang He and the rest were doing last-minute studies on digital battles. Their goal was very simple.
Even if they couldn't defeat Chen Feng in a digital battle, they should, at the very least, be able to escape before using their gene reagents to face him.
In this aspect, they were far stronger than Chen Feng. However, they soon experienced what a nightmare was like.
After Zhao Tian forcefully initiated a digital battle with him, a brand new world was opened wide before Chen Feng.
He discovered a single fact.
Why should he wait for others to challenge him in a digital battle? Since this was acceptable by the rules of the competition, he could initiate digital battles as well. Thereupon.
Third match, Chen Feng vs Jing Hui, victory.
Fourth match, Chen Feng vs Lui, victory.
Fifth match, Chen Feng vs Dang Li, victory. Sixth match, Chen Feng vs Huang Yi, victory.
4 matches in a row. 4 wins in a row.
Chen Feng hadn't even produced many gene reagents.
After discovering his enemy, he would forcefully initiate a digital battle. Next, he would destroy them in the digitized world. Despite these people possessing a certain amount of know-how in regards to digital battles, they were still not Chen Feng's match. However, against these opponents who had not posed much problem to him, Chen Feng found no need to kill them. As long as they surrendered, he would accept it. Soon, Chen Feng earned 6 points. 666666666. Dominating everyone present. I feel like Zhao Tian opened Pandora's box. Haha, same here. Too terrifying.
This is Chen Feng's true form.
The chat in the livestream room was spammed furiously.
Previously, every time Chen Feng was attacked, they felt a lack of confidence when they hit back against the critics. However, now that Chen Feng was dominating everyone present, they felt refreshed.
Incredibly carefree. Delighted.
They had an urgency to scream loudly.
Who's next? This is Chen Feng. This is the strongest producer.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.